Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are going to be primarily trying to answer Europa Universalis 5 questions, but we are going to be playing Victoria 3 because we do not have access to Europa Universalis 5 in terms of what we're doing. We are playing the Gates of the Bosphorus mod. We are continuing from where we left off last week, and we're pretty well and along towards forming Byzantium as Greece. We could take a look at what we need to do in the journal entry. We can form Hellas currently, but no Byzantium. So I do believe we have to complete some sort of nationalism or go pan-nationalism in order to embrace Roman identity. I do believe this is a requirement for us, and so this is kind of where we are going to be headed. We are going for pan-nationalism now, so we'll get to click the button, I imagine. Good evening, everyone. Hello, hello. Once a gamer, Frederick Bilbo Baggins. Bilbo Baggins. And also, Jesus Christ. And also Max. Would not be the screen name I would select. Hey, Ultraweed. Alright, but we are continuing here as Greece. Let's check through the economy real quick, because I do not recall exactly where we left off. We got some things going. We don't click the buttons because we're bad at the game. And we have some iron mines. Looks like we're not all that big. GDP says 12 million, so we're really truly not all that big. We are got 63 construction. Looks like we're pushing some of these universities. We have the ability to form a company, which implies the companies we want to form are not available, except we have Koopas right here. Fantastic. One of the best tooling companies in the game. We'll slot that right in, and now, what are we waiting for on the last slot? Well, we could do wood. We don't have that much wood available. This is a solid company if you have a lot of wood available. I think we're not going to go for that. I think we're going to wait and try and get the minerals one. Go for something like that. It's my second account. Love your channel. Thank you so very much. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, not gonna go down that rabbit hole, but, hey Solomon, how's it going? Do you think there will be enough content in EU5 in the later centuries to keep people playing? I do, but I haven't seen it, so I don't necessarily have the highest degree of confidence that will be the case. Like, I'm not sure. That is my thought, but I do not know for certain if that will be the case. I think we were playing a contained run here. Yeah, we were, where we didn't do any of the, we didn't do any of this, which of course is better. We didn't do going for the soft expands, tricking Great Britain into helping us. I think becoming a subject of Great Britain, or even doing this as, I forget the name of the island. The Ionian Island is probably just easier in general. And we are starting to claw back. Ooh, we have that issue. Our investment pool is growing. So we want to add construction right now to actually be able to utilize our construction pool. But the problem is we are in a negative balance, so we can't really add construction. It's just kind of a classic issue. What's our minimum accepted? Can our lower strata tolerate this? Can our politics tolerate that? Our politics kind of can tolerate that. Barely. Will your doppelganger be honking outside today? Yes, we will be honking outside today. We will be honking out the side. We could also go over any particular topic on EU5 you guys are interested in. I have kind of a fairly good memory of, looks like we're running a huge shortage here, a fairly good memory of where stuff is in terms of if stuff is available in terms of Tinto Talks, in terms of public knowledge, so we could also go over Tinto Talk type stuff if people have specific questions. But is there enough content in the late game is one of the things. Can we show... What can we show about that? I mean, there is... This is a little bit hard to talk through, but there's... different ages actually have different bonuses. So they give entirely different bonuses. In fact, different ages, different things happen. And I think that the fact that different ages have slightly different vibes is kind of a big deal. We could actually tell what gains 2 peril just seems bad, right? But let's actually take a look. This is something I screenshot, actually. And I was kind of impressed with, generally speaking, like, all your subjects in the Age of Revolutions get more upset with you. Now, we can't show any screenshots, but we can read them. Where we have age modifiers. Yeah, we are using, yeah. We're not accidentally showing screen instead of showing the other thing. But in the Age of Traditions, which you start out in, market prices range from 10 to 300%, and the control impact on war score is reduced by 10%. As you get into later and later ages, where you have minus 10% control impact on war score, taking low control territory gets easier. So taking a ton of territory and really militarily going after stuff becomes easier as you go deeper into the game. And I think that this is something that also helps to keep it fresh, is that the nature of kind of how you're supposed to play, or what looks ideal, changes as time goes on. In the Age of Renaissance, prices can range from 10 to 300%. You'll notice this range gets bigger, which offers better opportunities for you to arbitrage goods or get goods from one place to another. Victoria 3, in general, seems like way more about volume of goods. By the way, anything I say here is completely subject to change, and you shouldn't take it as like this is going to be a release build. I'm just saying what we had available to us. But Victoria 3 is just kind of a lot more about volume of buildings, more so than like accuracy of goods, which is like, I think, a little bit of a difference between EU5 and Vic 3. All countries during the Age of Renaissance, however, get 25% cultural tradition, minus 20% in terms of control impact on war scores. So I take this modifier to mean, I'm not 100% sure how it works, but taking low control stuff is cheaper and cheaper and cheaper as you get later ages. Expected army size plus 100%. I don't know what happens if you're below expected army size. I think this makes your estates upset with you, so you need to have a bigger standing army. Diplomatic capacity plus 25% for this age. And this isn't a modifier that just scales up like linearly. This means that in the Age of Renaissance, you can have more subjects than you can in subsequent ages. And so it's kind of a feudal age in terms of playstyle. Levy maintenance plus 10%. And then in the Age of Discovery, we lose the levy maintenance and we lose the other stuff. And so you also, like, mercenaries become slightly better in Age of Renaissance because levy maintenance is higher, for example. A standing army in a weird way is kind of better in the Age of Renaissance relative to Age of Discovery, maybe. But in Age of Discovery, prices can now range from 10% to 400%, which is 100% increase on the top end. So now, when we go to the New World and we bring back tobacco, instead of having, it has a base price of 2, and so the ceiling on prices is much, much higher in Europa Universalis 5. Plus 75 here really doesn't give you huge opportunities for really expensive payouts, which is something that you get in EU5, is these huge, huge, huge opportunities for payouts. Instead, Vic 3 actually has, like, a proportionally much lower ceiling. The floor and ceiling of Europa Universalis 5 is much more similar because minus 25% is similar to 400%. In that you have to 4x the bottom price in order to get the base price, and you have to 4x the base price in order to get the top price. There's a really big asymmetry in Victoria 3 where plus 75% is a much smaller modifier than minus 75%. in terms of prices. So there's a lot less kind of top-end value. But in the Age of Discovery, you get Exploration Monthly Progress 0.25, Control Impact on War Score minus 40%, so cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So when you fight over colonial stuff, it's going to have less control, and it's going to be easier to take in terms of war score. You get expected army size plus 200%, levy maintenance plus 25%. Okay, so levy maintenance and expected army size do scale up, which is pushing you towards a professional army as time goes by, and colonial maintenance minus 25%. So, all other things equal, it's cheaper to have colonies during this age. In the next age, the Age of Reformation, market prices can now trend from 10% to 500%, which, by the way, the floor is 1/10 base price, which is 1/5 top price. I don't know exactly how prices are calculated, because it looks like someone was helping me out in the Discord. It looks like there's a logarithmic function, and that slightly modifies like a linear function, which is, you know, a little bit complicated. I tried to figure out the exact equation. I couldn't. Okay, let's pause for questions before we continue with Age of Renaissance, because I know I haven't looked at chat in a little while. Where's the test? We didn't study? No. When are you going to reveal your new name? Detailing? What? How's things? Enjoyed the Ethiopia video, and you did screenshots to get around 30 minutes of video limit. And that you... Oh, we were playing Mali, though, not Ethiopia. Unless you're talking about the Ethiopia video as well. But yeah, that took me forever to do, and I was like, as I was 2/3 through it, I was like, this was just like a huge mistake. Because it was taking me forever, and I didn't know if it was going to do well or not. Do you think cultural assimilation is too quick in EU5? No, you scale up with cabinet size. Becoming cultural hegemon early is really good, though, because you get to, instead of integrating like a singular province, which is roughly the size of a state in Vic 3, you get to integrate entire areas. That's pretty fast. When you made your video, did Paradox tell you to avoid sowing certain regions and countries? We had no restriction, but we were able to ask them if there was like content or if something looked finished in a given area, and if they said no, that's probably not a good place to show. It's not that they told us not to, but we requested information about what would be good to show to some extent, and we did receive information on that. Hello, sir. Dropping in to say your coverage of EU5 has been amazing. Really set you apart from the others. Thank you so very much. Other previews. You're exactly what the game needs on release. Some hype. I'm going to try and stick with it as long as I'm getting a lot of views. Right now, even though EU5 is my main game, Victoria 3 is my main game, Freudian slip there, I'm getting like way more views than EU5. Heard you discussing blogging EU5 with Playmaker the other day? You were. Uh-oh. Can you tell us what the discussion of blobbing was about? Well, to some degree, there's like two arguments, and we're kind of sailing past each other, like two ships in the night, which is, I think his kind of central idea is that blobbing is too easy. And that was kind of his feeling in his video, and I think that might be true. My main idea is that blobbing's just not very good. In the early game, I think you don't get that much payout for expanding your territories and taking a bunch of land. Those are like two separate things. Whether or not something's good and whether or not it's easy. The top end value on goods in EU5, there's way more top end. So getting choice resources is a lot better. And then also, there's trade advantage, which makes it so that one person really gets to extract all the value. So if we go into like the market center in Benin, and we have the trade advantage here, now we get to, when slaves are traded from Benin, we trade first. And so if slaves are at a price of 2 in Benin, and at a price of 10, let's say, in Cuba, right, when we do the trade, we get +8. And then we do a ton of the trades, and what this does is it affects prices. And it drops the prices from here to 4, and raises the prices in Benin to 3. Now when the next person does the slave trades from Benin over to Cuba, they only get a margin of 1 because they're trading the low price of 3 to a high price of 4. And so this means that the person who gets in charge of the trade areas where there's outgoing trade gets most of the value. And so this means fighting over that is really important, and that means that the person who has control of the seas and this type of thing is going to be extract more on stuff. Do we know how interest debt will change over ages? I don't know how it'll change, but it pays out to the estates, so I think that taking on debt is going to be really, really good, because it'll just stimulate the economy, because your estates will build buy orders, but also construction is kind of strange in how it stimulates the economy in EU5, in that construction speed might actually be a negative bonus, economically speaking. It seems that construction just buys buy orders as long as it's going. I haven't double-checked this, but I think that's how that works, which means that if you have something that's constructing really slow, like here, this is constructing slow, what's going to end up happening in EU5 is it's just going to end up net buying more goods. And so insofar as you want to stimulate the economy through construction, it taking longer is probably actually a good thing, so it's probably actually, construction speed is probably just a negative modifier. Because I think that you still want to increase prices to make more profit, I think. Or you just want to, but you want to be able to increase prices and then collapse them with construction goods, so it feels very, very weird. Love your Korea vids and the Mali vid. Can't wait for EU5 content. Glad it was introduced to me by you. Thank you so very much. From what can you see, how would colonizing go in the Americas? How is it similar to EU4, where the natives form nations and tech up? Well, you do form colonial nations. I have difficulties comparing to EU4 because most of my EU4 hours are, or like all of my EU4 hours are before Leviathan. I have like 1,500 EU4 hours, but I haven't played since Leviathan, so it's difficult. But you do make a colonial nation. I think you're highly incentivized to send a bunch of slaves there, and when you do that, you kind of destabilize the region, and they're probably going to have slave revolts eventually, and like rise up. I think eventually you get some revolutions, but let's continue talking a little bit about the bonuses you get in ages. And we left off on the Age of Reformation, which is the age after the Age of Discovery. So we go Age of Renaissance, Age of Discovery, Age of Reformation. I can't show the screenshots, but I have screenshots where you will have markets that have a price range of 10% to 500%. And so, way more top-end reward for getting certain goods. And also, like, Victoria 3, you can kind of, no matter where you are, you can kind of get the goods. EU5 actually being able to get goods is like a problem, and as trade range expands it becomes less of a problem, but you will have to pay an ungodly amount for certain goods if you don't control the trade in the region from which the goods are outgoing. So controlling trade is really, really, really important. But Age of Reformation gives trade maintenance minus 25%. This is where global trade comes in, and also new societal value comes in, which is going to be like mercantilism versus free trade. We will thank you for the follow, a blessed Baylor. Big nice. Let's take a look back into our screenshot. You get pop conversion speed plus 33%. So in the Age of Reformation, when you swap Reformation, that's the best time to swap. Or it's a good time to swap because you'll be getting extra conversion speed. I don't know how good 33% is as a modifier. It seems pretty big. We get control impact on war score minus 60%. So I think this is an inverse of whenever someone has control, or to whatever extent they have control, it gets, or lack of control, it gets cheaper for you to take their provinces, as we mentioned earlier. And then we get an increase to the expected army size plus 300%. I believe this affects estate satisfaction, but I can't remember what that modifier does exactly. And levy maintenance plus 50%. It gets more and more expensive to do levies. It also gives access to government reforms. So the Age of Discovery, well, let's just say the Age of Reformation government reforms. We don't know what they do. Religious laws enforced. The Education Act, the Loyalty Act, the Cultural Recognition Act, Statute of Monopolies, State-Backed Merchant Fleet, Naval Infrastructure Act, Policy of Calculated Delay, Anti-Heresy Act, Administration of Clerical Bonds, Humanitarian Administration, Production Quota Bureaus, Weapon Quality Standards, Diplomatic Consolidation Act, a Provincial Taxation System, and Conscription Logistics Act. Again, want to emphasize kind of all throughout, all of this is subject to change. I received an advanced version. That's not necessarily what's going to be on release, but this is some of the stuff we had. And then after this is the Age of Absolutism. And in the Age of Absolutism, all the bonuses change. They're not stacking up. It's not the case that you carry your conversion speed from Reformation into Absolutism. And you get Revoke Privilege Cost minus 33%. Most of the modifiers in EU5 are stacking additively, so minus cost tends to be pretty strong, because if you have Revoke Privilege Cost in other areas, you can revoke a lot of privileges. I imagine that's going to be a play pattern you play into, is you're trying to revoke a lot of privileges, generally speaking. Also, Murat? 61, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. And so, revoking... I imagine that is the point at which you stack, you try and revoke, you go for crown power, and that is kind of what they want you to do, or they want to incentivize. Control impact on war score, minus 80%. So in these low control colonial-like holdings, you'll be able to take them for really low war scores. So someone has a trade center in Benin, yoink, not anymore. Expected army size plus 400%, levy maintenance plus 75%, and speed of integration plus 25%. So in the age of the Renaissance, you're encouraged to have a bunch of subjects, and in the age of absolutism, you're encouraged to annex them. And so the play style of what's good, I think, is supposed to change over time, and that is something I really appreciate, because that makes it feel like more flavorful over time rather than just one thing being really, really strong. Now, before we talk about the final age, I'm going to just kind of brush up on the questions and kind of go through them and catch up. Hello there, General Kenobi. When you played EU5, did you avoid safe scumming and did you keep going with your games, or did you do some reloading? I did some reloading. I didn't do a lot of reloading. Like, sometimes I tolerated getting stack wiped as Korea because I just mismanaged an army. That's generally how I would get stack wiped. But generally speaking, if I'm learning a game, I don't want to play in a way that's timid. I want to find out information, and I also don't want to ruin my run. So in order to do all that, reloading is kind of a necessity, in my opinion. And also... a lot of stuff and a lot of knowledge that carries over from EU4, I'm basically completely ignorant of, and I don't know how to play the game. So I reloaded because I'm getting punished. I don't think is useful, and my main goal is to blow up and then act like I don't know nobody. My main goal is to learn the game as fast as possible. I think reloading saves you learn the game faster. If you play Iron Man, that makes you more timid, and so I think that no matter what the game is, you shouldn't learn on Iron Man. That's another thing. Are there playable nations in North America at the start? Yes. I think when the Great Pestilence comes, you lose like 95% of your pops, though. Is probably the most uncomfortable thing in existence. Really excited about the ways you can use pops. Did you observe anything about how law changes and pops needs affect the estates? So, in Victoria 3, buy baskets increase with standard of living. This is not a level of granularity that is supported by EU5, right? Or they increase based on wealth levels, sorry, not standard of living. In EU5, they increase based on development. I'm not 100% sure, but I think we noticed some scenarios where if you increase development faster than you get extractive value for the rest of the world, you could actually get estates paying more for consumer goods than they're getting in income, which is a free money modifier also, obviously, but it also just makes them never construct anything ever again. I'm not 100% sure that that's what we observed. In our Milan game, we got to the point where literally nothing was being built by estates, though. And so that was kind of an interesting type of situation. The estates pay for the consumer goods, though. So as consumer goods get more expensive as a proportion of what you're doing because development is high, then your estates actually lose the ability to construct buildings. And I think it also gets scaled in some way by literacy and also if certain goods have appeared. So your pops don't demand tobacco until they've tasted tobacco, and then they demand tobacco. I don't know if this just straight up adds needs or if it replaces needs. I'm not sure exactly how that operates. Do you think EU5 needs a lot more work or viable to release later this summer with feedback improvements? It depends on how quickly they do the feedback improvements, but also I don't want to comment too directly on when I think the game is going to get released because I think I know more. I know information that I think I'm probably not allowed to reveal that I know, and I think I actually know a little bit more than I'm supposed to. I think scaling the amount of orders for construction goods with construction speed would solve that issue. Yes, it would. This is a piece of feedback that's been released or given. But as of right now, I don't think that's how that works. I don't know how... in Victoria 3, one of the really elegant things is everything is done with number of goods, right? And everything is by orders goods and this type of stuff. And in terms of an abstraction, EU5 divorces itself from that a little bit. So, like, Victoria 3, we're buying, like, this amount of goods, right? And this is stimulating the economy, and everything is very... intertwined and interconnected. And in EU5, for example, you don't actually buy the goods, you get the discount on the building based on the price of the goods or the increased price on the building, and then buy orders are created for the building. So it's not a direct relationship as much. If that makes sense. Is the game geared towards the Dutch, forming a high-control imperial core and then just controlling trade and getting disgustingly rich? I experimented more with payouts related to trade and colonialization, and I think that absolutely would work for the Dutch. I have a market question. Okay, as you were saying, let's say Cuba has a slaves price of 10, and there are two competing markets from Africa that try to sell from the slaves. So which one goes first and why? I assume... the one with the cheapest slaves. I'm not 100% sure how this goes. Can you talk a bit about how air combat works at EU5 and what airplanes are meta? I didn't get that far. I actually don't... I don't remember seeing any airplanes in the tech tree. I assume this is a troll question. EU5 release when? On the light of the 5th day, at dawn, look to the east. I hope that answers your question. The difference in interaction between control and crown power. So control increases crown power. Control increases crown power in a location. Other than that, I don't think it interacts. I don't think because you can't have a feedback loop because that just messes with game calculations. But yeah, control increases crown power. So having a lot of control in a lot of your states, where a lot of the power is, where a lot of the economic activity is useful. So actually blobbing really hard will decrease crown power. How does religion impact the game? Well, you have religious tolerance, and then you have your religious mechanics. The religious tolerance affects satisfaction of your pops, which affects control, incidentally, but also some other things. And then also whatever your religious mechanic is. Do you know if development spreads like CK? I did not observe that effect, but I don't know that it doesn't. You can increase it with develop... yeah, the cabinet action to develop a developed territory is really strong. It really, like... I think it, like, 4 or 5x's your development growth. But if you use it, you'll hit 100. You'll hit 100 in the first, like, 250 years. Which maybe isn't a problem for you. You won't hit 100 on, like, hills. You get super punished for hills and mountainous terrain. And so... as far as development goes. Increased development as a cabinet action also doesn't split proportionally among locations. So you're incentivized to do it on provinces that have like 7 or more locations because you get 7 times the value than if it was just one location. And so some provinces have 4 locations and some have like 8. And so you're probably just supposed to do it on the ones that are 8 that also have like grassland or farmland, because if they have hills and stuff, they'll develop slower. Losing 95% of pops does feel rough. It is very uncomfortable. Will we have nukes? Nope. Did you play a New World country? We did not. We just spread the bubonic plague to them repeatedly. What's your opinion on the earlier start date? I like it. Most surprising unintuitive mechanic. Most surprising unintuitive mechanic. Well, one thing, in terms of unintuitive, I don't know if this is the most surprising or and unintuitive, but in terms of something that was not intuitive to us, regarding how slaves work, and I don't know if they'll change how slaves work in this regard, but playing Mali, when we take slaves, they go to the slave marketplaces, they don't get distributed to RGOs in our home territories, that there's no mechanic for redistributing them. So if you want your slaves to work in your RGOs in a given market, you actually, what you have to do is you have two markets, and they send slaves back and forth to each other, and when you receive slave trade, they get redistributed to the RGOs. So they only get distributed to the marketplace, slave market, when you get slaves, when you take slaves as Mali, and it's not intuitive that trading two slaves to this market and two slaves to this market between each other is the only way to, like, redistribute the slaves, but that's how you have to do it. Okay, do you think the bonuses satisfy the estates? Give should change depending on the age. Right now it seems like you'll try and avoid upsetting the clergy all game. Yeah, clergy and peasants, keeping them happy seems way better than keeping the other ones happy. The peasants, because they're a high proportion of your population, and concessions to them don't really decrease crown power very much, because the peasants don't have a lot of power. And peasants, by having a large portion of your population, means that when you make them happy, you increase location satisfaction by a whole lot. I don't know if it's changed between ages, but I think that the fact that you should just, like, never tax the clergy ever because you don't get that much income and them being happy is really good, is probably something that deserves a balance change. Are you paying for food for Pops? Is it a high, low, or high? It was really, really high when we first played in Italy. I think that we got given a change that was considered, because Italy just starves to death, but then we got given a change to put in, and the change might be a little bit too aggressive, because then it just seemed like food was like a non-issue, where we get flat food per development or something like this, but being in starving is really, really bad, and if you're not starving, food is not that important, so it's really polarized whether or not food's important. Does Austria have any mountainous terrain to develop, like Vienna's mountains? Yeah, there's going to be mountains around. I'm very confident. I didn't confirm, I suppose, but all of Italy in the north is mountainous, and in the winter, mountains freeze, which means armies can get trapped there and just attrition to death, and so they get, like, trapped in the mountains, which we, like, lost an army that way. Do you boot the game in debug mode and test a command czar? Did you try the Cthulhu command? We did not. Is John Mayen in EU5? I'm not sure. Receiving slaves from warfare probably should immediately trigger redistribution. I agree, and since it doesn't, you have to do the weird thing. It's not the worst, though. If the same country owns slave territories in Africa and the new colonies in the world, does slaves come... if the same country owns slave territories in Africa, colonies, and the New World, does slaves come from the owned colonies or cheaper markets? So the slaves come from whatever market you import them from. The person who controls the trade, if my understanding of the mechanics is correct, is the person who has the most trade advantage in the market from which the goods are originating. So if we're exporting slaves from Benin, from the perspective of being in Benin market controls it. If we are from the perspective of us importing slaves from Benin in Cuba, so we're in Cuba and we're importing slaves, it's still the trade advantage in Benin that decides who does stuff. Hey Josh, how's it going? Love the vid, thank you so very much. Is it possible to form Mexico? I imagine it is, but I haven't confirmed this. Do you still have access to the game files? Not in the way... I think I have access to some stuff, like save files or something like this, but I do not have access to a version that is, like, bootable, or, like, anything that I could do something with, in terms of playing the game. Is Vic 3 your favorite Paradox game? If so, why? I kind of, I enjoyed playing EU5 a lot. Victoria 3 is, like, probably economically the most aesthetic, though. Everything is connected in a way that, the thing is that Victoria 3 fails to do a lot of things. Like, they fail to simulate the extractive value of colonialism, in my opinion. And they don't have inflation. And, like, I can create a long list, but I'm not going to right now, of stuff that Victoria 3 doesn't do. So when they are doing something, and there is a mechanic for it, everything's tied down, interconnected, very harmonious. And in that sense, it's aesthetic. But at the same time, every Victoria 3 run kind of, at this point to me, with 3,600 hours, feels the same. And so, my appreciation for Victoria 3 economics and my interest in, like, solving it is still high, but, like, playing it is, like, a little bit different for me. I'm really going to enjoy next patch when they kind of throw things up in the air in regards to trade, because then there's going to be stuff to solve and think through and try and figure out what's good, and I think that'll be interesting. If you were to guess how long a game of EU5 would go on for you or the average player, a really long time. Games are going to take forever. I think it took us to get to, like, mid-1500s, so, like, 200 years, which is 40% of the game. I think it took us, like, 60 hours or something like this. I think they should probably have auto-expand, and if they don't on release, micromanaging the economy at some point is going to get really painful. I think auto-expand in Victoria 3 is a really nice feature to have, and especially because you have economies of scale. You have not economies of scale. You have vertical integration. So building tools where you have iron is good, and so you'll want to build tools there. So setting up an auto expand would be one way to avoid the tedium. The problem is you would want certain types of auto expand that I don't know. I think would be difficult to do, because you'd want to say only auto expand if goods are at this price, and we have this much gold, and it's profitable and fully employed, and that's, like, kind of like a lot of parameters to have. Altharius, thank you for the follow, big nice. And so, there's a lot going on. Form Carthage colonial nation. Carthage is a formable, according to their Tinto talk, but was not formable in the version I received. But let's get into talking about... We talked about the age of absolutism, so we're going to talk about the final age, the age of revolutions, in terms of talking through some of the content that is available as you kind of proceed into the later game. This age gives access to these government reforms, which we don't know what they do. The Combination Act, the Recruitment Act, the Public Welfare Act, enlightened aristocracy, visionary thinkers, organized marines, mandatory service, flexible diplomatic stance, modern assault tactics, state-sponsored markets, and Nautical Education Act. Now, also just want to caveat again, this is based on the version we received, which is not necessarily going to be the release version. You should expect anything and everything to change, especially the later ages. We weren't allowed to show the later ages, and the later ages likely received less polish of a sort of pass on the version we received, so anything that we're talking about in the later ages is probably more subject to change. But for all countries during the Age of Revolutions, they get minus 100% control impact on war score. So what I take this modifier to mean is if some place has 10 control, it's 90% off taking that in terms of the price. So whatever the inverse of your control is, that's the percentage discount you get on taking provinces. So you can really yoink stuff, I think. Expected army size plus 500%, levy maintenance plus 100%, so again, more towards standing armies. Loyalty of subjects minus 20. And so I would really love to see that modifier be bigger, but it's going to give you less wiggle room before your subjects start wanting to deck on you, and I really will love to see if subjects just go absolutely ballistic during this time period. And war score cost minus 10%. So expanding in the Age of Revolutions is much, much cheaper. Also, you're going to have more cabinet. I think in the Age of Absolutism, you get the cabinet action integrate area rather than province, and that will make expansion much better. So blobbing, I think, is not good in the first and maybe the first or second age, and then it gets really good as you get into, like, the third and, like, later on. And, like, this type of thing. If that makes sense. I think they just shouldn't have economies of scale. It makes gameplay tedious. You vertical integration. They do have economies of scale too, which means that you will get throughput for having multiples of a building, but that's relatively small because the number of buildings you can stack in a single location in the EU5 is relatively low, and you get more rewarded for economies of scale bonuses the more buildings you have. Anyways, thanks for taking your time answering questions here. Watched a lot of your Vic 3 videos. Very hyped for EU5. Me too. I think we can maybe unpause here a little bit. Carthage is formable if you play in ahistoric mode. Respectfully, I played in ahistoric mode. It is not formable on the version I received, but it is formable via the Tinto talks. But as per the version I received, it is not formable. We fight our way through the pirates. Hey, Mitt Got Work, how's it going? Do you think they announced Hoi 5 you'd play it? I would probably play it, but I wouldn't be very excited about it. Hoi, I care about economics. One of the reasons I really liked Vic 3, one of the reasons I liked Vic 3 is actually a reason a lot of people hate it, is because I really was super stoked on the military system supposedly being hands-off. And I'm generally more interested in economics. The more chance you have to outplay the AI in terms of military, the less important skill expression in economics is. Hoi, like, you just build civilian factories, and that's it. And your economy is just how much you want to sink your military factories in exchange for civilian factories, and that's, like, the only question. And so that becomes, like, a math question that's not that hard to solve is, like, how can we, by the start of the war, have the most total factories and a minimum or comfortable amount of military factories? And that's, like, the question, and that's, like, it. And also, do we want to have, like, the distributed economy or the other one? The economics of Hoi are kind of uninteresting. Will there be some value in having lots of OPM subjects increasing development with a cabinet member to supercharge your nation? There will be some. We did notice that effect. One of the problems is you get a huge relation hit malice from integrating a subject that doesn't scale with the size of the subject. And so when you go to integrate, you would prefer to integrate bigger subjects. You put a lot of thought into the economy while playing the game, obviously. Do you think it would be possible for a player to focus more on other things without giving up the economy to the AI? Not without giving it up to the AI. I mean, you could give it to the AI. I think that we probably, in 100 years, because we can't really give a proportion because stuff snowballs. But I think if we think of the first 100 years, by controlling the economy, you probably end up with 3 to 10 times as many buildings. So putting it on automate is probably really bad. I think it's somewhere in that ballpark, just because of how it snowballs, especially in the early game. As you get later, I think it's not as bad to automate, but well, also you just might not need 3 times the building or 10 times the buildings to beat the AI, because the AI is constructing unintelligently. I think you could pull ahead of the AI really fast. If they change the way you pay for construction, it could change, but right now what you do is you just collapse the prices super low. You queue up 50 things, this spikes the prices back up, and the prices on average are relatively high, but your payments on average are incredibly low, and this allows you to, like, 3x the number of buildings you're producing, and then this snowballs as well. Ludi kind of leaked the release date. He said, can't wait to upload one of his playthroughs when the game is released, meaning it will be current enough, time-wise and meta-wise, to be uploaded. I think that... how should we put this? I think Ludi is going to probably say that type of thing regardless of if he knows or not. But also, might be one of the easier content creators to extract hints from. So, That's my as vague as possible comment on that. Hawaii simulates every single molecule from 36 to 59. Respectfully, it doesn't simulate economies at all. To be fair, economies like kind of stopped being a thing during World War II, right? Like actual consumer economies like stopped being a thing, and it does simulate the movement from consumer to like militarized economies and like this type of thing. Maybe Stellaris first, but with how rigorously they're still updating it, I doubt it. Plenty of things to spend gold on age 1 before you take land, yeah. How random are the plagues? I don't know. Sufficiently random? I can't really... I don't know. Wow, I assume that's in response to the Ludi response, yeah. Or I'll also put it like this: if he knows when it's getting released, he has more information than most content creators, as well. Which is possible. I think I have information I'm not supposed to have. Which is why I kind of refuse to talk about it in general. Other than give generalities regarding Paradox release strategies, which is don't release right before you go on break, and don't release right on top of another big release from another title, because you're gonna mess with sales. Also, can't wait to upload a run could mean he's really excited, not necessarily that's coming out true. Yeah. I think so as well. Yeah. I don't think that it guarantees something as much as, like, hypothetically, if I'm right now recording a run for EU5 is a little bit more clear cut. But then I can't wait. I think I can't wait doesn't even I don't even think that's necessarily a thing that's gonna be happening soon. I think that's actually relatively benign. I've always had trouble picking up starting countries. I'm more of a make my own history type of guy versus a historic one. What do you use to pick good starts? I usually just pick a random small place. I mean, we can't show a bunch of different map modes, but you could sort by resources and look for a place with good resources. You could sort by terrain, look for a place with good terrain. I guess it would just be turning on a map mode and looking around and deciding what you want to have an advantage in, and then find a place that's good for that. In multiplayer, I'm worried that everyone is going to take military ideas in every age. Do you think that'll be a reasonable concern? I have no idea. I'm the guy who tries to take as least amount of military tech as possible, and I'd probably get rolled up in MP, just as a general heuristic. Unless people left me alone, in which case I imagine I'd, on average, eco up harder, and then maybe I'd become a problem later. But in general, I underbuild military, and I think that's super punishing in multiplayer. I think that, so the thing is if you don't utilize your military advantage of that game to get some sort of payout, the next age's military tech kind of overwrites the previous ages to some extent. You keep some bonuses like morale bonuses, tactics bonuses, these types of things. But insofar as you're unlocking new types of units, when you get a better unit, the old unit isn't any good. And so the fact that you have to get something out of your mil tech, I think, is substantive. Whereas your economic tech will stay with you the rest of the game. So investing in military tech puts the onus on you to extract some kind of advantage from that military tech that will translate better than having an economic advantage for the rest of the game. Generals giving generalities impossible. Hey man, just popping in to say I found your channel lately. Hello. Really been enjoying it. Unfortunately, I'm under the age of 38, so you can't watch very long. Sorry about that. Yeah, you definitely can't see the blobbing video we're working on. Why blobbing is dead. We started working on it, and then I realized I wanted to make this massive spreadsheet for it, that I was like, And then we, like, switched to the Molly video, because I thought it was going to take less time, and then the Molly video took a ton of time to make. Like, a really long time. I was like, I don't know about this. How would you rate the position of Bohemia? Do they get nerfed by events, the Hussites, or do they keep being the hegemon of the HRE? I imagine if you play Bohemia yourself, you'll stay really strong. We noticed weird stuff happening to the HRE. HRE is just super consolidated under like 8 to 10 powers in every single one of our runs, and a lot of the princes just got annexed, which I assume is not behavior they want to be happening on release. We're not progressing in tech that quickly. Let's hope Paradox learned don't force an early release after Cities 2. I believe in Johan that he will not release the game undercooked. Which I could be mistaken, but I don't think he's gonna release an undercooked game. I think we're gonna add construction here, actually. Ooh, Corinth Canal. Alright, we are going to add construction. Where has the cheapest upkeep? Okay, we'll add 2 construction sectors. We want to just slightly be positive, but definitely be positive, and then hopefully be able to start draining our investment pool a little bit here. I also agree with your idea on economy that that is what should make or break the game, and your military is an outcome of your economic base and ties. I agree. I agree with your agreeing with me. So, I love Vic 3, but I like the idea of mixing in ideas. Yeah, Vic 3, like, EU5, I was really impressed with how a lot of stuff feels different, and you have to, like, try and adapt to the context. The problem with, like, Vic 3 is, like, very often just the same thing is good no matter what. And you don't have to really make adjustments. And understanding it at depth is complex, but like once you understand it at depth, it's kind of all the same. Do you see any of the late game in EU5? We were not limited by ages. I was limited by the performance of my PC. I have 24 gigs of RAM. I think by the time release rolls around, I'll want to have at least 32 gigs of RAM and maybe 64. That seemed to be the throttle. I was having difficulty getting past into the 1600s. I got to the mid or late 1500s on 3 different runs. I played 3 deep runs. I played 1 deep run as Milan, played 1 deep run as Mali, which was my first run, and I played 1 deep run as Korea, which was the run that I made a video with, and then I played it a little bit deeper than what I had shown. Like East Day, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. You said there was a relationship penalty when you integrate a subject. Is this penalty all subjects like an EU4? Yes, and it doesn't scale with the size of the subject. I think it should scale with the diplo capacity. Maybe let's write that down and leave that as feedback. Scale with diplo capacity. I think integrating a smaller subject should give you less of a relation penalty. And I think it should probably also scale with how good your cultures like each other. So maybe I'll leave that feedback. I don't know to what extent they value my feedback in general. I think maybe I mean, like, I'm not an EU4 guy, so, I think to some degree they might, but to some degree they might also just be like, this guy's not in his lane, or something like this. I don't really know. Do you think EU5 could simulate the Victoria era well at all? Yes, I actually think that so in Japan, there's Japan the nation, and then all the daimyos are playables, or they will be playables on release. They were kind of broken in the build we had gotten, but they are playables, but they don't have any locations. So they are unlanded playables, or something like this. I think that a mechanic that is like that is actually, like, perfect for companies. I would love to see companies just building in countries and extracting this type of thing and making, like, that seems like really, really ideal to me. I think international organizations, I think the framework for EU5 lends itself really well to the Victorian era. I think that Victorian era economics might be a little too globalized for what you're trying to do, but also EU5 has a means by which you extract value asymmetrically from colonial nations in terms of trade advantage, letting you run all your trades first. I think this is a big deal. It feels really, really strong. There's trade advantage in Vic 3, but I'm not sure exactly what it does. It was in a recent dev diary. If it's doing a similar thing, that's a thing, but you don't get as much value from targeting resources in Vic 3 because there's a ceiling on price, and it's plus 75. And you also generally don't, like, run out of goods as much. If I overtake the AI with better building, at least I can do what I want with societal values, as I will be ahead no matter what, yeah. Do you think the devs will nerf your big cities along the river strategy to favor more distant cities, which I like more? Probably not, especially because I think there's a historic basis to lots of cities being on a river. TY for Q&A, you're very welcome. My main question about EU5 is how railroaded is European dominance in EU5? The Europeans actually kind of almost... The Europeans straight up just feel too weak in terms of what we play. They get more tech. The big thing is they get more tech. They have, like, relative to a place... your liturgical language, you get 1 flat research speed, and then your liturgical language gives you up to 1. And then whichever liturgical language is strongest gets 1. So there's 2 flat research speed available, and then you get percentage modifiers on top of that, and the Europeans will get quite a bit more tech. But that is, like, kind of the scope of the advantage. From what we played, we might have been doing something weird with our game settings where we allowed too many institutions, but functionally, the rest of the world was not gated by institutions. They were gated by research speed, and the power level of the research, you were going to age up with everyone else, right? And the power level of the research is really scales up with age, and the countries that are backward don't have to complete a bunch of research to move on to the next stage. They'll just get the next stage's research when they hit the next stage. And this play pattern, instead of being like 10 techs behind, instead they get to the next age, they just have previous techs researched less. I think that this, relative to like EU4, where you're just behind on tech, really favors the other countries. And I think like India is going to be crazy strong, just generally speaking. And so will like Yuan and Ming, as a result of them having enormous populations, and the technology advantages maybe not big enough. Like what we saw is that Portugal would be, colonizing little bits, and then India would be in Cape and just completely cut Portugal off. And it's like, no more colonization for you, is kind of like the phenomenon we noticed. For starts, I like to pick an idea I want to focus on, and then a nation I'd like to work with that. Yeah. Austrian Diplo, Aragon trade, Prussian military. Yeah. I like colonizing a lot, so I actually think Mali is super, super fun from the perspective of they're probably the strongest, or one of the strongest non-standard colonial nations that has a significant... They have a significant barrier to entry to getting into the colonial game because they're not like geared for it, but they're geographically well located, and they are also incentivized to go really trade heavy. In the Mali campaign, have you considered moving the capital far east to conquer West Africa? The resources that are in West Africa just aren't that good. And so it's unclear to me what exactly the payout for that is. I would be moving away from all the good resources. I'd be moving towards some higher development areas if I moved all the way over here. But the coastal places around here aren't very good. I'd be moving my capital away from farmland. The farmland is going to be the best places to have production. If anything, I would want to move my capital over to the coast here. In terms of building really tall cities and really big production, it's going to be important to get a lot of control in this western portion here. And there's like no like big farmland basis over here. And so I don't think it's worth moving west. I mean, it's something you could consider. I definitely considered it, that I would be able to have more control in all of Africa proper. But I think that just having control in the more important areas is more important. Can you remember to add YouTube integration? Yes. Or, well, I'm aware of it, and it is my intention to do it. Can I remember is a different one. Was the Byzantium mod changed? I turn on the stream now. It changes, it adds a whole bunch of flavor and ability to kind of go for it without too much difficulty. It adds some Orthodox Church mechanics, which we hadn't been engaging with all that strongly, but like, for example, we're doing this, which is giving us some innovation. And we have supremacy over Constantinople. I don't know if that's giving us anything. We have a lot of this. We could use it to sway all these guys, but we haven't. We have the Patriarchate. I guess we could sway some of these guys, eh? Or we can invest. That's a lot of gov expenses. I think we're going to try and field the EU5 questions mostly, though. Let's reduce speed. Have you been following Saturday buildings? Not super closely, but we have screenshots of every building. Maybe you should put Subway Surfer gameplay on over the spreadsheets so my brain can comprehend it. If you need Subway Surfer, you're too young. You shouldn't be watching anyways. In EU4, countries have power spikes at different times depending on when they unlock manufactories for their main goods. Is there a similar thing for EU5? Probably to some extent. You have different timings on when you get manufactured. You don't unlock them all at the same time, or higher tier buildings. It's more stratified though, because EU4 has like nothing and then manufactories, and EU5 has 4 different tiers of building. And so, Digital Hades, thank you for the follow. So the fact that you have 4 different tiers of building, which to some degree is like unlocking a new PM, right? We have like 4 tiers here, right? That means that whatever power spike you're getting is a lot more smooth, right? How did the tall versus wide dynamic play out? Well, I think you're supposed to play tall in the early game and then wide later on. Did you feel that one was obviously better than the other? I think blobbing early on. I think if you ran 2 runs side by side, so there's a confounding variable in that weakening other people relativistically makes you stronger. So like if you want to think of it like that, just weakening other people's like really really strong. But let's say we're playing like. It doesn't matter what nation we're playing. But if you, I think that what you want to do is you want to create like a base of power, and you maybe want to expand 2 provinces out from your capital. This isn't necessarily the number, but this is maybe the way you think about it, is that you think of it in terms of you have a power base. Your power base is how far you extend from your capital, and in the early game, you only want to extend 1 to 2 provinces out from your capital as a matter of it being extremely important, and then each age, maybe you add 1. I think that if you're thinking of it in this way, at a certain point, once you have your power base, getting more territory further away doesn't actually give you that much value, and that this isn't something you should go for in the early game, and that if you were to run 2 runs side by side and then have them fight each other, the run that takes more territory, especially territory farther from its capital, actually probably is just weaker. Because the opportunity cost you have to do in order to get stuff like CBs and to conduct wars and this type of thing, I think isn't worth it in terms of actually increasing the power of your nation. That is to say, I think blobbing is weak. But I do think it's probably relatively easy if your metric of success is map painting. But if your metric of success is like some sort of abstraction of power, then I think like blobbing's no good. Wasn't it because of memory leak? Yeah, we had a memory leak issue. More so than an optimization issue, I think. But we did have, like, it did start slowing down in the 1500s, so it's not just a memory leak issue. We did have some speed issues. Do you think nations coalesce in the 1600s coalesce around a few big power blocks like the EU4s or fractured? It seemed that when we played Milan, Naples took all of South Italy, and we had all of North Italy. It seems like they are pretty good at consolidating power, generally speaking, the AI. The AI is kind of polarized. The AI that we observed is actually pretty good at some things. It, like, categorically doesn't know how to evaluate other things. And so, it can play around Fog of War better than I had thought. I still don't know if I think it's good, but, it was polarized. I thought that the AI was pretty good at some stuff. Small sample, and also I'm maybe not good enough to evaluate how good the AI is, but it just, like, categorically couldn't do other stuff. So I think overall the AI was weak, but that, like, it was doing some stuff well. And so probably if you want to make the argument that they're either strong or weak, you would have stuff to point to. But that's kind of a bit more that it's inconsistent at doing some things. Does the fact that liturgical language determines science mean that Reformation will actually be bad? You keep with the Latin liturgical language when you reform. You stay Latin. Which some people think is a little bit of a problem, but also, maybe we can find a map mode that's good for talking about this. The language at which intellectuals conversed, even after they switched to being Protestant, was still Latin. I can't remember if it's Spinoza or Leibniz or both, but like 1600s, mid-1600s philosophy wrote in Latin. They were like, the one I'm thinking of was from the Netherlands, and he was Jewish, and he wrote in Latin. So Latin remained the language of intellectuals for some time, even after the Reformation, and then they eventually start writing in their own languages, I think, as nationalism starts to rise up. But to the extent that they're trying to write in a language that other people are, like, understanding, or this type of thing, Latin remains the language of choice for a lot of intellectuals. And so I think people get hung up on liturgy in terms of the word as given to the public, more so than the language that with which intellectuals exchange information, which is, like, the key and important part. The thing is like, in the 1300s, all the intellectuals are religious people, in terms of the West, and then that's not the case in the 1600s, but in the 1600s, they're all still writing in Latin. Or they're starting to move away from Latin. But, like, okay, that is, like, half the game's period of time. You know what I mean? And so, yeah. Hoping that companies get super duper strong to the point where they can become a thorn in your side, like a la AIC. I don't think they'll have enough agency, but I'm really excited if they do. To fix this, the devs could perhaps make it so you need certain institution or a certain number of techs to move up in ages. They could. I don't know exactly what they will do. But yeah, I think that one of the reasons we could only show the first 100 years was because of strange phenomena like India colonizing the other way, or the HRE hyper-consolidating. And they didn't want the discussion on the game to be around one of those things, and I'm kind of inclined to agree, because I think that that's kind of unimportant, but that is something to look at and then get hyper-fixated on, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot harder to make the discourse on the game be about deeper systems rather than something that's superficial, and if you even looked about the discourse of the game on, like, release weekend, or announcement weekend, rather, everyone was, like, talking about the UI or the terrain map, because that's something that's easy to see, right? And it's also something they hadn't seen before. The terrain map wasn't shown, except it was in one Tinto talk behind a peace deal treaty. If you filtered out the peace deal treaty because it was semi-transparent via a bunch of filters, you could actually look at the terrain. But other than that, the terrain had not been seen before. But that's also just, like, superficial. And so I think that if someone saw India colonizing the entire south of South Africa, that would be the only thing people would talk about. Or if they saw the HRE was down to 5 members, that would be the only thing people would talk about. And so I think that the discourse, and that would also be what people talk about when a bunch of people are talking about it, because the discourse is just going to decrease in terms of the number of people talking about the game. And so if you're trying to optimize I think that it absolutely made sense that we could only show the first 100 years. Also, they don't want there to be a performance issue, and then we're like showing the 1600s, and we're absolutely chugging. To be fair, almost everything we showed was paused. Yeah, literally all your EU4 runs have been country colonizing. I know Aragon, Italy, Netherlands, France. I basically all of them colonized. Yeah, I'm going to, as someone who makes content, I'm going to have a little bit of a hard time because I always play colonizers, and I'm going to have to play elsewhere because, like, just playing colonizers only is not, like, going to be good. If I can't banana my republics, what's the point exactly? What's the mod of this? Gates of the Bosphorus. I think it's in the title. The river part wasn't my concern. It's just that having all the cities in one big blob and the rest of the country being settlements isn't realistic. I think urbanization is probably a little too good. I don't know what the solution is to that, but yeah, that where they are relative to each other is less the problem. That just having more cities than rural areas is good. But also urbanization was a trend. The thing is like the way locations scale. Urbanizing is really good, especially because some buildings are locked behind something being a town. And so, with stuff being locked behind being a town, a town plus, you, like, the things that require you being rural aren't really as good payouts as the things that require you being a town. So I think you kind of will just see, like, urbanization in general. And maybe it should be worse. Do you share your excellent spreadsheets anywhere? I haven't... There's a couple links to my EU5 one, but it's, like, not really that finished. And so... I think I'm going to keep that one under wraps a little bit. There's, like, things I need to update. Like, there's no, like, one finished single slide of it that I, like, have shown off in a video. So I don't really want to, like... if you must, you can go to like one of my older streams where I cover the Tinto talks, and I think it's in the description. But other than that, I'm not going to like link it very aggressively. It is public. Does England and France have the 100 Years a War set of events, or is it railroaded so you can path to integrate France as England? How viable do you think in terms of control? I think in terms of control, I'd probably be inclined to like release England as Great Britain. I don't think I would try and just like hold on to it. But release it as a subject, so... They do have events and stuff. We saw, like, one of our 100-year wars take 150 years, so that's rough. IRL in Germany and France, the ruling burghers and guilds and cities constantly sabotage each other and seek independence. It's a bit weird that you can grow 5 cities along a river with 100 years and retain full control. Yeah, I mean, maybe cities should have more agency. You're starting to get into systems of, like, EU5 is representing a lot of different things simultaneously. How granular you want each of those, like, simulations to be is, like, something you could discuss, right? But, if I have a limited, like, attention pie that I can spend on a game, right? And different people want to focus on different things. If you make it so that someone has to focus on loyalty of cities... then that isn't just like a free addition to the depth of a game. That's an addition that comes by inserting itself into the pie of attention that you have to pay to everything. It effectively makes it so you pay less attention to everything else, right? And so to some degree, adding granularity to systems is good, and there's a lot of granularity in a lot of different spots in EU5, but to another degree, perfectly simulating like everything and adding a bunch of different mechanics is going to require an increasing amount of attention, right? But maybe that's how they should, maybe cities should just have lower satisfaction. And that's one of the ways they throttle cities, is it makes it easier to get revolts. Something like that. So can you do the Genoa thing where you randomly have colonies in the Black Sea, but it leads to wealth? I think that the random, like, exclaves and, like, this type of stuff, where you just have an island out somewhere, the main value of this will be generating trade advantage, more so than, like, actually extracting value. Because if you have, like, the market center in Benin, and you control the trade as a consequence of it, you'll be getting way more from trade value, even if the location itself isn't going to give any tax base that you can utilize. It's giving you control over the trade hub. And so I think that you will have a lot of islands and stuff like this. but that it's not going to necessarily be super strong. They're planning on having missions. Just in the version content creators played, only had very weak and generic missions. I think based on a post Johan responded to on Reddit, even when they do have missions, they're going to be substantially weaker than EU4. And I think in terms of design, Johan doesn't like missions with really strong, or Johan, I think he does not like really strong missions. So, and I don't either. I think, I'd rather see stuff that's like, I would rather see missions for like cultures and missions for religions than missions for a specific country that give an enormous advantage. Someone was describing EU4 multiplayer as being like weird shuffle hug box / gridlock, where every player's trying to get their mission trees completed, and so they're trading states back and forth to do mission trees, and that just like sounds awful to me. Do you think it would be possible to prevent Black Death by infecting an island like England, Japan, if you isolate your country and keep the market limited to your island? Yeah, someone did that in one of their videos. I think it was not... Oh, I almost said Playmaker. It wasn't Playmaker. Playmaker played Prussia. Oh, the student, I think, played Greenland, and I think he did just this, and he didn't experience the plague at all, if I recall correctly. So, I think you can do it. Spinoza? Oh, wow, I'm so far behind. Holy shit. Yeah, but Spinoza was the one who, I think the guy I'm thinking of was Portuguese ethnically, but Jewish religiously. But the point is like, there's no reason, and he lived in the Netherlands, but there's no reason for him to be writing in Latin, in terms of those metrics, but he still wrote in Latin because it was the public language, in terms of intellectual discourse. Kai, the thing about the Black Death is that it spreads via fleas hanging on rats, not human infection, so it wouldn't make sense that you could block infection. Because they didn't understand the transmission method. Yeah, but if you shut off trade completely, you can block it. As someone who knows how the infection works. How does RGO and EU5 look like? Well, RGOs, like, relative to VIC3 are... Okay, VIC3 actually... there's no inputs on this cotton, and it's outputting. The thing is, the PM sucks. RGOs are like the PM being really good, and there's no inputs, and so those are so strong relative to buildings. But we eventually hit equilibriums, right? And so I think what you kind of expect to see is really big push for RGOs early, a collapse of RGO prices, and then equilibriums where buildings are just as good as RGOs. But also, RGOs get hurt by lack of control and market access less than buildings do. Buildings, you actually decrease the output, or the throughput, when you have lack of market access, and RGOs, you just always output the same quantity. So, it's, there's a multiplicative pressure. If you have 50% market access and 50% control, in terms of tax base on a building, you will only contribute 25% to the tax base that you ought to, because the building will only output 50% of the goods because of lack of market access, and then of the 50% of the goods, only half that will go to the tax base because of lack of control. When you have an RGO, the RGO, you always output the full amount, and so you're not affected negatively by market access, and so you will add 50% to the tax base based on the 50% control, and so you add more to the tax base, and you get the full good for trade. And so RGOs are disaffected by some of the strongest downward pressure mechanics that are available at game start, which is... I mean, RGOs are just insanely strong early, but eventually you run out of RGOs to build, and you collapse the price of RGOs such that they won't be the insane thing. But when you're at the starting line and the gun goes off and they say go, like, RGOs are insane. And so, but eventually you need the other stuff. What worried me most was EU5 that other YouTubes had conquered in 1390s. Oh, you don't worry about that because, like, some like conquest borders were based on bugs, others were based on like the PU mechanic being very easy. I could have, as I chose not to because I thought it would have made my video worse, but I could have, as Korea, annexed all of China because the personal unions AI wasn't like working properly, and so like that type of stuff's not going to be available like on release, I assume. And that's one of the things I meant when I said the AI is polarized, in that it completely can't evaluate personal union escalation, but it's good at other things. Do religions work at EU5? What kind of bonus do they get? It depends on the religion. It's wildly variable, and I didn't interact with religions too much, so seeing the Tinto flavors, the Tinto talks on religions will give you a better idea than what I could say right now. I think urbanization is a little good too early. Yeah, I think that's probably correct. One of the reasons is you're throttled by the amount of your build speed, which your build speed increases like in a linear function with the number of urban areas you have. So having more urban areas allows you to build more. Do you have a Discord server? Yeah, it should be in the description on the YouTube. I don't know if it's on the description on the Twitch. I think Twitch might have a link to the YouTube. The people who are watching on the YouTube, it's in the description. It'd be interesting if cities and population sinks draw pops from the countryside and don't have internal growth to balance the benefits to dev. If cities were population sinks, they do draw more population. Do you have maybe interest around vanilla MP Vic 3 with focus on trade? One thing I wanted to do in MP is to have players get together and try and get the biggest GDP possible, like a cooperative MP. I thought that might be interesting to watch. How's the population mechanic fleshed out in regards to its base growth, and what is the base growth based on? The biggest thing that drives population growth, there's a couple flat modifiers, but the biggest one is available land. And so increasing stuff to cities and towns increases the land availability because it increases the pop capacity. The biggest informer of pop capacity is vegetation. We could maybe show a little bit of a spreadsheet. The biggest thing that informs pop capacity is vegetation. Let's see. How do we want to bring this up? It's still named Project Caesar spreadsheet. If you have children under the age of 38, make them leave the room. Throw them down the stairs, if you must. Okay. But coming over, vegetation here has pop capacity, right? And this pop capacity is, this flat modifier is really important. You get like plus 25k from something being a town. I think you get plus 100,000 from it being a city, and then it's modified by a variety of things. But this is the biggest driver, and so farmlands are going to grow really large. Cities are going to grow really large. The fact that you gain a lot more pops by having cities also is one of the things that incentivizes you to just go for as many cities as possible. If you have the food to support it, like you just like actually want just more cities. And my feeling was that food availability was enough that you actively wanted to turn all your places that generated food into cities as well, and keep the places that generated resources. But that strategy might have gotten me into trouble in the later period of time. I don't know if it would have, because I didn't get to play deep enough. It's possible that that strategy is real bad. If you deviate from some base distribution of local estate pops power, that decreases control. Also, estates get more powerful as you have more cities. Interesting. Where's your Hungarian run? Sad, nobody played Hungary. I think multiple people played Poland. It was close, right? Hey, APOC. Oh, I meant that it should be a bit more of a trade-off in order to urbanize. Say more revolts. Okay, so, Nintendo, the big cost of urbanizing is gold. Right now, gold is way too abundant. If they increase a ton of pressure on gold, urbanizing gets a lot worse, right? If you're throttled to building buildings as building slots, then this means you want to have more buildings. If you're throttled or more you want to upgrade more locations to towns and cities so that you can construct more buildings. If your throttle is actually gold, if you have way less, then turning something from a town into a city, in terms of cost, is going to be like building 60 buildings. Because you can collapse the price of building a city to like 1,000, maybe 800, but you can collapse the price of building a building to like 16 gold. Assuming they keep the price collapse mechanics, which they might not. That is a lot of buildings to give up to upgrade something to a city, and that is an enormous trade-off. One of the but like, gold isn't the throttle on building more buildings in the current version, especially because trade is so strong. We're kind of expecting to see 1/5 of the income from trade, just like off the bat. And so, if that's the case, right, then suddenly what's slowing you down is way different, and there's way less incentive to urbanize. Just like already in terms of things. But that's like an oblique thing. That's like, the fact that the abundance of gold informs urbanization is a product of there just being way too much of it. What's your take on the loss of national ideas and idea groups? It's spectacular. I love that it's all in the tech tree now. And that you think of things in terms of opportunity costs. It unlocks new text on the tech tree. It modifies the tech tree. The flavor's still there. You have to give something up in order to get it. You are not locked in on playing in that play style, which means you don't have to play. One of the problems with like national ideas is it forces you to have to play in a particular way. And with it being on the tech tree, you could just not research the tech, do this other thing, and then you don't have incentives to play in the particular way you don't. You just happen to have better tech to move you in a different direction. Do they successfully retain the feeling of identity elsewhere? Yes, because you can research better techs generally from these advances, although not categorically. Risk of feeling samey. I mean, already just by the terrain being way different, I think it informs stuff feeling different. My sample size is only like 220 hours, so like, it also might just be the case that everything starts feeling samey once we're at 1,000 hours. I can't speak to that as much. What worried me was that YouTubers were way ahead of schedule expansion-wise. Yeah, but it's not balanced. You can just, like, that's just super grain of salt. Like, if you just make the AI stronger and make them... if you just quadruple antagonism, for example, then you'll just, like, see players get stomped out. I saw Castile taking out Granada in the 1390s. It destroyed in 1492. Same with Poland expanding too fast in the time period. Yeah, I mean, you could... That's like a numbers and a balance thing. They haven't made final balance passes, so it's difficult to talk to that. Would you say that African miners, like nations in modern-day Nigeria, are currently playable? Well, currently, I generally think backward countries in general are easier to play, probably, than EU4, because the way in which you are throttled in technology and institutions is not anywhere near as painful, because you don't have to research the technologies linearly, and you instead just get a smaller portion of the tree, so you get access to later age technologies at a relatively strong rate. So I think that you probably have more agency as a backward nation in EU5, just generally. Is there any flavor or interesting thing about nations in the New World, or are they just there to get killed by Europeans? There is flavor. A lot of it is maybe not implemented yet. There's going to be more than there was in the version that we received, which is one of the reasons why people didn't play in the Americas. Charles put 20 cities next to a river, the capital on it, and had a full control or nearly full... Well, a lot of those were towns. The yellow ones were towns, and the green ones were cities. I didn't have anywhere near 20 cities. It had control nearly full. Yeah, I did have control very, very good. Spinoza was a Sephardic Jew. Yeah, there we go. Vroom vroom. Man, we are behind on chat. I don't know if you can say anything, but there will be permission to record gameplays before release. There will be a chance in the future, cannot talk about this more specifically, or despite being able to talk about it specifically, start to choose not to, because I'm expecting to not be able to talk about it specifically. That's kind of my qualifying statement, but currently, I do not have access to the game, nor am I aware of any specific time frame in which I will get access. It's possible that they don't give access to me again before release. It's possible they do. If they do give access to me for the purposes of recording gameplays, then I guess I will record some, yeah. Spinoza also claimed by both Belgium and Netherlands, because, historical borders. Womp womp. One guy I watched United Ireland by the end of the 1380s. Yeah, there's this, thing where, players want simultaneously to have a simulation, and they also want to have realism. They want to have, realism, and then they also want agency. And I was responding to a Reddit comment on this, but I think it's the case that players want to think that what they're playing is a really strong simulation that simulates everything perfectly. But what they actually want is to play in a really strong simulation and overcome the simulation and do really big things that would not be historically plausible, and then get the ego boost that's driven by overcoming the simulation that's really strong and simulates things well because they're so skilled they did something that was that difficult. And so in some sort of sense, I think players want to be deceived by how strong a simulation stuff is, and want to be able to do the thing, but think that it's because they're so skilled, not because the simulation is way too easy. And so they want to be deceived and think that the simulation's really strong, but that what they actually want is a game where you have a ton of agency. I personally think that a lot of the countries in Victoria 3 that are playable should just be stone unplayable. You should not be able to start as Benin and conquer all of Africa, but you can. And a lot of things should just be I think a lot of things should just be unplayable. I also don't want agency to be fully realistic, because that would be kind of miserable, because you'd just be getting run over by Great Britain as literally everyone in this era. But I think that there should be some sort of middle ground where some stuff is just way too easy, and so you have this tension between players wanting agency and players wanting realism, and especially the stronger players get further and further from realism, but nobody wants actual strong AI. They want AI that's just slightly weaker than them, generally, and plays by something resembling a human. Because in terms of the chess world, people just absolutely. We're playing Greece. In terms of the chess world. Let's keep things going, but a little bit slow. In terms of the chess world, you can play against the chess engine. You can play against Stockfish. If I played 10,000 games against Stockfish, for context, I am better than 60 to 70% of people who have a chess rating, which probably puts me in the 99th percentile in terms of skill of chess. If I played against Stockfish 10,000 games, I would lose 10,000 games. I wouldn't draw a single game, and this is even accounting for the fact that I would get a lot better playing 10,000 games against Stockfish. The AI is so overwhelmingly strong that they would just be unbeatable. People who play chess don't just jam games against Stockfish over and over and over generally. People don't actually want hyper competent AI, and they don't actually want simulations that are perfect. They want an amount of agency that allows them to play out a game, and so you have this tension operating in multiple directions, right? I'm not sure if that was the right option. We didn't read it very carefully. How's the population mechanic fleshed out in regards to base growth, and what's base growth based on? I think we already answered this a little bit. Can you do world conquest in this game? In Vic 3? Absolutely. In EU5? Probably. But I didn't really get to see how well a lot of the stuff that pushes your ability to conquer that well. I assume world conquest is just slower, but still possible. What kind of long-term... Unless there's an exploit or a bug, it's just... it's going to be slower than EU4, but there might be an exploit or a bug. What kind of long-term goal would you look forward to achieving in EU5? I'm trying to convince the devs to include GDP. There's no GDP in the UI. I would love GDP, and then I'd love to just run the line up. Vic 3 UI looks so much better compared to EU5. I do like the look of the Vic 3 UI better. I think it is a little bit cleaner. And the buttons and the clicking feel like more rewarding in this type of thing. But I also don't care that much. They're making trade power based on crown income, which will nerf it in a good way. I agree. I also think that people who aren't familiar with Vic 3 probably think the nerf is a lot bigger than it is, because in some sense, all the money that isn't going to the government is going to the estates. The estates are kind of like private construction, except for they build actively bad buildings sometimes. But if you're giving a bunch of money to the estates, that's kind of like you're just giving it to the private queue, and it's really not that big a deal. Other than they're going to spike prices and make it difficult for you to get super minus prices. So it actually might be catastrophic, and trade might actually be bad. I don't think that'll be the case, but I don't really know. If your estates keep spiking prices up and you can't collapse prices, that actually, because they're constructed so much, that'll actually be obnoxious. Strategically, historically, ecumenically, spiritually, there was very little that could be done. I recommend Aberyst's latest book on the Black Death. Oh man, my to-read list is too long. Basically, the rich fled to their country estates, and there were fewer underground rat warrens and just waited it out. Quarantine didn't really work. Would you like the trade MP now with viewers, or is this too spontaneous? This is too spontaneous. I'm trying to answer questions about EU5, not play multiplayer Vic 3. Any spreadsheets on how to get big? Not yet. I'm planning on doing a spreadsheet why blobbing isn't very good, though. Not that it's not possible, which is a different argument. You get Vox Populi. Cool. Never gotten that achievement before. We have. I've seen zero Hungary run in EU5, but neither in Vic 3. I'm trying to apply. You should consider one. Could play release Hungary. The thing is, Hungary is like a weak Austria run. No offense. At this current juncture. I think being landlocked is going to not be as uncomfortable when you have access, though, to the global market. So Hungary is maybe going to be more interesting to play. Do you know how age focuses work? Do they give you additional text? Yeah, they put additional text onto the tech tree. I think in the first age, administrative is just way better, because there's a 5% research speed tech and a minus 5% distance cost to capital. I think those are both really strong modifiers, so... yeah. We can't regime change them because they're a subject of, yeah, someone who we're happy with. I think we do want to just kind of progress towards pan-nationalism. Why are you calling me out like that? Oh man, I don't even know what I said. You describe exactly what I think players want to. The trick is to strike a balance between where the illusion of plausibility is preserved while allowing reasonable bending of history. Yeah. Ideally, you would want... Ideally, actually, like hyper-ideally, you would actually have the game have a dynamic difficulty that adjusted based on how good the player was in a way that the player was not aware of. But the people do play the super hard chess AI. Most chess players are not jamming games against stockfish as their primary means of playing chess. That is not how the majority of people play. Majority of people play some against stockfish, but they're not primarily interacting with the game via stockfish. Unless it's analysis. How easy it to be market leader as colonist nation like Portugal and Netherlands? Super easy, maybe too easy. What was the response to the GDP idea? I didn't get one. Or I didn't get one yet. If I get one, I can't say specifically what it was, though. I can't say specifically what is said to me. I can only talk in, like, generalities. Do buildings get destroyed ever? You can destroy buildings, which you would sometimes want to do because there's a limit to how many buildings you can have on a location. That scales up with city size. So city size is, again, kind of going to be strong. Or you just can't build most buildings unless it's a town plus, anyways, so you can't build them unless it's not rural. I feel like every Paradox game is going forward is going to have Vicky-like economic system. Hoi 5 is going to be crazy. Maybe. It's a big... I think it's relatively in order to have market prices, I think this is a relatively big performance budget investment. And HOE is kind of weird to do because the consumer economy goes away. So you would be simulating this thing that you would then be removing from the simulation, and maybe that's interesting in its own right. I also just think HOE players don't care about the economy in that way. I'm not sure it's with worth the investment, but maybe it is. My IRL. I think people also forget there's absolutely no guarantee that Europeans will become so dominant until very late in the EU5 timeline. Yeah, I mean, like, I kind of think that the Muslims should be stronger at game start, even though the Mamluks and the Ottomans are really strong. There was a period where they were relatively dominant. I mean, I guess there's the Sultanate of Delhi, which is Muslim as well. When's the next Vic 3 update? It's June 17th or 19th. I can't remember which. Thoughts on opportunity cost of advancements, how to play around maximizing technology as a European, North American, or East nation. I think that the system's really cool. I think you kind of look to, well, the way I play is I look to try and forego as much military tech as I possibly can get away with, which is probably not the optimal way to play, but I just don't care about military as much. And that's kind of what I tried to do, but I think that there's going to be a lot of time is going to be spent trying to evaluate what the best techs are, and then going for those techs. And then that's how you get the most of the power out of the tree overall. And I hope that the best techs are going to dynamically change depending on what your run looks like. Like, I think that Brandenburg is not going to benefit that much from Diplo techs, relative to, like, maybe the administrative economy techs. And I think that if you play to your current situation and you don't get a bunch of the trade techs, for example, then you're disincentivized for getting the trade techs later because you already are behind on that type of mechanic. And so I think that what happens is over time, your nation becomes increasingly polarized in whatever it's advantaged in. And I think that's a good thing, because it kind of, to some degree, starts to lock your nation into playing towards a particular advantage, which I think is, like, I think that's a positive gameplay pattern. So I think that will be good overall, because I think that, like, Portugal, they will get a bunch of trade tech, and then they will be better at trading, and so they will want to invest more in trading, and so they will get more trade tech. There's three provinces in Vic 3 in Portugal. The map on EU5 is so big. Thank you for the follow, Bilbo Baggins. Big nice. But, like, this is 3 states in Vic 3, right? In EU5, this is, like, I think, like, 60 locations. The map is so freaking big, it's, like, surreal. What are your must-have mods for Vic 3? I don't play with any mods, because I think that people generally don't want to see content with mods, but there's one where we're not playing with it, so I can't even show it off, where it shows, I think it's like GDP ownership share, like, show or whatever it does. It shows what proportion of your GDP you own and what proportion of overseas GDP you own relative to your own GDP. I think this mod is great because it's just like a UI improvement that's just, like, strict good. I also like more unique companies mod. We're not playing with it right now, though. Do want to establish that coal company. Oh, and we're not legitimate. We passed the law we wanted, though. Yeah, so we, of course, are more focused on answering questions right now, so... Laissez-faire. Do you want to get on a prop tax? Can't really do it that well right now. How easy is it for countries in the New World to change liturgical language? I actually don't know how you can change liturgical language. You might have to religion swap. I love strategy games, but I hate chess. Why do you think that's the case? Because chess is hard. I don't know. that's the sarcastic answer. Chess is a game where the rules are very, very simple. The depth is immense, and is less rewarding. You have to like really, really concentrate hard on chess. I think. And learn a lot of chess for chess to start getting really interesting. Like, I think the first 100 hours of chess, it's probably just generally not as interesting, and if you never break through that first 100 hours, it's just not going to be that interesting. I also don't play a lot of chess. There's less dopamine stuff, and also chess, my own incompetence is exposed to me very quickly. And so, I think that it's probably harder to convince yourself you're good at chess because your own inadequate, your own ability to deceive yourself on your skill level is completely absent in chess. There's no luck in chess. Christian, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Like, if I'm playing poker, I could just say the other guy got lucky. Yeah? If I'm playing chess, there's nothing like that. If I lose, I'm just worse, right? And I just made more mistakes. And you can say they got lucky, but, like, then you don't understand, like, luck and chess and this type of thing. So, like, chess is, like, psychologically a lot more oppressive, I guess. You could try Divergences, Basilica on Vic 3, yeah. I'm curious with what is wrong with me. I think most people who like strategy games don't like chess. I think most people who really like chess just play chess. And they don't get into strategy games, maybe. Chess is really hard. Or, well, it's, like, it's hard if you want to be good. I don't know, like, also... Like, if you play live over-the-board chess... Games take several hours if you're playing, like, classical chess, and it's just you staring at the board, having a headache with, like, high blood pressure and a high heart rate for, like, hours. Which I think to most people doesn't necessarily sound like that good an experience. I also just think you get way more dopamine, like, blasted by, like, video games, and video games are just, like, probably just, like, more entertaining just generally. Love the Molly episode. Thank you, Poop Dude. You have best grasp on economy for what I've seen. It should all just be a duel on the die seas, dummy. The king has received urgent word that the task force by this guy has been tracked down the flagship and intends to engage the ruffian. A good chance nothing happens, or nothing happens. Give them what for? Devastating showdown. We get 1 naval duel, and we get 3 progress on the expedition, which I think is enough to make it succeed. We can recall the expedition. But yeah, with only 220 hours, I almost certainly am getting some stuff incredibly wrong on the economics. And it's just, the margin by which I might be ahead of other people in knowledge because I played more hours is just, like, kind of inconsequential. When you think of, like, the hour horizons that most Paradox games are played on, where people get several thousand hours, it's just kind of like a drop in the bucket. I'm just, perhaps, there first, but, like, that's not too substantive. To the extent that Victoria 3 ideas carry over, I guess I have, potentially something there, but, like, that doesn't necessarily happen. EU4, example of my golden mean difficulty. Venice trying to keep its holdings by engineering anti-Ottoman coalitions. The best part is you try and nudge the AI into fighting AI Ottomans. Venice got stomped in every game we played because Venice isn't an island anymore, so it just gets wrecked. Do you think the Vic3 team can take any inspirations with how the EU5 team has been doing things, or keep doing their own thing? I don't remember what trade advantage does in Vic3, if it lets you like kind of exploitatively extract, which is something that's going on in EU5. I know that it is likely that the Vic3 team has played some EU5. EU5 is just simulating more things than Vic3. I mean, Vic3 is like has a higher fidelity to having everything like interconnected, and I think they're going to continue to have that. And I think it's probably harder to change systems if that's the case. And so I think we're going to continue to see kind of slower development on the Vic3 side in terms of like implementing new economic systems that have particular like outcomes and pressures. I mean, I think the biggest thing for me in Victoria 3 is like is not like some abstract like the game like in a non-abstract way. I have 3,600 hours in the game, and there's not like really that much local flavor, so everyone starts to feel the same for me. But that's like I am an outlier in terms of experiencing Vic 3, and there's like a lot of unique things you could play and discover if you have less hours. But for like my experience, like personally, I would love for them to like be more interested in having flavor. What I think there needs to be like a cultural system, and Vic 3 needs to actually do something that EU5 isn't doing at all, which is or isn't like super like stomping in. This is the heart of Victoria 3 is pops, and the granularity of pops in EU5 are just abstracted down a lot. I don't think Vic 3 should try and like be more like EU5. I think Vic 3 probably should just try and do what it does, but do it better. And this is the heart of Victoria 3, and I would love to see there be like a culture mechanic attached to pops, and that culture mechanic give different starting conditions, different flavor, and this type of thing, and that Victoria 3 present to you your progress as far as demographics, literacy, standard of living, all this type of stuff. If they presented this to you in a better way, they do show standard of living over time. So that is something, but they don't show increases in literacy rate. They don't really give you a sense of agency by showing you how like your implementation of schools increased literacy, and show you how much additional technology you got and this type of stuff. The Victoria 3, what it's doing in the heart of what it is like pops. Players, like when playing, don't really look at pops at all. And so the entire thing that it is good at is just criminally underrepresented in terms of the UI and presenting information to the player. And so I think that that's a big area for improvement for Vic 3, more so than necessarily trying to do like the stuff that EU5 is doing, or something like this. I mean, I think they should fix the Diplo play. I think the Diplo play is really, really rough. But I've been saying that for like years now, that the Diplo play is kind of the thing that to me is priority number one on Victoria 3 in terms of making it more enjoyable for the new player and also kind of like the veteran. The Mughals were able to keep the Brits mostly out and irrelevant in Indian affairs. I was interesting finding it's interesting that Stellaris is moving away from pops for performance at the same time EU5 is embracing pops. I thought Stellaris just implemented a pop system. Wait, what? I'm so confused. I think EU4 has rotted some people's minds on the Great Divergence. Like, people actually think that 3,000 Spaniards conquered Tenochtitlan because of guns. No, they conquered it because everyone hated the Aztecs and everyone was getting sick. There's, like, so much going on there. Portugal should definitely have more than Vic 3. Well, hope they add more with their flavor pack. More than 3 states? Yeah, maybe. It's a bad example on Vic 3. Not necessarily their... Like, Vic 3 is making a pass on a bunch of areas. Like, they redid Russia. they redid Persia, and they redid India. Every time they do this, they add more states, and they add more resources, and so I think eventually they do Iberia, and then Portugal probably goes up to at least 5 states, but, like, every time you add a new state in Victoria 3, you're also adding more performance strain, this type of thing. Because Victoria 3, in order to get this, which is what Victoria 3 does really well, is this and the emergent political effects as a consequence of this. Like, this is what it's doing, like, way better than the EU5, right? In order to do this, they're paying an enormous amount on performance by having everything fragmented in a hyper-granular way, where for every building, in every location, for every profession, for every religion, for every culture, there is a different pot. As you add more states, you increase fragmentation in this way. And what EU5 does is they consolidate all the pops of the profession into a single group. So it's not fragmented based on buildings. So instead of shopkeepers in all these different buildings, we just have shopkeepers, and they're still split based on religion and culture, but they're not split based on which building they're in. Do you think Paradox will give you early access to chess too? I hope so. Yeah. While you could misread people, I don't have the context to what you're responding. I definitely can misread people. I guess you're saying I misread someone. Yeah, I don't know. The story of my life went into, what's this Holy Roman Empire thing? While majoring in history, becoming a history teacher. I like chess, I just suck at it. Yeah. I mean, like, chess is really easy to feel like you suck at, too. In a... Wow! Shout out to the guy who needs an ambulance, I hope he makes it. Chess is like... I'm probably better than 99% of the population. I have a hard time imagining how I can have, like, an ELO rating that's, like, 60 to 70 percentile of people who are rated and not be in the 99th percentile. When I play chess, I just feel like I suck at chess, like, really, really hard. Unless I play against a normie, like, someone who doesn't play chess, basically. Because I have, like, maybe between 3,000 and 4,000 hours of chess study. Like, if I play against someone like that, it's just, like, not even like a game. It's like having a wrestling match with a toddler. Because the skill levels, like, are so, like, skill level matters, like, so much in chess. Like, someone with, like, if I were to somehow play PvP in Victoria 3 with someone with 500 hours, with 3,600 hours, I would lose at a way higher rate than I would someone with 500 chess hours playing against me. Like, I would be able to convert way easier on the chess. The headache's why I stopped playing. Go? Yeah. Clicking buttons feels good, man. There's enough literature and training options to brute force learn chess if you wanted to. I think it's not a good base for comparison to games. I mean, it's way different. There's, like, way less stimulation. Strategy games aren't really about strategy. They're more about design, to find the design flaw and exploit it at simulators. Maybe. To some extent. Don't worry, generalists. Until you play Hungary Run, I won't push it. Won't avoid my request. He says, referencing a Hungary Run for the 5th time. I think we can afford another construction sector here. How bad can it be? Feels like a lot of the other players of EU5 don't strongly engage in the economy. No, I think the EU4 players are coming from a much different angle. That's much more military based. Like, if anyone ever asks me a military or if people ask me a military question on EU5, I just, like, want to redirect them to someone else. Like, listening to Fleury give feedback on, like, all the hotkeys he wanted for stuff, when, like, for me, that would be, like, a super niche thing, and I'm like, bro, you want a hotkey for that? Like, in the military, just makes me realize, like, if I were to play PvP on just a pure military basis on, like, in like EU5, those dudes would roll me up like a freaking carpet. Like, and I think that they approach the game much more from that perspective and care a lot more about blobbing and painting the map. And I don't care about painting the map. I care about this, which isn't even represented in EU5, but I know it's there. Like, the GDP is still there. It's just not, there's no UI for it. And like some abstraction of power is like more important to me. And I'm of the belief that it's better to just acquire a bigger stick than to like, because of the way timing windows work in terms of military, if you have a military advantage and you fail to utilize it, whatever you invested in that military advantage is effectively lost. If you have an economic advantage, you never lose the advantage, really. But whatever you had to concede on the military basis in order to get that, if you get rolled up in any, like, timing window, then you just lose. But, yeah, it's just a game of, like, trying to get away with it and play defensive, in some sort of way. How do you keep video games fresh? You try and set objectives for yourself that allow you to play in different ways, probably. Only 220 hours? I mean, compared to Vic 3 hours... Ooh, excuse me. Compared to Vic 3 hours, I have like 20 times as much Vic 3 hours, close to. People don't train small children to play Paradox games for the age of 2. That's the difference from chess. Also true. You're also... Your skill level will degrade in any Paradox game because they will update it. That's also a really big difference between chess. Chess doesn't get updates. And it's just like pure skill. It's pure cinema. Whereas like metagame of this type of thing is like a moving thing. Wow, 10 years? Rip the dream. Maybe we can get a war going? We're kind of not doing too much here in Vic 3. I feel a little bad for the people who are wanting to watch the Vic 3 stuff. But in the title, we are in the EU5 category. And also... See, the thing is, Egypt's going to join against us. But I don't think we care. And Austria went from -20 to -50. So they probably don't join against us. So, oh, we also have like an ally in Russia, I think. Yeah, I think we're fine. Wait till you get in the EU late game multiplayer battles, reinforcing perfect army comp rabbit hole. Yeah, like there's like no shot that if I were to play multiplayer with all these EU4 players, I think it's extremely unlikely, even if I just doubled the size of my economy, that I would actually be able to like hang with them. I think in EU5 I'm talking about, categorically not in EU4, but just because they are a lot better than me at the military. And I think that's what they're focused on. And so I think that comparing is like a little bit weird. Or like, not weird, but like, I'm just focused on the economy. It's like a completely different focus. So of course you're gonna get like different outcomes in terms of like what the people end up like talking about and are good at. Not what we want. Do you think that it takes several hundred hours to understand Paradox game and you can literally learn a course and a skill without you can earn money to do the same time? What do you think about it takes several hundred hours? I mean, it takes several hundred hours. I don't, and you can learn a skill and make money with something else. I mean, I agree with it. What do I think about it? I mean, it's just like, I don't know. It's a thing. Hours are a resource. How you spend them is like a decision. There's opportunity cost. Like 40% of people, when they finish school, do not finish another, or I think it's Americans. I shouldn't throw Europeans under the bus like this. 40% of Americans, once they finish school, although I suspect it's also high with Europeans, do not finish another book for the rest of their lives. That's an insane freaking statistic, considering it only takes like 10 hours to read a book. And this is just finishing a book, any book. Not even a non-fiction book. Not even a book about learning about something. Just any book. That is, like, super nuts to me, considering about how much a book can change your perspective on life and reality and this type of stuff. And reading a non-fiction book can, like, affect your life. And that, like, the knowledge you get from, like, a book relative to, like, a reel or something like this, or like a YouTube video, is just like, it's like in a completely different category, because stuff is way more coherent, it's way more like put together, it's like just the utility is so much higher, and people just don't read books, right? So if you want to talk about like, oh, someone's like wasting their hours learning like Paradox game instead of like, it's not even several hundred hours, it's like 10 hours, dude. You could read a book, well, maybe it's for some people it's like 15 hours. I'm really fast at reading. But like 15 hours, you can read a book about something and learn something and develop a new perspective. And people just like don't do it. I don't know. We're like super autopiloting Vic 3 right now. I think trade advantage is something which increases your own goods price on the world's market and drives everyone down everyone else's price. So it gives you a better rate. I have to take a closer look at it. Point being, they're bad at telling us how the game works. Paradox? Yeah, Paradox just lets like YouTubers do that. What's the barest moves, early moves for Greece in 53? Getting Austria or Russia to help you just beat up the Ottomans repeatedly. Is like, or even Great Britain, but usually it's easier with Austria. Usually it's easier with Austria and Russia because they border the Ottomans, so they will always commit a large amount of troops, and will generally be more helpful than anyone else. What about rebels? Are they pillage like EU4? Well, I don't even know what pillage means, but and I also am not that familiar with EU4, but rebels seem relatively weak in EU5, but they do just take your territory rather than spawning a unit stack. And so this is a substantive difference. I think they should have a little bit more teeth. Aztecs lost to coalition of other natives, which the Spanish led during the succession crisis, yeah. Yeah, so, like, it was like the Mesoamericans lost the Mesoamericans and a bunch of diseases, basically. But, like, Inca also lost. The Inca loss is a little bit less... Like, the Aztec loss is, like, more losing to the other natives. Like, the Inca loss, if I recall correctly, is just more driven by the combination of disease and, our level. Dr. Peach Cobbler's video on the topic of that. EU5, when you call it, do the natives get sick? Yes, they... Come on, man, answer the damn question. Dude, I'm behind on chat, bro. By the time I answer that guy's question, he's probably gonna be gone. But, I did answer your question. Rude, yeah. Bro, this guy's like 15 minutes behind reading comments. Don't rush him, yeah. So EU5, when you build schools, you don't see that your literacy is going up. Well, you can see you can look at your literacy on the map. It doesn't like show that it's a result of you buying the school, but you feel it in a much more immediate way than Victoria 3. Victoria 3, like, well, there's a delay as well, but it's like, is there a literacy map mode? I suppose there is. We don't really toggle it that often. I feel like it's like, it's more obvious in EU5, but maybe we're just better about swapping between all these other map modes in EU5. EU5, it feels like you have to swap map modes like constantly. In Victoria 3, we're just like only looking at this map mode. But maybe that's a skill issue. Bro, he's speaking about Vic 3, saying he's answering EU5 questions. We like 80% of the time we spent here is talking about EU5. Where do you live? High at life at your place? Always high at life at your place? I don't even know what that means. What's your exact rating on which site? So on chess.com, we're actually trying to pull all of our ratings towards 1337. So Bullet and Blitz, I think I'm 1337. My best was like I was better at the slow time control, which is like rapid, and I think like peak was like 1700 on chess.com or something. And then like in person, I was like, either high 1400s or low 1500s or something like this. Let's say I need to upgrade my PC for an obvious reason. Should I be looking for that in the summer or more like November, December? I'm not going to answer that question. Attention chat. Journalist is currently sad that there aren't enough comments for him to read. Not like this. Please help cheer him up with more comments, preferably as long as possible. No. Which game is more complicated, Vic 3 or EU5? So, in order to answer this question, I have to first say exactly what I mean by complicated. When I say complicated, I mean that there's more moving parts. Not that there is more level of analysis to be had or more hours required to understand at a really deep level. When I say complicated, I mean more moving parts. When I say depth, I mean more hours to mastery. Okay? EU5 is more complicated. I don't think it has more depth, but I don't know. It might have more depth. I only have 200 hours. I can't really speak to that. Love the Molly video? Thank you. Play is going to give him anxiety, but only in the future. Fleury is in a league of his own, though. Yeah, but he's asking for a bunch of he's asking for a bunch of hotkeys, and I'm just like, bro, I don't even do that at all. Let alone do it so often I need a hotkey for it. Alright, I'm not sure what this does. Who are we fighting, bro? I play video games to escape being at war with myself. This is not ideal. This is not ideal. Should we just load here? What is this? Is this content? I don't know about this. Focus PvP players would probably roll Flurry too. Yeah, I mean I can't speak to that at all. I'm just saying that he was asking for stuff that I was just like, I move around my unit stack I love the economy of Vic 3, but there's no flavor on it for different tags. Yeah, this is my feeling as well. I have no idea what this does, us being at war with ourselves. Will we have to pay war reparations to ourselves? One of us is mobilizing. This is the strangest bug I've ever seen. I don't know if this is vanilla or the mod. We're gonna save and just save that self-war bug in case we at some point talk to a dev about this, but it's also modded, so. How do you select where you build your construction sector when there's a shortage of work in the province? When you just build it? Preferably don't build it there. If I built it in a place where there's no workers, that was a mistake. You generally want to vertically integrate with iron and coal, but preferably iron. Your question is EU5. If your question is EU5 coming out this summer, then no, says Playa. I kind of love that EU5 seems to actually work for both playstyles due to automation. Yeah, the building automation's really weak, though. I think it needs to get a little bit better. Actually, well, they just need to make price collapsing not so strong. Kind of have GDP meter in EU5. There's tax base in the economics tab. Yeah, but there's yeah, you kind of have it. Is the word. There's free money modifiers in a couple places. Tax efficiency is going to increase it, and also how much you can tax your estates. It's really the entire estate. How much they're pulling down is a better metric. Before taxes. Estate income before taxes, basically, or aggregate estate income before taxes. I wonder if it'd be fun to play EU5 cooperatively, with one person being the military and the other being diplomatic minister. That would be sweet, I think, actually. There's enough stuff to do. Did you see they updated the tech tree, the chess tech tree? They kind of do with opening trees. Hey, Play, thank you for the $2. Oh man, I'm so far behind. What's the thought on the latest chess balance patch notes? I haven't read them. It's probably that the London's no good anymore. I used to play the London system, and now it's super popular, and so, like, I don't know what the... Is Imperator the closest thing we have to EU5 pop and culture system? There's a lot of overlap between Imperator and EU5, but I don't know Imperator that well, so it's hard for me to talk about the similarities. If you have tech for guild manufacturers, not workshops, can you still build manufactories? Guild is the lowest tier building. You can, like, always build guilds. I think workshops is the next tier. Your workshops actually don't actively upgrade. You have to, like, rebuild them. So, EU4 focuses, like, building a military-industrial complex. Yeah, it's everything just feeding into the military, and the economy feels like more like a separate thing. I don't understand how the new company regional headquarters work. How do you get money if they employ pops from a foreign state as owners? It just sends you a proportion of their money. But I think that the idea was more that you could build using the foreign country's investment pool, which is, like, insane. I have no idea how much you can extract, how it balances, this type of thing. We had it often with people much stronger economies still lost wars because they got outplayed despite also having infinite mercs because of the large money pool. Yeah. I'm unconvinced. Hey, Ramses. Oh my god, I'm so sorry I'm behind on the donuts. You finance wars with other players' wars in EU5? I think you could send them gold, so I think you can, yeah. You could also send them monthly money. So you can. They're very good at leveraging 100% of their country towards militaries, where I think that average player won't max out their loans and merc max in a war. Yeah, I think I will just, like, be very, very slow to respond to the military situation. Generally speaking. That's an insane statistic. I assume you're talking about the books. It is an insane statistic. I think I've read, like, something like 300 to 400 books since I graduated university. I haven't read that much recently, though. I think, like, last year I only read, like, between 10 and 20 books, so I've really slowed down. But, like, before I started making content, like, I was reading, like, 60 to 100 books a year. I picked a book for the first few pages and read a couple of years. It was much faster than expected. People now spend 3 minutes watching a video, introduction, recap, and the same time you could read a couple pages. Yeah, you could read... If it takes 10 hours to finish a book, you can read 10 minutes a day. That's not a lot. And miss a day... And that's 1 hour. Over the course of 10 weeks, you can finish a book, right? Reading only 10 minutes a day. Which what you could do is you could just leave to go to work earlier. This is actually one of the ways in which I read quite a bit, is I like getting to stuff super, super early. So when I would drive to work, I would just get there really early, and then I would read a book in the car. And if you do this, like, you can very easily, like, finish... like 2 books a quarter or whatever. That's like 8 books a year. Like, yeah. Can you do a 2-hour review of EU5 so you can do a 1,000-hour review later? I don't have the finished version, and I can't, like, pan around and talk about stuff. I thought about it, though. The fact that I can't pan around and show stuff is, like, significant to me. I'll maybe do a review if I can, like, pan around and talk through things and call it, like, my 250-hour review or something like that. Do you have a screenshot of the East Frisia region in EU5? I don't think so. Ooh, rain. It is a little bit of rain. Incas just had a civil war prior to Spanish contact. Okay, that's fair enough. Incas, yeah. A granular focus on locations is going to be great for fueling the change of population over time in a map game where your main way will be to notice your pops and is to put them on the map. Yeah, stuff feels more on the map in EU5 than Victoria. Victoria, it feels like it's more in the ledgers. Bro's at war with himself. Oh, I am catching up. Yeah, I'm at war with myself. I don't know how this works. What happens if I pay war reps to myself? I actually want to know. We're gonna save? I've literally never seen this. I've never seen this either. In EU4 MP battles, there's some hotkeys that are rather important, like shift, consolidate, damage stacked after a battle. Yeah. I want to see what happens if I pay myself war reparations. Is that it? Oh, super anticlimactic. How's the army automation in EU5 compared to Imperator? I don't know if I can compare it. I don't have a big enough sample size on either. It was really nice for carpet sieging, though. I was a really big fan of it for that. Started to read Game of Thrones now, and I have read hundreds. It's one of my favorite things to do. Yeah, like, books are... One of my favorite things to do when getting into an argument with someone is ask them what literature they've read on the topic, because almost always people have read nothing, and I've read, like, 1 to however many books on the topic, because I try not to talk about things I don't know about. It's, like, the funniest thing to do. I don't think there's, like, anything that, like, shuts people up faster, in general. Some people just don't shut up, but... your donation read in 5 minutes, or your money back, not like this. But, like, maybe like that. I haven't read much since graduation, but last year I read 15 books, including the 3 Body Problem trilogy. The last book was 600 pages, surprisingly easy read. Very nice. How destructive is weather in EU5? Well, the winter stops your construction entirely, so you have places with winter, like, you only get to construct 3/4 of the time, which is one of the major throttles we had in the Korea run, was our construction speed. One of the reasons we needed more towns was because we had less construction speed. Overall, because we had the winters. What are your PC specs, if you don't mind me asking? I have 24 gigs of RAM. I have Ryzen 5600, and then I have some graphics card that was really good back in the day, but now it's like a decade old or something like this. It's like 8 gig GPU. Yeah, Palea knows my specs better than me. RX 580, which is like super old now, is my understanding. Oh, I'm all caught up. Was the UI size slider for EU5? Hate having to squint. I used 90% scaling on both, I think. Actually, you know what? I think I used 100% scaling on EU5. So the UI just looks smaller. I think I used 90% scaling, and then I was about to make a support ticket about how the UI was so small, too small, and then I was like, no, wait, I'm fucking stupid. Like, what am I doing complaining about the UI? Also, audiobooks are underrated. I'm listening to Thinking Fast and Slow, which I've read before as well. It's one of my favorite books. Probably #1 recommended book for, like, thinking better or just, like, overall. Can you kill people off by making them work in winter in buildings? No. Do you play CK2 or 3? I play a little CK3. I don't think there's a really good way to genocide pops. If that's your question. Do tornadoes and hurricanes, like, set you back decades as they did IRL? I didn't really experience that mechanic in a way that I really noticed. RX 9070 XT with MSRP price would be a huge boost for your PC. Yeah, I need to order something relatively soon. Don't laugh at my requests. I will ask how many times needed to see to play Hungary. You need to link up with the guy who requests Norway. Because I don't even know if we've played Norway yet. You are very much behind. King of Irondalag, I think is the name of his screen name, who has requested Norway at least like 500 times or something. Generalist is currently caught up with chat. Yes, I am. Send as many questions as possible, not like this. We could actually somewhat play the game, although we probably want to talk more about EU5, or that's what we're trying to do. The dude was mad at me for not asking a question. He seems to have gone. I'm unfortunately part of that statistic. Reading is not entertaining enough for me. It also requires total attention, which doesn't help. Yeah, I think that I suspect if attention is the main reason why you don't do it, that you might be younger than me. It requires a longer attention span. I think if you want to have a longer attention span, though, reading books is a good way to train that. As maybe something you could consider. I don't know how much people care, though. I feel like Monty's the wrong color. I don't want to attack into -17 from Austria, because they will join against us at a pretty high clip with that. Looks like Koopas is getting stuff done. Just kidding. That's not Koopas. That's a financial district. I have that GPU. I got it near MSRP. Very happy with it. Oh, that would be why you can remember it so well. I could never remember it. Oh no, wait, you have the GPU. Never mind. What he told me to upgrade to. We don't really need GPU for EU5 and this type of thing. Free video idea. Play MP co-op with another EU5 YouTuber in your video. You have the economy. The guy he teaches you military. That is a good idea. I'm like. Yeah, like the EU4 guys just have to understand military. It's like just a level that's higher that I can't even like comprehend or articulate. I don't know why we have so much bureaucracy. What the hell? Did we even start colonizing? I guess we did. Con! I hate the change. Actually, I'm kind of okay with the change that they need the port, but the port really needs to get auto-queued. Can I do a 10-child policy for EU5 to produce people en masse? Conduct a census increases population as a cabinet, or not a cabinet action, as a parliament action, but other than that, you can't like do anything to really push up pops, I don't think. I feel like in every video people mention that levies is a part of your population, but it's only like 0.1%, so does that matter? I mean, pops dying matters. It also matters if they're qualified pops and they're dying, because qualifications are, like, actually matter in EU5. Victorian 3 qualifications functionally are just like, you pass a threshold, you pass the threshold very early, as all Europeans, you like start past it, but you pass the threshold where you just stop caring about qualifications categorically, and I think that EU5 you care about qualifications quite a bit in a lot of spots. Norway run when? King of Trondelag? Yeah, there he is. I haven't heard from him in a bit, but if you think I don't know if we played Norway ever, and he has been the most consistent request. Norway hype. You should get a new CPU rather than a new GPU. That's would be my plan. Norway. So you play an MP game with Connor in Sweden and Hungary and Unite Europe. How many ways can he suggest the Hungary run? I always end up reading Warhammer or fantasy stuff. That's still reading. There's like a study that indicates that like I think for like your ability to be empathetic, reading like fiction is one of the best things. Nonfiction doesn't make you more empathetic. I don't read nonfiction. Or sorry, I don't read fiction. I read storybooks. We play as Norway. Got it. We play as Norway and Hungary. Big issue with attention spans are shorts and reels. Do you affected by that? Absolutely. I feel... So first of all, I actually feel like my cognitive abilities have just gone down immensely. Like in 2020, I got sick. And since 2020... hey, Sayuza, thank you for the raid. Big nice. Since 2020... So we are playing Victoria 3, but we are fielding questions about EU5. If you have any EU5 questions, feel free to shoot. We have like 220 hours in EU5. But I got sick in 2020, and since like then, I like honestly just kind of like feel like I'm in a fog. And it's really like annoying. And then also, when I was in high school, before I played football versus after, I do feel like I was smarter before I played football. I think I made too many contacts with my head, and so but yeah, the attention thing is like, yeah, the design principle behind shorts, reels, TikToks, all these types of stuff is keeping you engaged for as long as possible. Which is to say that the louder the car is, the more you watch. No, the design, they get paid ad revenue based on how long your eyeballs are glued to it. So it's just trying to keep you there, and it's not trying to give you a good user experience or make you feel more fulfilled or do anything for you that's actually positive in your life in terms of a design principle, right? And crouch jump. Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. And what instead is, I often think of, there's this book on gambling addiction specifically, and it talks about slot machines and this type of stuff. And this book is highly relevant because the exact same design principles that are used to design slot machines are used to design social media sites. Exact same. The entire point is engagement, and in the case of gambling, engagement to extinction, which is keep the person there until they spend all of their money. And there's like one horrifying anecdote that I just think perfectly captures the magnitude of the effect of just pursuing engagement, which is that people who are gambling addicts, one, they know that they're just gambling to extinction and that this is what they're due, and it's about getting into the zone and experiencing a certain sense of flow. And gamblers actually feel frustrated when they win, when you're a gambling addict, because when you win, that means you have to play longer. So if you're exhausted and you're like you're about to go home and you're about to run out of money and then you win, then you have to stay for longer, and they actively like get frustrated. That's like thing one. But thing two is they will intentionally wear dark pants so that when they have to use the bathroom, they just piss themselves on the casino floor. And this is like a thing. Like casinos, like it's like a thing that you have to like clean up piss in casinos at a relatively high degree of frequency because people just piss themselves instead of leaving the machines. And the exact same design principles that are designing these machines, and the exact same type of people and analysts and all like this type of stuff, they're designing the social media stuff around scrolling and like this type of stuff and maximal engagement. And like, if I like the only way to be unaffected by this type of thing is to just not play. You know what I mean? So this is the way in which our colony is actually connected to the others. So he wants the way in which we are actually actively colonizing. 97 Zoomers, that probably checks out. Yeah. Not like this. We're so dopamine depleted these days, man. I read so much when I was younger. Yeah, this is also another thing, is your dopamine is just like completely fried. Like your reward center is just like, it's like not good to get like that stimulated. Not that I'm saying that I am. One of the reasons I've been less productive over the last 10 months is because like of doom scrolling and this type of thing, on like a combination of YouTube Shorts and Reddit. How viable is specialization in EU5? Not only is it viable, I think it's required. You're trying to do everything. You're probably gonna hang a lot of value out on the. Or you just like can't, because you're tech tree. You're gated by tech tree in a lot of ways, and you're not going to be able to research all the higher tier PMs. And so it's better for you to use the higher tier PMs that you get and trade with people. If you want a competent military EU player, I recommend Slavic. He was so friendly in person. I met him. Specialization is more than encouraged. Probably answered this before, but how do you feel about Parliament mechanic? I think it's fine. As far as I know, every nation has it at the start of the game. Yes, that is correct, but most nations have a different name for it. What does this mod change? It adds a bunch of flavor for the Balkans and Greece and Turkey and Anatolia. The fact that you get colonial buffs as Norway in EU4 makes me irrationally mad, and I don't know why. Sayuza, let's answer Sayuza's question because he rated us. Sorry, Sayuza, I'm behind on chat. How does it feel to become one of the... I almost thought that was elect. In terms of one of the people who gets early content, how do forts work in EU5? I think they work roughly the equivalent of how they work in, I almost said Project Caesar, in Imperator. Quick $5 tip for reaching $1 billion economy ASAP. Quick tip, 5 tips for reaching $1 billion economy ASAP. Well, you can isolate your market once you're at like 400 million, and this will kick you into $1 billion, but it's fake money, it's fake GDP. Did you ever notice your armies eating all the food in the province? Yes. If there's not a lot of food available in the province, you'll starve out. And so one of the ways in which I defended against Yuan in my Korea video, which I didn't show in the Korea video, was they had a really big army. I couldn't fight it, but I didn't have a lot of supply in some of my states. And so I just parked my army behind the fort, and they couldn't... the province wasn't enough to support the size of their army and my army hiding behind the fort, because both were eating from the province, as far as I could tell, I think. And then I cut their supply line so they couldn't move food from their other territories forward, and so they just started attritioning like out really hard. Concussions be real, they do be real. Are the additive principles in the also ones used by Paradox in their code? Addictive principles? No, Paradox doesn't have an incentive towards engagement, but that is one of the metrics by which they judge success. So it's not as important because like Paradox doesn't get more money when you play more hours, right? So they don't have that same sort of incentive structure. But I know that one of the metrics they used to judge their own success is how long play sessions are. So if play sessions are... Lazorius, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. If play sessions are longer, the inference that they formulate is that people must be enjoying the game more. Because it is difficult to extract how much people are enjoying the game based on the limited information they have. It's not like they can access your camera and track your pupil size or like your eye movements or this type of thing to get a sort of indication of how much you're enjoying the game. The only thing they can really do is like playtime. But ideally, a gaming company would want to, if they don't have an incentive for you to be engaged as long as possible, like if they don't generate money through ads, ideally what they would want is you to just have the best user experience and not care about how many hours you play, but like rather like how fulfilled or much enjoy you or this type of stuff. You guys don't just piss yourself. Talk about getting that piss bottle for when you're gaming. Read that Gambling Addicts has the same psychological reaction to winning as losing. It's not about either of them. It's not that either one is a particular thing. It's about being in the zone. It's about the sense of agency and connection that you feel when you like pull on the lever. Matthew Crawford talks about it a little bit in his book, The World Beyond Your Head, where he talks about the gambling addiction book specifically, and he talks a little bit about the sense of agency that you derive from like this connection and this type of thing. It is you are doing something and you are eliciting a response. So when you scroll on YouTube through the shorts, you do something like with your finger, you elicit a response, and the response like triggers your dopamine, and it's all about the expectation and then the ability to execute on that expectation to receive a particular result. In the case of the slot machine, it's pulling the lever and getting the lights lighting up. Which is why they play to exhaustion. It's about being in the zone. 98% of gamblers quit before they play a Victoria 3 game where Germany forms. True. It's actually very polarized. Apparently this patch is one where you don't see a lot of... We don't see a lot of that too often. I guess Iberia is going to form. I don't think I've ever seen the AI form Iberia. Bruh. I don't think I've ever seen this. It's too bad this is modded, because this, like... I don't know if it's a mod that makes this happen, but I assume that Iberia is going to get formed. Obviously, they will not leave their machine to go take a piss. The next roll could be the lucky one, yeah. Bro, just get a beer. Can't see if it's piss or beer. That's what I do. You can't see if it's piss if you're wearing black pants. Notice how you can't just dismiss YouTube Shorts to keep popping back up, and now it pops back up even faster. You can't just dismiss them and they pop back up. Yeah, the UI, like, when it looks like it's being buggy, is just trying to maximize engagement, too. Lazorius, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Big nice. Hopefully we didn't miss any subs. Not like this. I updated my UI. Jerry Can, thank you for the follow. Big nice. I updated my, like, thing so that it showed me when people resubbed, or I would get the noise. And then now it's not working again. And I spent so long trying to figure it out and fix it, and now it just doesn't do the thing. But no one resubbed yet, so that's good. I mean, it's not good, but like it means I haven't missed a resub. Do you think there's potential of going full Navy, trade with GB, and dominating Europe's economy in EU5? Yeah. They can't touch you. Like, how plausible? Not only plausible, but it might even optimal. Well, it'll be hard to dominate if you don't take any locations in Europe. If you take a couple in key places, it's easier to get, like, market stuff. If you get high relations with other people, you can build in their country and get market dominance that way. But you'll have to do one of the two. Either take locations or have good relations with people in order to really get a lot of power in their locations. But, like, you might not really need power in their locations. It might just be better to have a bunch of powers in the New World, import all this stuff to London, and then export it from London into Europe, which doesn't require you having trade advantage in Europe at all. Because it's about the outgoing market, or whoever's sending the goods out, it matters the advantage there. So if you have a bunch of advantage here, and then you bring it back to London, and you have a bunch of advantage there, then you can ship it to Europe, and you're controlling all the trades. The story with the gambling you told sounds horrifying, makes me want to uninstall those apps. I mean, like... Perhaps you should be horrified. You could read the book instead of scrolling the app. It's like a book on gambling and addiction. I think there's only like one big one. I start reading first, but I will need to fix my attention span and don't know how. Brute force. You get your attention span better by challenging your attention span. It's a woman who wrote the book, I think. I forget what it's called, if I recall correctly. I'm trying to find it. But also not show my Amazon, because I don't know if that doxes myself in the UI. I'm not seeing it. If I search gambling Tristan Harris, that might give me what I'm looking for. Because I know that he has or let's do gambling Tristan Harris podcast. On his podcast, I know he had this woman on. Your undivided attention. All right. That's the name of his podcast. I would recommend his book, or not his book, his show on Netflix. I forget what it is, but if you search for Tristan Harris on Netflix, I imagine you find it, which is on social media, like, writ large. I'm not gonna find this. I think in a time frame that is gonna be good. You could search Tristan Harris, his podcast, Undivided Attention. There is a woman who is on one of the really early episodes of his podcast. That in particular is the woman who wrote the book on gambling addiction, and so you could try to track that down. Any idea of the sale price and when it comes out on Steam? Yes, I do have the idea. I can't talk about it. Is Fort Zone of Control the same? It seems like it operates with Imperator, and also there's province capitals, so you just need to siege down the province capital unless there's a fort zone of control, in which case you need to siege down the fort as well, and then you get all the locations. Due to anti-blob mechanics, do you know how natural blob nations like Russia will manage that? Well, you can blob still, it's just not as good. I think it just won't be very good to blob a ton with, like, Russia. I don't know. You can take the dirt, I guess, if you want. I think it's like not worth the opportunity cost. If Russia has particular things that reduce the opportunity cost to take a bunch of land, then it's going to become better. It's about paying the opportunity costs, right? K-Talk, thank you for the follow, big nice. You read scientific papers or case studies and such? Not so much, because I don't have access to that type of stuff. If I had better access to that type of stuff, I would read more. Dennis UA, thank you for the Prime subscription. Big nice. Let's go, baby. Trade is OP at the start and becomes weak at the end. I think trade is still really, really strong. It's just proportionally weaker. But that's because RGOs are so strong early on and control... Yeah. This is something I'm not 100% sure on, and I feel like I have to confirm and test. But it seems like market access and control don't negatively affect trade by as much as they do taxation. And since those are bigger impediments earlier on, it seems that trade proportionally is better earlier on. Also, there's a bunch of tax modifiers that are really big in the tech tree. Tax efficiency and less trade efficiency modifiers that are really big. Reading an actual book with your phone muted can do wonders for your attention span. Mine has fallen around 30 minutes in university. At days, I could go for 2 hours before I started to look around. Something that helps me, there's been periods in time where I read 30 books in a month. Because I can. And something that helps me is, well, I actually shuffle around books, so my attention span's not that great. So I'll read like one chapter from 30 different books in one day, and then, like, obviously you're only spending 10 to 30 minutes on them, each book, but nodding your head, or at least for me, allows me to focus for a longer period of time on the book, which, like, I mean, it seems like a crazy person type of approach, but if it works, it works. I mean, I don't think it's crazy, it's just, like, it's, from an outsider's perspective, it's strange. I would imagine. I would venture. Do we finally get to drain the investment pool? Is it time? There's probably too many construction sectors. Does Russia have something similar to the Siberian front later? I think there's uncolonized territory, but I'm not really sure. Can the value of a province in EU5 decay? If you lose control, it's going to be less valuable. Since I imagine that if it doesn't receive enough food, its population will decline, I'm curious if there are other ways the province could decay. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have enough workers to employ all the buildings and RGOs in the location, your value could go down. So if you're losing workers for whatever reason, like people are migrating out, people are dying, this type of thing, it will lose value, yeah. For case study scientific papers, you can find find good things for free on Google Scholar. Maybe I'll look into that more. I remember not being able to find stuff that I was looking for specifically. What killed my attention span was starting to work. Oof. Yeah, it's a little bit harder when you're tired. No, not the Hegel reference. Not like this. Oh, no. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. You can tell someone knows a little bit about philosophy in terms of who made the laws and this type of stuff, or the content here. Rabadon 55, thank you for the follow. Big nice. PS sub was from me on Twitch because I mostly watched you through YouTube, not Twitch, so I went there to give you a sub for the good lectures on fixing my attention span. Thank you, Dennis. Big nice. Thank you so very much. Have you delved into the naval aspect? Do you think it'll be more fleshed out or relevant than EU4? I think it'll be more relevant than EU4. Maritime control just seems ungodly strong. Like, if you're primarily coastal, you go for maritime control, and it's really, really strong, and being denied it is really, really going to be extremely painful. So I do think it'll matter more. I think it is very similar, though, to what I remember EU4 being. So, but blockades seem like way more powerful. Losing on the Navy seems like a more substantive thing. Ezekiel Boy, thank you for the follow. Big nice. What range of population growth in EU5 does it vary a lot more compared to Vic3, where it caps at 2% countrywide for Vic3? There's some big bonuses you can achieve. You can get above 2%. It varies a lot based on location. Whereas Vic3, I don't think it varies based on location that strongly. It varies based on pop SOL, but not so much on location. It will vary a little bit, because I do think that... so let's show... Should be really underpopulated here. Will it show us the number? Oh, I forget how to take a look at this number. Do we have to look at an individual pop in this location? We probably have to look at an individual pop in this location. Let's not look at slaves, because they generally don't have a good pop growth rate. But let's look at this guy. Where's the growth? Where's the beef? Is it in here? Yeah, so we have this big bonus from sparsely populated. It scales up to 50%. This is massive, but this is a really hard bonus to get. And other than this, it doesn't vary that much based on location. It just varies based on SOL, so... there's probably more variance. Certainly more variance per location. Found you on YouTube and Reddit. Appreciate your trying to get info out to those who want it. I appreciate the sub. Thank you so very much. You're very welcome. We tend to descend from academicians into lowly craftsmen once we start working, and compare ourselves to the past ideal. Yeah. Work is rough. I do not engage in like a 9 to 5 currently, so I have quite a bit more like flexibility in terms of how I can choose to invest, depending on how you want to look at it, my dopamine and cortisol in the project of like reading books or something, for example. Seen you all over. It's so crazy to me how much traction I'm getting with EU5. Hey Renee, how's it going? Like, it's just absolutely wild. I was expecting to get like 3,000 to 8,000 views on my EU5 video, and then just like kind of go back to Vic3 stuff. And instead I have like over 60,000 views, which is absolutely insane to me. That because a lot of it's going to be EU4 players. I mean, I know a lot of the views are also going to be Vic3 players that are just kind of checking it out and they want to see my perspective. But it's just insane to me, like, how many EU4 players must be watching my stuff right now. It's, like, very surreal because, like, I have zero EU4 content. There's no reason for an EU4 player to be, like, interested in me, like, per my last thing. How does control interact with trading outposts? I'm wondering how Venetian and Genoan outpost colonies provide them value. Well, so first of all, trade advantage seems to not scale with control at all, things that give trade advantage. So the primary point is not extracting money through a tax base or taxing RGOs, but it's just like increasing your trade advantage in a location. But second of all, you can improve relations with people and build buildings in their territory to increase your trade advantage, and I think that this is the angle that the Venetians and the Genoans act on, which is not an angle that is apparent on the map, and I think they have specialty buildings that are even better than what most people can build for that purpose. So this will make it so they get to control the trades. So if they have a trade advantage in, like, let's say Egypt here or in Cairo, they get to control the outgoing trades first, and so they get to have the fattest margins. Even if they don't run a lot, even if they are running the route with trade capacity from Genoa, for example, who controls the trade advantage in the location decides where the trade goes first. So even if it's a Genoa route importing from Cairo, the fact that you have trade advantage in Cairo dictates who gets to extract the most value. And by my understanding, arbitrage is possible where, okay, you can't, if you're Genoa, and this is where your trade capacity is, you can't ship from Cairo to Byzantium or to Constantinople. But what you can do, because you can't, unless you're running a route from Cairo, you can't use trade capacity to trade between two markets that are not one of the markets that you have the trade capacity from. But what you can do is you can import from Cairo to Genoa, and then with another Genoa route, export from Genoa to Constantinople. And so you can arbitrage in this way, as far as I know, which is super, super interesting. I need to experiment with it more. Can you talk about what makes liturgical research better or worse? I can, but I'm going to actually look up the Tinto talk on this. Because my understanding was it was clergy numbers, but I feel super not confident. It's the power of your liturgical language. I don't know what drives the power of your liturgical language. And so let's take a look on the Tinto talks. So there is a mega thread, and the two things we want to look for are going to be language. I think it's actually just going to be language. We're going to scroll down to liturgical language and see what it has to say. My recollection is the number of clergy that are speaking your language. Every country has a liturgical language which represents the language that the clergy use in their rituals and scriptures, and by extension what scholars use in their academic works. Although it's more scholarly later on and less in the case of the Protestants, which is why people are having discussion about whether Protestants should be Latin or not. But it should just be Latin because you should just continue on having your advantage. Some religions allow a country to choose whichever liturgical language they like, whereas Catholic and Islamic countries are forced to use Latin and Arabic respectively. In general, you will want to identify a liturgical language with a high language power as it affects your language speed. So we care about language power. So languages have a language power which is impacted by many sources, such as which countries use it as court language, common language, liturgical language. It's expressed as a percentage of the most powerful language in the world and impacts the intensity of bonuses you get from it. So I think the fact that a bunch of people are using Latin, I guess, is the driver, but it's not abundantly transparent to me how you would go about increasing it yourself. I feel like I read somewhere that clerogy impact it, and I don't know where, and so that is a little bit frustrating because I would like to be able to reference it for you guys, but I suppose I just don't have it. I apologize. If anyone has the sauce on that, feel free to link it, but the fact that everyone's using it is the big driver, but like the best is Latin and the second best is Arabic. Your post on Reddit on how locked in you are relative to everyone else is really stark. I mean, I went out of my way to try and get, to try and super no-life EU5, because I knew that we have a 2-week window. I'm not going to have access to the game after that, as far as I can tell. Otherwise, why would they just give us a window? And so I tried to play 17 hours a day, like doing meal prep and stuff ahead of time. And by meal prep, I mean getting snacks I could eat in front of the computer. C'est bien? I'm in Paris? Are you normally in Paris, or is this a trip? If it's a trip, that's very exciting. I suppose if you normally live in Paris, it's exciting to some extent too, right? But one day we will pass this police force business. One day we'll also finish the research that will allow us to form Byzantium. I assure you EU5 is going to be a big thing, TM, and I say this based on what I saw in your YouTuber vids. Thank you so much. I mean, I'm very excited for it. I think there's, like, more work to be done, but I'm very excited. I think even if they released the version I played, people would still have fun with it, but people would complain a lot about various things. I think it could have been my computer, because I don't think all people were experiencing this, but, like, all the portraits were messed up. Yeah. In the version or whatever version I was playing, or because of like the plugins or the whatever it is, every one of my portraits was messed up. I don't show any portraits in my video. EU5 has nothing to do with EU4. It's normal. You get many views on it since it's much closer to Vic 3. Sadly, I have to add. I feel like I'm getting some EU4 like crossover though. When content creators released their first uploads, I checked a bunch of new content creators had their own take and choose different way to play EU5. Yeah, as far as I know, my focus was a little bit more novel, which was maybe has to do with why I'm doing well. Which is that I think the EU4 players tended to play a little bit more similar to each other than they did to me, and there's no other. They perhaps should have done this, but they didn't. They polled people based on who had... they polled content creators based on who had the most EU4 numbers and who covered the Tinto Talks, as far as I can tell. So, the Tinto Talk coverage guys, there's 3 of us, basically. 4 if you include Ludi, but Ludi would have had enough numbers from EU4 to be pulled for EU4 numbers. But me, Lambert, and Malforian are the like guys who have been covering Tinto Talks. Both Lambert and Malforian, both of them are like primarily CK. And what they could have done is they could have tried to pull people from CK, Hoey, Vicky, and then majority from EU4, and I think that would have actually maybe been better. But instead it's almost... It's like mainly EU4 creators, so it's less... Hey, Dennis, thank you for the $2. If EU5 is out... Helix, Volhynia, Kiev stream video, I will almost certainly, yeah. Given that I am playing Ukraine repeatedly and fighting Russia in game for doing fundraisers, I would definitely do that. It would definitely take a lot longer. Control F and search the word. Kick W, true gamer. Yeah. One of us. One of us. I'm an EU veteran since 2. Always been favorite Paradoxian line because of the colonization the age it covers. I do like colonizing. I feel guilty to say it, but I do love a good colonization. We are finally draining the investment pool. And we're still making money, because I don't really want to run a huge deficit as a major power. Especially when we're not, like, trying to, like, thread the needle. I mean, in theory, we can actually just reset our debt repeatedly, and none of it actually matters, but... I don't think I'm going to use the debt reset exploit very often, if at all. Even though I think it's kind of strong. Kind of sounds like you invested trade advantage in EU5 content market so that you get to resolve the views first while the value of EU5 content is spiked. That's kind of what I tried to do. I've also been very active on the Reddit and the Discord, which I do not intend to stay that active, I don't think, because I've been spending a large portion of my days responding to comments. Which I've been under-responding to comments on my own channel, I think, as well. Kenazar, thank you for the follow, big nice. But I think that this is like a window where I kind of have an opportunity to stand out a little bit. And so I will try and do that. Because bad prosperity on Koopas? Surely not. Yes, and stop calling me Shirley. Okay. Yeah. Alright. The price of tools could be a little bit higher, eh? Have you interacted with extraterritorial countries yet? Not really that much. I know some people tested the banks a little bit. I was not even aware the banks were functional. Someone asked about the daimios. The daimios weren't working properly. I inferred that all the extraterritorial things weren't working properly, but I think it might have just been the daimios. So I don't have impressions or opinions. Do I get admin or Diplofocus so I can colonize better? Diplofocus doesn't help. Well, it depends on what age. You do it differently in each age. I'm pretty sure Diplo focus in the Age of Explorations will help, but in the Age of Renaissance, administrative just seems better than everything else. Because 5%, because it's just because 2 techs are just like way better than every other tech, and that's the minus distance cost to capital, which I think they should probably just do the math differently on, but maybe it's a little bit too late for that. And the 5% research speed, strong. You like colonizing and love trade and the production mechanics? Am I hearing Great Britain as first walkthrough? Well, I've already played as Korea. My cherry's been popped. Girlawa, thank you for the follow, big nice. Hey girl. I don't know if that's actually what your thing is. Generalist video is honestly the best in terms of explaining mechanics, even if it's a bit one-sided when it comes to gameplay aspects. It only covers eco. The analytical approach is very valuable. Yeah, I try and explain everything I'm doing in that video, in the Korea video. I guess I could link it if people haven't seen it. I should be better about linking my own stuff in places, but... So the Black Plague hits. Oh, that's where little Timmy dies. No. Not like this. Not little Timmy. Spoiler. We're about 1/3 the way to pan-nationalism. We have most of the base amount researched here. The base cost... I hate how you have to have a different tech in order to check it. Base cost is 12,500, so we're 80% through the base cost. So maybe do this. We will decrease our malice as we do that. I think that's... Once our construction queue gets to there, we will probably be ready to swap to that economies of scale push. I heard you talk a lot about canals. Is it something that in the version you played was meta for everyone to spam out? Yeah. Minus distance cost to capital is a really strong modifier. It stacks additively, so as you start to get more and more of it, it eventually brings you to the point where you're spending one cost to move between 2 locations, which makes spread and control really, really, really easy. Everything that's a city that can build 5 levels of Panlock Canal probably just should, kind of unambiguously. The buildings should maybe get nerfed, or maybe there should be other options for infrastructure that have, where there's an opportunity cost between them. The canals just seem really strong, but also IRL canals were really strong. Like, canals were super good IRL, so like, it's not exactly inappropriate. How strong do you think maritime Madagascar would be in EU5? I think every like backward-looking run is just a lot stronger in EU5 than it is in EU4 or Vic3. Wow. Does Portugal normally do this? No, they do. Everything's fine. Everything's normal. They're just not normally yellow, I guess. Curious why they don't form... They need PanNat to form Iberia, right? I think I've never seen the AI form Iberia, and they're gonna do it here. Yeah, if I was playing Madagascar, I'd almost certainly go maritime heavy and try and, like, if I have the capital here, like, this entire coast would be where I'd try and get. Not Timmy. So, if I were to play Madagascar, I would almost certainly go Navy. Or plan on moving my capital / culture swapping and, like, maybe just try and be more in Africa here. Agreed about this being your time. I really think the community is dying for someone who plays outside of map blobbing. Yeah, I mean, I'm taking notes for a video on why blobbing is dead. I think that blobbing is weak, unless your metric is map painting, in which case it's like obviously, blobbing can never be bad if the goal is map painting, right? But if your goal is just having as strong a nation as possible, I actually think blobbing in EU5 is bad at the start. I think eventually it's good. As you get into later ages, it gets better. As you get more cabinet members, the opportunity cost of having to integrate is lower. Having the mass integration in the age of absolutism is better. And the fact that you can propagate control better in later ages makes it so that expanding out from your power base becomes stronger. Or your power base just expands, actually, is I think the way to think about it. But I think that you think of things in terms of a power base, an expansion beyond your power base, where you could actually have power is just like not that useful. And also expanding with subjects is a lot better, but as far as I know, blobbing is... Oh, I lost my train of thought there. Well, as far as I know, people consider subject expanding through subjects as blobbing. I don't really know what EU4 players mean by the nomenclature in a lot of spots. So... However, I also think that the videos is better for your channel than Reddit posts. I also think that videos are better for your channel than Reddit posts. Well, I can't keep doing videos, though. And that... to some degree, I kind of disagree. I think that your ability to... I think everyone is forming ideas and ties within the community right now. And Malcolm Gladwell talks about this in his book, The Tipping Point. But I think that actually members of the community are overwhelmingly important for... here, let's pull up. Malcolm Gladwell talks about this idea in his book, The Tipping Point, of mavens. And a lot of your actual growth is not done by YouTube or whatever. It's done via word of mouth and people recommending you, especially experienced members of the community who are respected but don't necessarily make videos themselves. These are people on Reddit, although the people on Reddit are maybe calling them well-respected. It's not the right word because a lot of people drag Reddit all the time. But you have people who talk a lot about the game in a bunch of a variety of spheres. And having these people have a positive opinion on you is going to help your channel a lot. And by going onto Reddit, I'm going to interact with the people who will end up being, like, kind of the gatekeepers to knowledge in terms of the public sphere on Discords and Reddits and this type of stuff. And what this is going to mean, like, is that... it might not directly lead to more views in a way that, like, seems, like, linear, but I think that interacting with, assuming, you know, you can actually convey knowledge and this type of thing is, like, easy to underappreciate its value. Most of my initial channel growth was from word of mouth, I think, because my thumbnails were terrible and my formatting's not spectacular, so... Could you build them anywhere, or are there river tiles? There are river tiles. You have to build pound-lock canals on rivers. This is one of the reasons why in my Mali video recently, we build over a gold tile rather than keeping it rural for more resources, because that's the only way to go in order to get the canals through to the coast. You're streaming parallel to Eurovision Song Contest? Poggers. Obviously direct competition, right? That's a joke. Dnipro Canal in Kiev, Sound Star, all the way down to Crimea. Yeah, so you're going to have strong rivers the way down. In fact, I mean, places that don't have rivers are actually just going to be in really bad shape. Victoria 3, you can see a lot of rivers, but in terms of thinking your way through, like, your ability to establish control... Like, this might be, for example, something Poland really struggles with. If Poland doesn't have rivers, ugh, control might be rough. They have some really strong unique advances though, so maybe they kind of compensate for it. Are there later era versions of the bailiff? I'm not sure. To create a base of control, I'm not sure. Away from the capital, I don't really know. I imagine that there's not. I imagine that that's kind of just like what you get, because otherwise it would just be too strong. Like 50% base proximity just seems unreasonable to me. Blobbing is really just mass expansion. It doesn't matter the type of expansion. I found map painting a boring playstyle in general. I can't find it encouraging. I find it encouraging you can focus on different things. Yeah, I'm trying to get the developers to put GDP in the UI. Rather than, which is like, I mean, to some degree this is kind of like a different form of blobbing, but a different metric of success, because I think if you're trying to maximize GDP, taking a bunch of territory is not optimal, I don't think. And so, yeah, I think, like, the EU4 players are trying to map paint, and, like, I think I just generally don't care about it. Nor do I care about, like, RP. Like, there's probably EU4 players also that are interested in the RP, and I don't care about that either. It's like the angle is maybe a bit different. Which is good, because the reason I started gaining any traction with Vic 3 is because Vic 3 was completely open. No one was making Vic 3 videos. And to the extent I maybe get traction at EU5, it's just because no one is making economic-focused stuff. So the lane is really open. I found your Korea video interesting because it felt like you were interested in maximizing the use of the geography. Yeah, I was interested in highlighting that, especially highlighting control and mechanics that aren't in EU4. There's obviously, like, a lot of carryover from EU4 mechanics, but to talk about those is, like, I think kind of just wasting your time. Do you think there's a good chance you might transition to focusing on EU5 over Vic 3 when it releases? I think I will enjoy playing EU5 more. And I think if my viewership is high on EU5, I will probably play more EU5. I can't imagine I stop playing Vic 3 though. Or analyzing Vic 3 at the very least. Because I find the game interesting, and even if I don't play as many runs, like Vic 3 is like very... It's hard to describe, like, why it's aesthetic, but, like, everything's harmonious, everything connects, and, like, this type of thing. And even if they don't simulate all the stuff I want them to simulate, it's really nice. Also, I think next patch is probably going to be the best Vic 3 patch that there's been. There's, like, a really strong chance, and, like... I mean, so, like, unless they just hyper under-deliver on stuff in the dev diaries, I think it will be just the best patch ever, and it won't be close. Or if there's, like, some super obnoxious bug. Like, one of the reasons I don't like patch 1.5. Patch 1.5, huge patch. I did not like patch 1.5 because that introduced the construction cube bug, which was actually just, like, the most obnoxious thing in, like, forever. And the way the construction cube bug worked is, if, like, any amount... was taken, or what would happen is, if private construction used any amount of investment pool, they would get control of 75% of the queue no matter what. And so even if they were only paying for 10%, they would control 75%. And it was really, really, really annoying. And that was introduced in 1.5, and it was around for several months. I don't think it got fixed until 1.6. Which is why I don't think 1.5 was the best patch. Like, just that one alone. Let's say we're lost. This one looks worse, but maybe it's better. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, rivers were historically pretty important. That's kind of new for a Paradox game to have so much economic power based on rivers like that. Yeah, I mean, they were really important. The reason that the Netherlands dominated trade was because they had a bunch of canals. And this allowed them to specialize in goods better. Adam Smith talks about this extensively. It's like, and he, like, attributes it entirely to the ability to move goods cheaply, allows people to specialize, which allows them to be more productive. And, like, this is, like, the start of capitalism or whatever. So, like, it's big, but it's also, like, really tied onto the rivers. Poland has a big river, the Vitsula River, which is big. It goes from Gdansk to Krakow. Interesting. One of the things is there doesn't seem to be a strong delineation between rivers in terms of value you get in EU5, which probably should be the case, which every river seems to be equal in power, unless I'm not understanding the system. I didn't look in the river map mode a lot, though, because it was really laggy. If I wanted to look at the river map mode, I would have to open it, and then I would, like, go and leave and use the bathroom or something. I would go do something else for a little bit of time. Not too long, but, like, it took a couple of minutes for it to load, so I didn't look at it very often. Oop. I did not look at it very often, the river map mode, so... Winter Palace, Summer Palace, time to copy the Tang Dynasty. It's not depicted in Vic 3 for whatever reason. What's not? The river in Poland? Apparently, like, state bonuses cause huge performance issues in Vic 3, which is a reason for them not to include more. Or this is what I've been told by a dev, if I recall correctly. And so this is a reason to not have a bunch of state bonuses. Apparently with whatever infrastructure on EU5 is there, it's not a problem. The version I received of the EU5 basically had, like, it didn't have very many state bonuses. I actually thought there weren't a thing, but there are some. And I imagine there's going to be more on release. There's people in EU5 who care about the ecosim. But the ecosim in EU5 is, like, less relational and more about modifier stacking. No? I feel like the ecosim of EU4 is way different than Vic 3. I'm hoping you get in main EU5, secondary Vic 3. I have to imagine that... I imagine I maybe do well initially, and then the EU4, like, actual EU4 content creators cover the economy, and then I just, like, kind of, like, fall off. Is probably the most probable outcome. I'm actually just completely shocked I have, like, any amount of traction right now, or the amount that I have right now. Like, people were reposting my videos on the subreddit, and then it was making, like, the front page of the subreddit, and, like, the other content creators weren't making that, that doesn't make much sense to me. We want to keep that trade agreement with Great Britain's. Yeah, no, we need... Yeah, the units are coming up. Oh, do we have... We maybe are supposed to decrease taxes, because it looks like we're getting turmoil. Or we took this. Did we just never have low turmoil here? Isn't there a turmoil in that mode? I mean, it kind of correlates with this. No, yeah, it's just territory we took. Never recovered in the capital, though. That's kind of curious. Let's not gain any peril. There just wasn't a sophisticated economy in EU4, and move towards Vic 3 mechanics allow you to hit the ground running. Yeah, like, it seemed like, it's just modifier stacking as, like, the EU4 economy rather than, like, relationship between different things. That sounds, like, really vague. I could probably pin that down better. I'm a bit guilty on the RP. I like going for nice-looking borders, and I also have fun diplomacy with friends in EU4 and not hardcore RP, just a bit of banter and fun. Yeah. Yeah, not like, I am Henry of Spain. Of course, it would never be Henry of Spain, would it? It'd be like Henry of England, but you get my idea. I wish Vic 3 would rework construction capacity comes from. I hate the extension of construction sectors that makes everyone play, like, Great Leap Forward China. It does. You know what's kind of funny, though? I prefer the way that this stimulates buy orders into the market relative to how EU5 works. I actually like the construction better. Because EU5, you pay gold up front that is modified by price, and then you lock in the price for yourself. This is currently. I think they might change it. I left feedback on it. I don't really know if they'll change it or if they can change it or this type of thing. But this means that we are always always paying the price for the good that the price of the good is in the market at this point in time, right? And we don't get to lock in a super cheap price. We buy the actual goods that get used to produce the thing, and it is over a period of time, and the budget for the government is relatively stable. It's straightforward to a new player. It's not confusing. And so if in EU5 they made it so that you have to pay for the goods over time and you have to buy the exact quantity of goods or what have you, the problem is if you pay up gold up front and then it increases your budget when you add a building, new players are going to add like 50 buildings at game start, and then they're going to get bowled over by the increase in price that they weren't expecting, making all the construction goods more expensive, just absolutely wrecking them. So 20 minutes behind, but you said you're surprised by the amount of views you're getting for EU5. I am. Among all the other creators you've seen, you are the #1 recommendation by a lot. That's maybe it, is them just like recommending me, which I imagine also happens less like once everyone gets the game and everyone gets going and like this type of thing. I'm also surprised on that because I think I'm doing something different, but like I don't know, they all know each other and are friends and stuff, or enemies, but like they all know each other. It was not what I was expecting. I was expecting to get like 5k views and then like go back to Vic 3. Mississippi should hopefully give crazy amounts of control if they want River to give out. Yeah, it should scale with like the volume of water or something. Amazon too, maybe. Talking about the Netherlands, they bought wood for their navy from the southwest Germany. It was transported on rafts from the Black Forest, Germany, through the Rhine all the way to the Netherlands. Yeah. If you've read Wealth of Nations, like, Adam Smith does not stop talking about the Netherlands, like, at all. He's just like, Netherlands all the way through. EU4 econ is modifier stacking and understanding how trade works. It's modifier stacking, yeah. That was my understanding of EU4, but you just stack everything into space. Trade is actually stupid powerful in EU4. Yeah, because you get multiplicative modifiers filtering through you have additive modifiers, right? And then you have multiplicative modifiers, and there's several multiplicative iterations, and it's like per trade node you get a multiplicative modifier added. So if you stack a lot of those modifiers, you just like it spirals into like infinite money, and it's like completely detached from reality. And like EU5, everything's tied to actual goods that sell for actual prices, and while there is free money whenever trade occurs, I don't think you can just arbitrage into infinity. Because you can't, I don't think you can arbitrage into infinity. There's like more free money on the table than Vic 3 though. But, well, bro, you don't treat your audience like idiots. Almost no ego. I think in order to like do the YouTube thing, you have to be to some degree like pretty narcissistic. So I don't know about no ego. Just pure being a nerd, thank you. It's refreshing me at least. I appreciate it. I might disagree with the ego point. It might be a combination of ego and insecurity. It's like the ego and its opposite, rather than being like not caring at all, it's just caring in both directions, or like having both positions. Oh, this is how we got the war against ourselves. It's gonna happen again. Wouldn't it be nice if we were ourselves? Na 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 na. If I was the other EU4 content creators, I'd draw conclusions about my own materials from the fact that you in particular had this kind of success. Yeah, that's also, like, they might also just start doing the economic stuff. And the thing about the economic stuff is they are... most of those EU4 guys are just actually way better at making content. Like, their videos are better, they're better edited. They do most of the stuff just, like, better than me from, like, the YouTube content creation side. Actually, just, like, all of them just do better than me. the economics are they just are what they are. So if they understand them and they make videos on them, I assume their videos will just do better than mine, right? And so like the advantage you have for understanding something first is like a very temporal advantage, because and this is true with Vic 3. Someone can watch my videos on Vic 3 and just take like my hour-long tutorials, just try and make them shorter, and just like talk about the idea in a much shorter period of time, and like they would probably just do better than me. And then they also wouldn't have to figure out the thing themselves. They could just watch my stuff. Unless sufficient amount of people just got mad at them for copying me, but like, I don't know to what extent people are like going to like do that. I kind of hope I can do the dumbest eco strategy I had in EU4 and EU5. I captured ships from my enemies, scuttled them, and sold them to anyone who could. I don't know if you could sell ships, so you might not be able to. Did you read the book Atomic Habits? Yeah, big fan. I disagree strongly with James Clear on one point, though. Is 1% improvement every day is just like, it's a nice way to think about it, but like, empirically it's an impossible thing to do. You can't improve 1% every day. It's just not possible. There's a compounding effect. If I got physically 1% stronger every day for like 30 days, I would like be able to lift a bus at the end. Like, and so like, he uses like this idea of exponential improvement and suggests that it's possible, but it's just not possible. And on that one point I strongly dislike it, but like everything, I really like his book. I just like, I hate I hate that argument like so much. I can't imagine EU5 creators go in depth like you do, but they'll probably show players optimal play patterns without explaining what. Maybe. Sometimes people don't want the explanations. I get a lot of comments on YouTube videos where it's like, bro, this could have been an email. And I'm just like, I don't know. I like tried to summarize it at the beginning. I tried to summarize stuff at the beginning because some people just don't want to watch a really long ass video, but then, well, like, I don't know. If I make a 1-minute summary and I say this is the TLDR without the explanation why, and then someone watches the whole video and then complains about the length, to some degree that's kind of on them. U4 blobbing is so significant that you can get really fun debates over who gets what land, because taking land is so easy, and MP. Yeah, it might not even be good in EU5, or it seems like not good early on. I don't know about later. I have like no sample. Oh, so what's good later? Can we maybe... Hopefully that doesn't cause a rev. Compared to Vic 3, is private sector investment more or less useful for economic development in EU5? Probably less, but the way the estates get money is funny. They pay for all the consumption. Pops don't get money, there's no wages. And so they pay for all the consumption. My experience, with a very low degree of confidence, was if you get really high development, basically all their money starts going to consumption, and they don't really build buildings. But also, if they don't have a lot, then they'll build a lot of buildings. But also, I played on a version where all your money went to the state from trade, and now it's going to get split with the estates. So the estates might be getting a lot more money. The estates also will build, if they're happier with you, they'll build a higher density of useful buildings, and they build buildings that are actively bad, that just kind of increase estate power and consume more resources for you. And so it depends on what proportion of those buildings they're building. If the proportion is relatively low, then that means that you are you don't care that much that they are getting money, because it's kind of just like the private sector in Vic 3 getting money to some extent. You do have a limited number of building slots, though, so them building in place you don't want them to is kind of annoying, but you could also just delete buildings, so it's not that big a deal. It just means you, like, lost the free building effectively. So yeah. I'm not really sure, but those are, like, the things to think about and watch. in terms of the estates are effectively the private ownership. Well, we hate both of those ideologies, so looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. I feel like dynamic prices and trade mechanics in EU5 will be a nice complication. I'm not exactly big on EU4, but EU5 seems really interesting to me, a balance of different mechanics. Yeah, one thing that's like super interesting about EU5 is that trade is just like turbo good. Like, when we were playing Korea, 80% of our buy orders of jewelry were from trade. Let's take a look here at our market, which, by the way, we have a small market, so we should have relatively... it should be relatively the case compared to a large economy that we have more stuff that's foreign. Okay. Our sell orders of something we are trying to export. We are actively trying to export tools. Actually, did our trade routes get... We are active. We have a comparative advantage in tools. I actually think this might be bugged. I don't know why it only says 7.5. That's insane if that's the amount that we're exporting. Wait, what? Well, that's sell orders. I'm going crazy. Buy orders, trade routes. So, the thing we are specializing in most, we're doing half. Okay. I was going crazy there for a second. I'm actually just a dum-dum. And that's... Look, almost all of our trade power, look at our entire front page is tools. And it's only half. This is where all of our convoys are going. Wait, actually, where all of our convoys are going. So, basically, 100% of our capacity... We actually have extra convoys, though. Let's check this. We're actually importing wood. But, like, in the most robust case possible, on the one good that we are trying to trade as much as possible, it's half. Which, this is actually still pretty big, but it's like... we still have really cheap overland routes, and we're not reliant on convoys only. We're not even really using the convoys. Your video was the only EU5 video that grappled with the economy. That's kind of my understanding, and other creators are going to make EU5 videos that grapple with the economy as well, and their videos will probably do better, and people will watch their vids instead of mine, I guess is my kind of how I think it's going to go. I was thinking of doing Spain, admin to DS Vault Morocco, and build up at the same time. Spain has this weird pressure, because I think Spain is kind of squeezed to get both admin and Diplotech. Specifically in the Age of Exploration, because you want to go into the admin tech tree for the good boats, and you want to go in the Diplo for what is it? All the colonial stuff. So that means, like, I think you're like really crimped hard on like actually wanting to research military tech in the Age of Discovery, though. Specifically, had to praise the stream for a bit. Wise? I'm not familiar with that word. Thank you, I guess. I don't know. So, what do you think about EU5's new combat philosophy about short wars? I kind of like them when they're shorter. Most time at EU4 you spend moving army. It seems concern is if you take that essential thing, the game is still the same. I'm not sure what you're meaning. There's way more ticks than EU5, so it's more granular in the combat, but I don't follow combat super close. So mobs like Eminar get ridiculous with modifier stacking, yeah. But that's also Fantasyland, like, actually, so... If numbers get insane, I don't care as much. It feels like geography and the actual map matters a lot more in EU5 than Vic 3. Yes. Vic 3, it's like... Vic 3, you don't care at all, yeah. This is one of the things that Vic 3 doesn't really simulate very well. You care to the extent you get stuff like this. And they don't inform like how you build infrastructure, where you try and build railroads. Building railroads in a specific pathway doesn't like increase your ability to project power across your nation, like this type of stuff, where maybe it should, and like, yeah, Vic 3, yeah, you say it exactly correct, BB Love. Vic 3 is like, Vic 3 is like all in here, and like less, you feel like less connected to the map. Have you tried EU4 MP? No, I'd get waxed though, I imagine. Did I miss the EU5 QA? We're still working on it. We're fielding all questions, kind of, but they tend to be more EU5. Can this war be won? No, it can only be... it can only be white peaced. I wonder what happens if we return southern Serbia to ourselves, though. We're gonna save and return southern Serbia to ourselves. Hey, Mercy! I just tuned in, but I won't take this General gave us a slander GG. You won't take this GG slander GG? Were we self-talking bad? Welcome to the stream. We're a little bit behind on chat. Welcome, welcome. Always nice to see you. When I played Vic 3, I made a bodge with glue and duct tape mod that made it so the construction capacity came from urban centers. I thought it felt closer to reality. That actually, tank construction to urban centers is maybe reasonable. The thing is like, this is your lever in Vic 3. How much construction you build is your primary lever, and so taking that away from the player, like... I'm not sure how I feel about that from a gameplay perspective. Not necessarily a simulation perspective, but from a gameplay perspective. By the way, Mercy, the war against ourselves, this is the mods doing, not if you're like... This isn't a bug of the game. Yeah, so just no peace deal is enforceable on yourself. You're underselling your stuff, you explain stuff so well. I mean... I think the quality at which you explain stuff is like less important than like thumbnails and editing in terms of how well you do on YouTube. Like, just very strongly. But considering Ludi is getting flack for it, it does happen and people do get mad and remember. Well, I forget exactly what you're referring to, but yeah. People, like, it's like the restaurant review theory. For every bad review you get at a restaurant, you need to get 10 good reviews to overcome it. And to some extent, I think that that's kind of how things go. Like, if you do one thing bad in terms of the public sphere, you have to do, like, 10 good things to, like, override it, which is not proportionate. Whether or not it's fair, it's kind of, like, up to people, but, like, that's kind of how it feels. Which Vicky is your fave? This is the only one I played a substantive amount of hours in. And why is it Vicky 1? I've never touched Vicky 1. But yeah, like, if the community gets mad at you, I think that that's just, like, really bad for you. And, like, you have to do a lot to overcome it. In case you answered, miss it, do you reckon you will be doing EU5 multiplayer events / sessions with the community? Maybe. I think that, like, organizing stuff is, like, I don't hyper like organizing stuff and getting people to show up on time and this type of thing and like chasing people down and this sort of thing. And I felt like I've had to do that a lot with multiplayer sessions, and I'm not a huge fan of having to do that type of thing. Especially because my multiplayer like streams and stuff have just generally done worse than like single player. Talking about useless buildings from estates, aren't there privileges where they will focus on building specific types of things, like fortifications? You can give them the ability to build fortifications. You can give the burghers the ability to build roads, but they will build stuff like, not pirate havens. Those get, I think that gets built by negative control in an area, but, I can't remember the names of some of these buildings, but the clergy will build stuff that just, it employs 50 clergy, and it gives you nothing but increasing the cost, increasing the amount of clergy that clergy eat on food. Now, the extra clergy members in that state might be kind of nice for you, but all it's really doing is increasing the power of the clergy slightly, and that's it. At the expense of resources. Well, but maybe the positive buy orders for the food is driving up the price of food and making you make more money, and driving down the amount that estates are getting if they're buying the buy orders of foods because they pay for the buy orders and this type of stuff and increasing crown income. Like, there's some weird cascading effects that I think are not intentional with a lot of this stuff, and are strange, and I haven't thought through all of them, but there may be, like, something there. The format of your videos is perfect for me. I'm not the type of person who's really convinced by someone saying they should do something. I need to know why. I mean, it takes 1 hour to explain. It often takes like 1 hour to explain. Actually, it takes like 40 minutes to explain, but I take 1 hour to do it. Why are you keeping export trade routes that are negative revenue? I put them in for a specific reason before. I'm not evaluating some stuff super close. But even if they're negative, occasionally it's like close enough that it's like not a big deal. Often I will just prune all the negative routes. But we still would like to specialize a little bit more in wood. This route, for example, is probably going to become profitable, and running a bunch of trade routes with GPs is generally good, because you're trying to increase trade with them. But yeah, if I'm hyper-microing, I would want to cancel and remake routes a lot, and check if they're profitable and then remake them. But as far as I'm concerned, if I start trading more tools with Austria, that's great, and if we lose a little money, that's like not the biggest deal. In theory, you should like turbo micro, like every week you change all your trade routes, but I'm just not gonna do that. Just like theoretically we should not be running negative routes very aggressively. Sometimes it's maybe okay because you want to create buy orders in your economy. Like, the buy order is worth more than the negative is a drain. Just want to pop in and mention how I appreciate how active you are in the community in terms of both videos and forums, Reddit, also Cargo Burr. Thank you so much for the kind words. We are trying to be more active on EU5 right now. Why are you selling things in the buy orders? I do not understand this logic. I think I was just thinking through it wrong. Can you elaborate on what you mean about wars being shorter? I don't know what the person meant, so that was more with them saying that the wars were supposed to be shorter. I don't have the frame of reference for EU4 very strong. Talking about your Spain argument, in EU4, Spain had a similar dilemma where they had to play exploration missions early rather than military, but you got some morale from national ideas. Yeah, maybe there are some unique texts that allow you to overcome it. I play Civ 6 for two reasons: building canals and building railroads. I feel like Vic 3 fails at making either of those satisfying, with railroads being state-based. Yeah, they just increase infrastructure, and they don't increase... There's like no larger... Vic 3 is a lot about balances and like intertwining effects, but there's no like larger projects. Yeah, you don't like create a railroad from one place to one place. Vic 3 lacks interconnectedness between various game systems right now. I disagree with that. A lot of stuff's interconnected. It's just not interconnected in a way that's tied down to the map. Like, everything's very strongly interconnected. It's just not informed by the map, really. It's due some rework, military being over abstracted. I like the design principle behind the military, just the execution, maybe not as much. Navies need to be more important. Means that there isn't much to connect in other systems. What's your CPU again? Ryzen 5600. I have a question about EU5 promotion. Is it possible for peasants to promote to a different estate, to burghers, for example? Peasants are the primary pop that promotes. I think everyone can move up the chain. You can't move down the chain, I don't think. I don't think nobles can turn into burghers, but I'm not 100% sure. But peasants are the ones that are primarily promoting. I definitely agree it's less fun from a gameplay perspective, but there's only so much detached from actual economics, history, reality before I can take... Well, this is something that is difficult for game development in general, is that different people want different amounts of different things. Ideally, you make it a game setting and you can tweak it. Damn, feels bad, man. Mercy just hit it and quit it. She tooted it and booted it. The quality of your explanations what drives word of mouth. To some extent, maybe. I think that if I get to interact with people, that is usually positive for me, more so than negative. But, yeah, I mean, like, that is the thing that's driving it. It's not my editing quality. And it's not my thumbnails. Thumbnails are about taste. I haven't significant problems clicking on Ludi's thumbnail because his face is on it. I mean, but his thumbnails are like objectively much better. That the like the face or the dislike aside, like his thumbnails are much better done than mine. Generally. Oh, at content stealing, yeah. Well, I mean, like the economy is what it is. You know what I mean? I don't like if. Like, I have an hour and a half video, right, on why command economy sucks. It sucks for that reason, regardless of who says it. Like, it, like, and I don't think I necessarily, by virtue of having made the video, should have a monopoly on it. People don't make Vic 3 tutorials, really, other than me. So maybe people feel that, like, I own it. I guess I have a preference that people don't make Vic 3 tutorials other than me. Unless it's about a topic that I haven't made a tutorial on. But, like, I definitely think they should be allowed to, and that the community shouldn't get pissed at them if they do it. And that, like, I'm a little more laissez-faire. Competition's fine, yo. But, like, it's not like I write a story, like I write a book, and it has a particular story, and that, someone stole my story. It's just like an observation about the game that's either true or it's not. Have you ever played Basilia Romanian mod? I have not. Doesn't stronger clergy mean better research? No, happier clergy means better research. Stronger clergy is not helpful, really. But often, some of the stuff that makes them happier makes them stronger, but them being stronger is only useful insofar as their parliament vote is useful to you. Yeah, stronger is... and generally you want to get crown power, especially now that your trade proportion is dictated by crown power. Crown power early is going to be more useful. So yeah, you don't want them to be powerful. Railroads really ought to make more money. Yeah, the PM for railroads sucks super hard. It's very hard to make it profitable. I think there's reasons why they want it to be like this, because they don't want the railroads to get auto-queued for profit, I don't think. Because overbuilding of railroads is a problem, and that was a problem with really early Vic 3 days, was the overbuilding of railroads. What's up? Sorry, I was looking away and I heard my name. I was just commenting how, like, you commented once and then you didn't say anything again, and I think I asked you a question, but I thought you just said hi and then left, Mercy, and based on you commenting, you obviously did. No, you're good. You're good. I was throwing a slight amount of shade at someone I thought was absent now. In EU5, roads do have a start and an end point, or are they more like IR, where they connect one province to another at a time? They connect one at a time. So if I make a road from here to here, then that won't be a road from here to here. Like, it won't be the case that I have a road in this province that connects everywhere. Checking the canister is the most American thing I've seen tonight. We're making hamburgers later. But yeah, YouTube loves faces on thumbnails. They prioritize them. Yep. One of the reasons why his thumbnails are better. I have, like, faces on my thumbnails occasionally. But, like, I'm really bad with the thumbnails relative to the other YouTubers. What about your roster of secondary characters? All the other people working on the YouTube, all the cars outside? True. Do you think it'll be better to stay decentralized? I mean, I gave an example in my Mali video where I think that in theory, if you're going to have big problems with rebels, and rebels are really strong, decentralization could be a good way of trying to decrease rebels. Only I can write the books. Everyone must know this. No worries. Mercy will remember this, not like this. Mercy has 3 rules. Strike first. Wait. 1 second. I gotta look. Strike first. Strike hard. No mercy. The last one's a little confusing. A Apologies if this was already answered. I know people weren't able to show the gameplay of later ages of EU5, but are you able to discuss them? Yep. Towards the beginning of the video, we talked about all the age bonuses. Or the age, like, as you get into different age, different mechanic pops up in each age. I can discuss most things except specifics of stuff that was discussed. I could discuss basically anything about the game other than, like, when I think it releases. I know what you mean re thumbnails, but eventually the link between sign and signified, meme face on your thumbnails is fine by me, but I know I'll get something in a format I prefer. On your thumbnails. Oh, okay, yeah. But, like, how well my videos do is, like, a big function of that is people who've never watched me before clicking on it. And then it gets recommended more to... So, like, if people who have never seen my videos click on my videos more, that increases how much my video gets recommended to you. So I might publish a video and you don't even know it exists. Is there a reason to have anything else than laissez-faire? Not really. The TLDR is no. But, like, the longer answer is it's complicated. Technically, we should have government ownership right now because of... not because of how reinvestment works, or because the bonus here, but because how it works and that it's bugged. Because it gets multiplied by 2.24, but this gets double applied right now because it's bugged. Do you do the thumbnail test? They're fun, honestly, if you have the time to make a few different ones. I don't do the thumbnail test. That's where it shows up multiple different thumbnails, right? And it'll tell me which ones have better click-through rate. I probably should do that. There's so much YouTube stuff I should be doing that I just don't do. I think I'm just too focused on the games. Which is, like, the response will be like, that's not a bad thing. It absolutely is a bad thing. How important is natural harbors for getting proximity control? Not that important. I'm planning a Morocco run, and it's difficult to prop because their capital is inland. It's not... it's for getting... Sorry, proximity is extremely important for control. Proximity basically is control. Control is proximity plus modifiers. It's extremely control. It's not as important for market access. But yeah, it's important. Natural harbors increase your ability to propagate it. There's a strong chance you want to just move your capital with a lot of different countries as well. I think in theory, Mali, you maybe want to move your capital, but we didn't want to get too lost in the sauce. In EU5, do roads have a start and an end point? I think we already answered that. We are getting good vibes in the later ages. I didn't get to play too many of the later ages. I did feel like the game was shifting, though, and different things were becoming important. Like, trade fell off a whole lot in the time that you really saturate the amount of traders you have, because this makes the value of each trader go down, and there's less value to extract, and so you either have to start producing more, but you don't have the production tech yet, specifically talking about the beginning of the age of exploration, and you don't have the new world resources yet, and you don't have the trade range yet to really kind of extract, so there's like this weird economic stall, and I think the initial way to overcome the stall is actually through production, so I think there's this weird bump where production becomes really good, but then the new world opens up, and then it's about trade, and you get the trade range, and you start being able to pull stuff through, and you start being able to pull stuff from Africa, and then trading becomes, like, really good again, and that, like, but, like, you only if you can control the trade. If you can't control the trade, it's, like, not anywhere near as good. Mercy says, yep, I agree. No mercy. Strike first, strike hard, no mercy. I think that was in response to the YouTube thumbnail stuff, though. Yeah. I thought views and comments drive video appearing for new people more than the thumbnail, but who knows how it works. Click-through rate is, like, one of the biggest drivers. And the biggest thing that determines, like, click-through rate is, like, the thumbnail, basically. Huffing your own game supply, basically. I feel like YouTube nowadays is either making good content or trying to game the algorithm. Well, ideally you do both. And perhaps it's difficult to do both at the same time if you do it by yourself. I think I can do a better job of it. I don't want to, like, let myself off the hook. In theory, I think we're supposed to get off of monarchy, but I think we won't be able to make Byzantium if we're not a monarch, which is kind of annoying, because we want to do it for the flavor. Right now, we're looking through, and we're thinking, man, we want a cautious ruler. I think we could also abdicate into a cautious ruler if we farm it on one of our generals. Let's just not play like this, though. Let's just form Byzantium. Let's not... It actually doesn't matter, because we're not utilizing our stuff very much. We, in theory, do want to fight Austria eventually. We could get Russia siding with us. They'd get 2 Sicilies and Moldova. So we could, with a much larger army, fight them. Let's upgrade all our units. Delete some of these so that they merge. And kind of see what we're working with. That's not deletable because we have too many generals. But also, early game building roads everywhere is expensive. Yeah, you have to collapse the price of sand, which is hard to do, but and wood and masonry, but that's easier. But isn't that the goal, or do I lose something by building roads in EU5? You don't lose anything other than making it easier to march to your capital. So due to control, all other things being equal, the more square the country, the more central the capital, the better. I don't know if square is the right shape. You want as many states bordering your capital as possible, or as many locations bordering your capital as possible, and then as many locations bordering those locations as possible. You want a high surface area. I don't know if square is like the right shape. I think it's a sphere, or a circle, not a sphere. I'll be right back, just in case I got shade thrown at me again. Alright, guys. It's time. We gotta talk about her mercies always leaving us. Terrible. The tears. The crying, the shame. Just says hi and then leaves. Just like my dad. Just kidding, he didn't say hi. How does control work for overseas territories if your capital is inland? You propagate it to the coast, and then you propagate it overseas. Does it choose the best path to the coast? Yes, it just always chooses the best path. How is the population growth in the game? Are we able to stack modifiers to obtain fairly high pop growths? No, 3% is real high. We can. So there's a building called a settlement where if your place is really under popped, you will be able to build the settlement and get plus 1%, which is huge. So I think at some locations you can get 3%, but you can't get anywhere near 3% per annum, as far as I could tell, in at least the first 150 years. I don't know if there's technologies that affect it, or if there's modifiers that appear that weren't there before, or if there are buildings that really push it up, but with what we were able to observe in the time frame we saw, the 3% average is, like, insane and nowhere near possible. I guess the best setup is where you do record for the people, but thumbnails for the algorithm. Not only that, you actually do 2 thumbnails. You do a thumbnail that will be your thumbnail long term and a thumbnail for on release, and you make your release one hyper obnoxious. Like the just most insane face, like, and then you make the super clickbaity title, and you do that for the first few days, and then you shift it back to like a more muted thumbnail / video tone or video title tone. What is this? What traits does this dude have? He's a pirate, right? He's a moderate pirate. Oh, he's got Corsair. Ramming speed. Just getting ramming maneuvered. Welcome aboard, sure. Sure. No, it's not locations bordering because the engine calculates distances from location to location. It is locations bordering. What do you mean? You want to have more locations bordering you because there's a floor of 1. So if we were Bagrimi as a location, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bordering locations. So all of those can be transported to at a cost of 1 distance, or whatever distance juice it is, whatever it's called. And then 1 more over is going to be another 1 at the absolute floor. What's more important is actually probably just not having forests and hills around where you build your capital. And having highways of places that don't have forests and hills. Yeah. How's the AI handle colonial migration and pop growth? How does colonial migration work, excluding the initial colonies of the states? There are cabinet actions you can utilize to push more pops. I haven't experimented with them, so I don't know exactly how it works. But as you are colonizing, you could build that really strong settlement building, which gives 1% population growth in the place you're colonizing, because the requirement for that building is it has to be rural. So if you build a town over it, it just deletes the building, and it has to have less than 5% of its pop capacity there, which in the case of colonies, if you're colonizing a place that's not populated, it will almost always have a low enough that you can go for the settlement, unless you're settling the Arctic specifically. Because it's going to have 1,000 pops when you finish it. Like an Arctic mountain would have like almost no pop capacity, so 1,000 might be more than 5%. I was thinking of making, I think making faces for your thumbnails is akin to selling your body. I mean, is working in a coal mine akin to selling your body? It's definitely performative, but like some stuff I do is performative. Actually, a lot of stuff I do is performative. Like if I pretend to do something for a gig or a gag, that's performative. So in the Korea video, where I pretend like I take my headphones off and pretend like someone's talking to me, while I pretend to be informed that like little Timmy's not making it home for Christmas, like that's performative, right? In a way that I don't think is necessarily very distinct from using the face on the thumbnail. I'll donate to your channel so you don't have to make the faces. Let's unpack X. Well, that's not something you can donate for. I don't know if I generally, if the donation's an exchange for me losing options, I generally am not, I just tell people not to donate. But also, like, in terms of selling my body, me losing agency or the ability to do something in exchange for money is very much selling my body. But I think actually me not using my thumbnail and selling not using it in exchange for a dono is actually more selling my body. It's maybe less humiliating or something. But I think it's selling. Do you have a link to your spreadsheet with all the terrain modifiers? The other thing is not finished. Don't look at the other things. We'll link it because it has the terrain modifiers. It is public. We haven't finished the other stuff. Don't expect them to be anything. We will link it though. We've gotten a lot of people asking for the spreadsheet. I kind of... Yeah. Hey, how YouTube gets tuned towards thumbnails and clickbait for profit generation. Yeah, I mean, it's all about ad revenue, keeping you on the platform for as long as possible. I mean, if you've been watching over an hour, you should consider getting up and taking a walk, or getting a glass of water, or just leaving the stream like Mercy did, and just say you're leaving just for a minute, but you're just gone. She's probably back by now. Do the settlement buildings self-destruct once the requirements are no longer met? I think they might self-destruct when you have 10% of the pop capacity. They don't self-destruct at 5%. I was trying to keep an eye on this because I was thinking, this is stupid if this stays around forever. And I never observed a place with a settlement that had more than 10% of the population in terms of pop capacity. And I think I saw some places where the settlement was lost, so I do think that that's how that works, but I'm not sure. How are the settlements worth, though? If not on farmland, you'd only get pop growth for, like, 1.5k population, unless there's a lot of capacity modifiers. I mean, it kind of just, like, the opportunity cost of the amount of money you have to invest to build it is just, like, the pop is worth more. Like, even if it's just a little bit. Questions are great for clickbaity titles. Can we conquer the world as Mali? Usually, if it's a question, the answer is no. Because otherwise, usually you say, we conquered the world as Mali. Corsair. Do we want this guy dead? Man, this seems like we're maybe just paying too much attention. Let's just kill him. In the mines, you don't sell your image of yourself, you sell the labor. Somehow I find the selling of the body worse than the selling of the picture. The little Timmy information was humor. Yeah, but it's still performative. You try to say my face isn't aesthetic? Working as a bouncer is selling your body more? Yeah, I worked as a bouncer for a year. Or a little over a year. Actually, I don't think you guys will be able to see it. Maybe you will. So right here, I have a scar from when a man bit me. I don't think you'll really be able to see it that well. It's like, it's hard to see, but... Or like... just below my finger. I don't know how well that's showing up, but you should make Ahego faces to get more views. I don't think that would get me more views. How do you feel about input the EU4 streamers have given CBs in Parliament? I think that you're talking about Playmaker's video. In his video, the argument is that blobbing's too easy, and I don't really have an opinion on that. And I think he might be right. I don't know. My opinion is that it's weaker. Like, my opinion is that there's going to be situations where going for extra taxes is going to be more valuable than getting a CB on the Parliament. And when you go for CBs only on the Parliament, it has an opportunity cost that's like not zero, and blobbing out to get really low control territory is probably not worth that much. I'm back, I see spreadsheets. Will you make EU5 spreadsheets when it comes out? Also rude. I'm sorry, Mercy. I already have EU5 spreadsheets. You had just gotten back? Perfect. I timed it right then. Yeah, I linked an EU5 spreadsheet in the chat right before you got back, actually. Like, 1 minute. Donating so you don't have to make faces is donating towards your freedom, because the assumption is that you don't make faces at your free will, but to satisfy the algorithm. I actually think the picture of me with the hammer is freaking hilarious, and I love when I get to use it, so I disagree. To some extent. I don't know, I'm probably under-optimizing the degree to which I sell out, though. I should probably be selling out harder. I will donate for you to end world hunger. It's gonna take a bit. Apparently it's not as expensive as we think, though. It's only a few $1 billion. He clickbaited me till I thumbnailed. Ugh. As a European colonial nation, all spices created equal. It seems that there's more saffron near Europe. So there's the spices seem to be regional. It's like around here it's like saffron, around here it's pepper, and in the Americas it's, what is it in the Americas? Something spicy, muy caliente. I forget what it is in the Americas. But your pops will not have a demand for a thing until they've seen it. So all the pops around here, they've seen saffron, so they'll have demand for saffron, but they won't demand pepper yet. And so there is a relevancy in the sense that of the way their demand is informed by these types of things. But other than that, it doesn't matter. Once you get exposed to pepper, now suddenly pepper's going to be really expensive, and so sourcing it from elsewhere is probably more valuable than getting saffron. How tall are you? I'm like 5'10". I'm taller than some people I know who are 6 foot though. Via self-report, so I'm like an honest 5'10". On a good day, I'm like 5'11" or something like this. Yeah, I have people I know who on dating things, they're like 6'1", and I'm like as tall as them. And I say I know rather than are my friends, because, yeah. We need spreadsheet for generalist lore. Can you explain how you approach Stacy's between levies and standings? I approach her mom. Stacy's mom has in fact got it going on. She's all I want, and I've waited for so long. Baby, can't you see? You're just not the girl for me. I know it might be wrong, but I am in fact in love with Stacy's mom. As a matter of fact and taste. Pretty please a hego uwu. The level of pitch I could achieve on an uwu is very, very baritone for an uwu. I Show Speed or Kai Cenat. I actually don't watch either of them. I guess in the abstract, I prefer I Show Speed. So I like people who are good at multiple things. If generalist was not some sort of hint, I generally like it when people have skills in different areas. I Show Speed is skilled as a streamer. He is also ridiculously athletic, so I guess it's I Show Speed. Even though I don't watch I Show Speed, he has to be competent as a streamer based, like, I just assume. And he's actually very, very athletic as it relates to, like, running fast, so I Show Speed. We tried conquering the world as Molly, it left this bite mark. Oh, baby. It's, like, just some fuzzy, like, thing of my arm, my hairy-ass arm. Which of the nations you've been able to play so far has given you the most comprehensive experience of what EU5 has to offer? Maybe Milan? Probably Milan, because I had the most situations as Milan. With Milan, I had the Bohemia Hussite situation, the Italian Wars situation, the wars between Italy and the HRE situation, and also was just getting into the Council of Trent / religious war situation. So there was like a lot of things. And I colonized probably the most is Milan, although I was able to extract more value with Mali. Mali, my trade range was in closer to the New World, so I was able to trade better into the New World. The hammer picture was great, keep it up. I mean, the open mouth faces are cringy, but maybe I'm the wrong age demographic. Probably. YouTube's older than, like, TikTok, though. TikTok, when they want to make money, they push people to YouTube, because YouTube actually pays for ads because the demo is older and actually has money. I think I get higher than average revenue per view because my My audience is slightly older than average. Nice. Spreadsheets are love. Spreadsheets are life. Spreadsheets are so nice. Like, it's... being uncertain about something sucks, and if you, like, just do the math, with video games specifically, you can just know the truth. Like, you could just, like, if you identify what the relationships are, and you don't leave anything out, which, to be fair, sometimes you can do this, and, like, evaluating stuff can be hard sometimes, but if you get all the things input, and you just, like, look at the numbers, you just, like, no. This isn't, like, how reality works for most things. Most things are not like this. Reality is generally chaotic, and having certainty is impossible. Oh, Mercy became a member! Let's go! Thank you so very much, Mercy. Big nice. Wait, Mercy, you're subscribed to me on Twitch too, though. You double dipping? Thank you so very much, I appreciate it. Double dipping. To be fair, I actually have different emotes on each of them, so... I should probably unify the emotes. Unify the emotes! Sell out more We Need Stellaris and Hoey 4 videos. Yeah, but would they be good videos? I think Niger Delta, again, is the state that we can't give up. No, we can't give up South Cameroon. British North Cameroon. I mean, we're trading a little bit for a little bit. I think we declined just on the basis that we might be able to get a better trade somewhere later. We'll just do organic interests there, kind of. Did you hear Kanye's new song? I haven't really even heard that many of his old songs, so... I assume it's something crazy and racist. From what I hear, Kanye's music's, like, not even good anymore. Like, some of his older stuff's really good, it's just not my style. He sold out till I hold out? Basically. I thought you meant the 6-foot people slouch. No, I mean they're liars. I mean that they lie. That's what I mean. I have a friend who's 6'4", but actually 6'4", that I look kind of similar size to, but that's because he slouches. but also, if you're just, like, big, you, like, look taller a little bit. Not very much, but a little bit. Every bit counts. Except on the dating apps, you just have to be over 6 foot. Stop wearing high heels. My friend's wife, the one who's 6'4", she's 6'1", and when we go out and she wears heels, or, like, platform heels, it is so surreal to me to have, like, a woman be that much taller than me. And, like, she, like, goes out with, like, platform heels, like, it's, like, an extra 5 or 6 inches, and so she's, like, 6'7" or something. And I'm just, like, my brain, like, lags. Price isn't what makes world hunger difficult. Market access and stability are the challenges. Yeah, I also think that, to some degree, it's, like, not... I have some controversial opinions on world hunger. I think as you increase the food supply, and if you look at ecosystems in nature, if you increase the food supply, you increase the population. I think the exact same thing starts to happen if you solve world hunger, and that any project attempting to solve world hunger has to be combined with a means of providing birth control and, like, feminine hygiene products and, like, education to people. Otherwise, it just increases net suffering. Like, just solving the food problem doesn't decrease the suffering, because I think it just increases populations if you do that in isolation. Which, like, some people, when I unpack that, interpret it to mean that I want more people to starve to death. And, like, okay. Stacey's dad is actually kind of rad. That's true. Oh my god. So I knew this girl in high school. To be fair, I guess I still know her. But, her name was Stacy. And I used to hit on her mom all the time. Or I hit on her mom when I saw her, which wasn't very often, but I used to tell her to say hi to her mom from me. It's probably overall obnoxious. She thought it was funny, but like, in retrospect, probably was a little bit relentless on that front. Stacy's meant stacked wipe. What? Have you played Mayu for EU4? Long ago. Back when it was written. I used to play Mayu, and then on the year tick, I would have a book, because the year tick would take 5 to 10 minutes, and I would just read. Oh, we're somewhat legitimate. We're still passing no migration controls. Yeah, we are. You should explain to us when you're going to play Hungary in the Basilia Romian mod. Wow, you're saturating. You're going for it. I don't think I've seen you request Hungary that much until recently. And now you're just like hard going for the thing. I don't even know what the stat on this canal is. I don't know what it does. It is part of the unique kind of thing. Have you played Ottomans at EU5? If so, how is the janissary system? I've seen the Mamluk building. I don't remember what the building for the Ottomans does, but the Mamluk building gives an incredibly high amount of manpower for a building that is available that early. It's like 25 versus 5. If the Ottomans have a similar like one, that's insane. If the Janissaries are better, then that's nice. Ottomans are also the only one in terms of unique advances that have 2 plus 5% discipline techs. Which I don't know how big a deal that is in EU5. I know in EU4 discipline was like the strongest stat. And Ottomans are the only one that have access to double. In terms of their unique advances, they could even even if there's a Muslim stack Muslim advance that gives 5%, then they will have 15% available on the tree. So I think that the Ottomans are going to be really, really scary in a land fight, and just generally speaking, I think where you want to stop the Ottomans is here with boats. Can you avoid the Black Death as England? I think that if any part of your market is touching Black Death, it spreads. So you would have to somehow prevent yourself from having places overseas in your market or over the channel. And also, I'm not sure if plague can spread through sea zones, and if it can, like this is a singular sea zone. If it can, then you can't do it that way. I'm pretty sure you can isolate as both Iceland and Greenland, or you can isolate as Greenland. So beyond that, I'm not as sure. Did you try out Banks? No, I didn't. I think Lathe or Redhawk did. You still going? Finished the whole Eurovision by now? Usually I go for 4 hours. We're kind of maybe at the end of when that would be, but also there's a relatively high number of people in here. I'm probably, as long as I'm behind on chat though, I usually don't end the stream when I'm behind on chat. So the way to get me to go forever would be to chat a lot. I think Twitch was just a Prime sub. Oh, okay, I got you. I would get a much bigger chunk of the YouTube revenue than the Twitch revenue. I think Twitch doesn't make money though, so it's not really income from them. I think you saw the student play Iceland and he gets pops during the Black Death, but he also, maybe because the market is isolated. The market's isolated, and also the interaction to invite people from other nations invites like a flat amount of people, and so when you have a really low population, a flat amount of people is really, really, really strong. And when you have a high population, it's like irrelevant. We use that interaction in Korea, but not to invite people to like the mainland, but instead to invite people when we settled in the Arctic to work some of the better provinces out there. And because we were really trying to push population there. Kanye went downhill after he played Hoi. A little bit. Memberships are just cooler? They are. That's true. Kanye went downhill after he played Hoi. If Vic 3, I think I don't have like the full picture to the full extent of the thing in regards to paradox communities and like the degree to which people within them could be either racist or Nazis. Because I think that, generally speaking, probably the most left-leaning people, not that left-leaning people can't be racist, but tend to be Vic 3. Like, it's probably the highest density of left-leaning out of the like major titles. 6 foot here, but as someone that's Dutch, that's slightly below average. Yeah, Dutch people on average are tall. You know what's like the most impressive is Icelandic people in the average. Like in terms of world's strongest man, let's just like for people who like say that like yeah, world's strongest man, it's actually just kind of insane. We're gonna pull this up. It's gonna be a Wikipedia time for just a second here. But Icelandic people, the population's like 300,000. In terms of representation in World's Strongest Man, they've won like an enormous amount of them. So let's just take a quick look here. So starting from 77, population of 300,000. Important to remember. We have Jean-Paul Sigmason. And we're not going to count runners up because that's first place loser. But we have from 77, we have 1. I understand it's the same guy, but he's still a winner. 2, 3, 4. Now here's a different guy. So 5 wins, 2 guys. 6, 7, 8, 9. So out of some less than 50 years, nearly 20% of the people, it actually might be 20% when you do the math, have been Icelandic, and 3 of the guys out of what's kind of like 10 guys have been from Iceland in terms of the world's strongest man. Population of 300,000. Per capita, those people are massive. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Per capita, they're insanely overrepresented in World's Strongest Man. They are just massive. There we go. That's like the thing. Just enormous. Did she even have it going on? She was kind of okay. Stacy was really hot, though. I don't think that's true in a human context. Most industrial nations have low fertility rates, but they have large food supply and spend relatively little of their wages on food. Most industrial nations have low fertility rates, but they have large food supply and they spend relatively... Yeah, so that's why, Wombat, I had the qualifying statements, like access to birth control and education. And female, hygiene products and this type of stuff. The things that are necessary for people to control their reproduction are actually, as it turns out, really important for people actually choosing not to have kids. Like, so if you give people food but not birth control, you know, like, you get certain types of outcomes. Right? Tobit Tucci? Thank you for the follow, big nice. If Shiny was in MILFs during high school, does that mean he's into... Well, we're not going to talk about that one. The causal link seems oversimplified between increasing food supply leading to increased demand because of increased population. The places where where hunger has been addressed by sending more food have risen more sharply in terms of population than, like, the world average in terms of per capita basis. So, I mean... but also, I qualified that statement. And also, that's why I mentioned... people get mad at me when I bring that up. I love platforms, but I'm 6'3". Oh, holy shit. So I'd be up in the clouds. Also have pretty big feet, so it's hard to find decent pair. Yeah, that makes sense. I can't remember the conversions for women, but it's like a US size US for 15 men. Wait, a US size 15 for men. In terms of like proportional or absolute. Yeah, that when you're on the outliers, it's hard to find clothing and shoes. Like stuff doesn't fit right. Stuff doesn't fit me right. Actually, now I'm just fat. But like back when I was leaner. And relatively muscular, like nothing would fit me right. Now I just get like the fat man stuff, which is just all baggy anyways. Can you show your taxes screen? This is what we're running with right now. To be fair, Ottomans were historically very scary. Yeah, not saying they shouldn't be, I'm just making an observation. You had the opportunity to play Central South America at all? I had the opportunity, I didn't engage in it. My understanding is they hadn't fully implemented all the content there. I did get to spread disease there, so that was fun. It's the old story, Ottomans have superior morale and discipline early. I think one of their 5% discipline texts is in the Final Age. Or is in like, if not Revolution's Absolutism. But they have one early. Are you gonna conquer the world as the Ottomans? I'm probably not gonna. I'm like not interested in like world conquest. Really, it's just generally kind of tedious. Someone else is also just gonna world conquest. I don't think it's too big a deal. Technically, I've not world conquest as in Vicky. I've just gotten very, very close and then not been interested in handling the lag. Historical gamers and racism more likely than you think. Yeah. CK3 is quite left-wing progressive. I would bite on that. One thing I hope for the Condottieri system is to be in EU5 because the more depth battles, so more fun it adventures as Swiss. I don't know if you control your Condottieri when they rent them out, or if the AI just kind of gets your units. Vic 3 literally promotes left-wing ideology. That? I'm not sure if I'd agree with promotes. It uses a conception of class that is left-wing to inform game mechanics. I would agree with that statement. Laissez-faire is also still just the best. So, I don't... Like, co-ops suck relative to laissez-faire. So, there is that. A chip in a chair, we got a 1% pass chance. Can we get the... No, we can't get the Intelligentsia in here because they have the trade unions. Womp womp. How many slaves are required compared to the amount of slaves required for different buildings of slave soldiers? I think the one we looked at, the Mamelukes, earlier in the diary for Delhi had 2,000 to employ and like 0.2 upkeep. And the number of slaves per slave good, I think, is 200 to 1. I don't know what happens when slave good gets consumed, though. In terms of local buy orders, I think that just pulls more slaves towards the area. I don't know if it kills the slaves. My impression is that Vic 2 community was vocally memeing minority of, well, minors who like to use forbidden words. Yeah, we'll not repeat the forbidden words. Vic 3, or like, one thing I don't like about like moderation in like Paradox is like, I think that like some of the forbidden words aren't like, they're forbidden asymmetrically. And the one in particular I think about all the time is, nobody gets moderated like ever for ripping on France or French people. And that's not a hill I'm going to die on, because I kind of... I think, like, the baguette thing is like a meme, and like people are trying to be funny and they don't really hate the French and it's just a joke and like it's kind of whatever. But there's an asymmetry there where people are just like allowed to rip on France in a way that, like, to me just like it seems asymmetric, let's say. There's gaming, I'm 4 hours behind, but if you haven't talked about it, what do you think about EU5's economic system compared to Vic3's? EU5's is... So there's the two distinctions to be made. There's, like, complexity and depth. Complexity is the number of moving parts and different systems. Depth, let's call the amount of hours it takes to fully master or understand the system. I think EU5 has more complexity. I suspect, and I can't confirm until I play more EU5, that Victoria 3 has more depth because the systems are more tightly connected, and also we're going to be at war with ourselves again. Also, there's less, like, just weird, huge modifiers that just dilute out the importance of, like, subtle things. Stacy may have been hot, but her mom, she had it going on. That's true. I'm more for Stacy's dad. How much would it cost you to leak your press copy of EU5? I do not have it, so you'd have to talk to someone else about that. Lambert crossover, yeah. Welcome to the stream, Lambert. How you doing? Stacy's dad is making me go mad. We're also behind, so Lambert's probably gone by the time we read his things. He's all I want, and I've got it down bad. Stacy, can't you see? You're just not the girl for me. I know it might be sad, but I've got the hats for Stacy's dad. Beautiful. Is that an actual song? I love when people make, like, the most random songs based on, like, just pure memes. It's pure cinema. Like, in response to, like, fuck the police, someone made this song, fuck the fire department. Which is really just making fun of police. But we don't have access anymore, plus literally far more than it could ever be worth. Yeah, I mean, I would not be, even if I weren't to get punished, I would, like, be really just disinterested in leaking. Like, if I could sell it and nothing bad would happen to me and no one would ever find out, I'd still be, like, super disinterested. Oh, this is probably the part where I should pretend like I'm being wink wink nudge nudge, because there's a paradoxian in the chat. I would never. Can't cite sources, but the most accurate predictor of birth rate is how many children women say they want in surveys. What? That seems like... that seems intuitive. What's the argument here? That access to birth control is not relevant? I think access to birth control is also relevant. Shoes hate me? I would imagine. The woman I know who's 6'1", I think, doesn't have that size shoe. And she has issues finding clothing and shoes and stuff. Where did the name tag Generalist come from? So I actually have 2 other channels, and this isn't even my first channel. This is my 3rd channel, just this is the only one that gets any traction. But I have a Generalist Ideas channel, Generalist Strength channel, and I'm probably better at lifting weights than I am at video games. But the idea is, I think it is... What's the right word? In a sense, aesthetically pleasing to be good at multiple things. And to be good at multiple things is to be a generalist. So it's literally just generalist followed by the thing I'm doing. Am I saying things, or is the YouTube chat on the stream out of order? It includes integrated Twitch chat, so you're probably just seeing Twitch chatters. Or it might be out of order. I have no idea what comments he's responding to. I'm also like 15 minutes behind. He's just 100 comments behind, not like this. He's a bit behind. There's some deep convoys. I get really far behind, not like this. The content creator's like, doesn't this guy... The other content creator's like, doesn't this guy know how to read? Why can't he just read all the comments, man? Jeez. You lose the units, you cannot control them when you're out of them, when you hire them out, which is probably a good thing, because you shouldn't just, like, well, it's like, it prevents an exploitation, right? I know something about EU5 that Generalist doesn't. I feel accomplished. You have like 80 or 90 hours. You know a ton about the game that I don't. The people with 20 hours, like, 200 hours is like functionally like such a small amount that like there's definitely distinctions and information that people with 20 hours like know that I don't know. But like if you go in order of magnitude larger, like 2,000 hours versus 200 hours, that's like a different game. But like there's like there's like gonna be so much that like I don't understand about the game, especially like the warfare stuff. We'll stop fighting with ourselves. We are close. We are close to Byzantium. Happy Saturday, Mr. Sirg. I like how you assume the only goal in Vic 3 is the highest GDP possible. What do you mean assume? That is the only goal in Vic 3. You're not one of these guys who plays for standard of living because you care about how your pops feel, are you? See, the thing is if you play for standard of living, you're just supposed to close the borders and play California, and that's it. This is the way. And you're supposed to do stuff that, like, actively damages the economy. No micro wars with Condottieri. Nope, nope. You English pig dogs. Your father smells of elderberries. The English get it too? The English, like, only get it in the context of the French also getting it, though, right? Interestingly, ripping on the French was the U.S. post-war psyop, because de Gaulle was quite critical of America. Yeah, my immediate knee-jerk response was, but wasn't de Gaulle also a dickhead? And that's probably... that might just be the product of anti-French propaganda. There's a Stacy's Dad song, yes. Stacy's Mom is a song, Stacy's Dad, just me rewriting the lyrics. Wow. Wow, is that Lord accidentally leaked EU5 5 hours early, Lambert? Honestly, I think it overall increased hype, because it let people know that this thing was happening, but then, like, they didn't get full access to the thing. It got pulled off the internet. You had to find the re-upload link. It was like, I think it increased hype. I think it actually was good for the rollout, the leak. So maybe I should float to Johan that you should leak next time we get access. You should leak again. The Vic 3 DLC will let us manipulate world goods prices. In theory, if you build the trade centers and you over-provide the good or under-provide the good, you should be able to push prices, because the trade centers will trade with the rest of the world. I think that it'll be harder to actively push your finger on the scale, but you can also do the thing where you subsidize the export, so you can manipulate prices in this way. The racing game Trackmania has a yearly tournament of incredibly difficult, frustrating maps, and the community always makes meme songs for it. It's great. That does sound great. If you want to get high SOL, you don't. So you want to go for co-op, yeah. In the end game, at least. If you want to get high GDP, you go laissez-faire. I also feel like capitalism is kind of rigged in Vic 3. I feel like there should be like a drawback for forming monopolies, and that monopolies should rise as a result of laissez-faire, and that there should be like a post-laissez-faire regulated economy law that's like a little less explosive than laissez-faire, but is overall better because it prevents monopolies. But that's not simulated. I thought a polymath is good at a lot of things. Generalists, you just do a lot of things. Yep. And just bad at all of them. The truth hurts. Not like this. Polymath is more academic. Generalist includes practical skills. Is polymath necessarily academic, though? 4,000 hour guy is the most handsome. Poggers. This is the only video that I've seen so far that made me think, oh, this guy understands this game on a whole different level than me. To the extent that Victoria 3 ideas translate over to EU5, and I have 3,600 hours of Vic 3, and also like a lot of spreadsheet construction and analysis, that's probably going to be the case, but I have just huge like knowledge gaps in EU4 and like stuff I don't understand. Like, and so to the extent that EU4 knowledge is like relevant to EU5, like it's just completely like not there. I have 1,500 hours of EU4. All of it was before Leviathan. Line must go up. Mercy gets it. Did you know I was the first person to ever form Byzantium in Vic 3 on YouTube/Twitch? Literally first ever? Really? How close to release was that? Oh, Vic 3. I thought you said EU4 for a second. Interesting. So you must have done that the day of release. It seems like the size of the little armies in EU5 changes with the little amount of regiments. It does. As does their... Oh, can I talk about this? I didn't confirm it was in the version we received, so maybe I can't talk about this. Damn it. It's super cool. St. Dave might be talking about it later this week. I don't think I can talk about it. St. Dave is releasing a thing on the units, so I'm not going to step on toes if potentially we can't talk about it, because I didn't observe it. The thing I wanted to talk about in game, it's super cool in regards to the thing, but I don't know if that was something we were made aware of, but wasn't on the version of the game we received. And I think I'm technically only allowed to talk about what we received, and not what we know about from other means. I don't play for standard living either, yeah. It's an uncouth and uncivilized thing to do, to care about the quality of lives of your people. Sticking it to Great Britain, the great game, stuff I like, but there's precious little of it in Vic 3. Yeah, there's less like narratives and like storylines. We're getting really close to forming Byzantium here, though, boys. To be fair, De Gaulle was a prick. That was kind of my understanding, but I am open to the idea that I'm propagandized. Polymath is supposed to be good at everything. Most of the time I've seen it referenced in the context of the Renaissance man. Yeah, Leonardo da Vinci is one of my favorite people. We talked about how I was a bouncer earlier. When I was a bouncer, we didn't use our real names for like safety reasons, and the code name I went by was Leo, which was at the time short for Leonardo da Vinci, but everyone thought it was because I was like a Leo, like in terms of like my sign, and I'm not, which is always funny. But once or twice, when someone asked my last name, because like obviously they were trying to figure out who I was, and it was like a not so subtle sort of threat, I would tell them it was Nidus, which I thought was the funniest fucking thing ever. Around the time 300 came out. I have a Vic 3 question. I have a Vic 3 answer. How are you supposed to denationalize? I don't really understand how are you supposed to do it or the benefits of it. So if your GDP is over a certain threshold, we won't discuss the threshold because the threshold is the result of the bug, but you generally want to privatize like normally because there's really negative modifiers for state ownership, including a negative throughput modifier, and also when money is going to government dividends, a big chunk of that money just gets deleted, and so while you are getting the money, it is taking money out of your economy, which lowers the GDP, which lowers the ability you can extract through taxing, and overall slows down your economy. So you want to privatize everything. I have a really long video on it, like an hour and a half, but it's more of a advanced video. Paradox Psyop actually was planned, basically. Frankly, if there's nothing but GDP to play for, this means so much of development work has gone to waste and the game system need work. I think that like they need to. I've said this before in like multiple places, but they need to better represent stuff that's going on with this, because this is like so much of the performance budget is invested in pops, and so little of this gets conveyed to the players, what they are doing and how they are affecting the population, other than SOL. SOL gets SOL gets properly sort of represented, but other than that, not really. The whole media campaign thing is a psyop in of itself. EU5 is never releasing. I've actually, so here's, I'll actually spill some beans to chat. Here's the thing. The name of the game is not even EU5. It's Asia, Unlove, Uprivers. Europa Universalis 5 is an anagram for Asia, Unlove, Uprivers. That's the real name of the game. I don't know why anyone would think that the name Europa Universalis 5 would be a reasonable name for a game. It's obviously Asia, Unlove, Uprivers. There's 2 rivers in Asia that are huge, and by 2 I mean more in India, but the ones I know about are the Chinese ones, the Yangtze and the Yellow River. And do you think that's a coincidence? I don't think so. It really is just a further kind of extension of the propaganda. I'm going to enjoy making this joke every single, like, Tintin talk. They refused to call it Europa Universalis for so long that I'm just going to refuse to call it for just a little bit longer. But I actually think that, like, it was good. The leak was good. We should have you intentionally leak again. I always just try to make you feel better about the name Generalist, not like this. I mean, I see it as being a generalist. Also, Polymath is, like, claiming competence, and I wouldn't necessarily want to do that with my name. It was, you leaked it, like, 8 hours before. Which, like, you leaked it at, like, 12, and our release was, like, at, like, or, like, 11 or 12, and our release was at, like, 8. Journalism is aesthetically pleasing, yeah. Do you wish that Johan was/is the lead developer on Vic 3? I think that's like saying, do you wish Vic 3 was EU5 in Victorian era? Right? Because I think Johan would have made like a similar game to EU5, because that's kind of the game he wanted to make in terms of systems. Probably not. I mean, I think I'd rather just have Victoria 3 and EU5 and not, like, have EU5 and EU5 in the Victorian era. That just, like, seems like, I would rather have more variety. I actually think Victoria 3 can be, like, so much better as well. If, like, but, like, a lot of systems need to be added. And, like, they're just, like, not in. Victoria 3 just, like, feels like, way, like, there's just fewer stuff. There's just, like, less stuff in there than, like, in terms of mechanics. That makes stuff feel nuanced and different and interesting, and every run kind of feels the same. And so this is my critique. But, like, if I had under 1,000 hours of Vic 3, I'd still be discovering new things, and it would be interesting and, like, all this type of stuff. Would actually be a game I'm interested in playing. Yeah. Vic 3 rules you've explained on your channel go above my head when I play, and I think that's because the game's not balanced to make me need to investigate and learn how it works. Oh, you're like squeezing water from a stone with like some of the stuff I'm doing. I'm like not doing because it actually matters. Like you can roll over the AI no matter what. It doesn't like actually matter. It's just like theoretically interesting to me. How the things connect together and this type of stuff. I need the lore of Happy Wednesday and capitalizations, please. So covering the like the dev diaries and this type of stuff to me is like I came from it with the attitude of people don't really watch this anyways, but I'm gonna read it anyways, so I might as well make a video for it, and I'm just gonna try and entertain myself. And so making fun of, and I also didn't think that the developers watched any of my videos, so I just did a ton of just like making fun of like their opening intro type stuff because I thought it was funny. It's literally just me amusing myself and saying it's a holiday and you have to capitalize it, and like berating them for like not saying Happy Friday, but then they start saying Happy Friday all the time, or like Happy Thursday or Happy Wednesday, and so like I have a video where I show every single like intro. I won't do this again, but every single intro to a dev diary from the year before, like from the start of this year, it's titled like "How I Shamed Paradox into Being Happy" or something like this. And it's just like a hour-long compilation of me being like, they spelled Happy Thursday wrong, and it's like, we're gonna talk about you know, the rebel system in the upcoming game Project Caesar. I'm like, that's not how you spell Happy Wednesday. A mistake was made there. It's literally like just me trying to amuse myself, and at this point some people actually watch it, and I'm just keeping the gag going. Alright, we do get I mean, I still think it's funny, so now the gag is I'm going to refuse to call it Europa Universalis 5. Unless someone gets upset at me for that. So if you do the exploited chain start, do you instantly click privatization on all your buildings? I think your GDP is sufficiently high that you want to privatize all your buildings, yeah. Unless I'm forgetting something. The actual execution, like, in terms of, like, perfect execution is not something I pay that close attention to, so there's often, like, things I just, like, miss because I overlook it, rather than, like, the deeper economic systems, like, emergent effects. That's primarily my interest, so... Do we have the new interaction here? Embrace Roman identity. Hell yeah, brother. Nobody could tell you when it happened, but everyone knew it happened. Day in and day out, the people are proud to walk Roma's streets, work Romeos Maios jobs, and coexist with Romeos neighbors. From the beginning, disunified and crumbling post, the post-Turkish state, Greece, as her people, have risen to a true nation-state. We get a bunch of bonuses. We will convert to some extent. We change our primary culture, which I assume... makes it so we can form Byzantium. Ayo. Rome will rise again. And we get a bunch of claims. Hey! Hell yeah, brother. We formed Byzantium. As one does. Oh, it's called Roman Empire. I don't like that as much. It reminds me of the thing that happened long ago. $3:30 a.m. I privatized the vid again, and the announce was 1900 for you. Yeah, I think it was midnight around, or you leaked it before midnight. Labert, I was about to actually make the exact same mistake, that you were when you made it, where I was about to put it in my playlist for like all the news things. It could be better if it got a different lead dev. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speculate in that way because I don't know all the devs well enough, and like I don't like. It's possible though. I don't know. If there's something I'm just dissatisfied in terms of the dev of Vic 3, it just generally seems a little on the slow side. The rate of improvement, but this next patch looks like an absolute banger. Bro, this is a mod here. From the Phoenix rises the ashes. The rebirth of the Roman Empire. The Hagia Sophia. Basilius. And so we now have this objective to conquer more land. 10% state construction efficiency in Constantinople. From what I've seen of EU5, I've never felt so much in line with another game's vision. The relying on pops, everything being scale instead of binary, and the historical flavor version felt so much in line. I thought you said like the reverse of that. I was like, yeah, I mean, I'm very excited about EU5. Like, I want to be playing EU5 right now. If it wasn't for your videos, I wouldn't read most of the dev diaries. Hey, we got a dev diary enjoyer. Let's go. I guess we survey the ruins. Oh, we're gonna get these unique buildings, I guess, eventually. Cool. 10% authority. Seems good. Happy Wednesday, Kiwi. A happy Kiwi for a happy Wednesday. EU5 just seems like Suke3/Vic3 IMO. I mean, to me it seems really a lot like EU4 in a lot of ways. So it might just be, depending on which game you play, it seems more like not that game, more like that game. I don't know what the use is for this now that we've become Byzanti. But let's do this, I guess. Or Roman. I enjoy the near schizophrenic absurdist humor, reminds me of my neighbor. Yeah, my favorite intro ever is the one where I say every day of the week in the intro. That one is also the most convoluted. Whenever I see a post on our socials with Happy X, it's almost always me. Hell yeah, brother. What was it? The Pelly said that you guys roll a dice to decide whether it's happy or not. I do like the happy salutations. I'm trying to get people to sign off with Happy X Day, but it's not sticking. The happy salutation sandwich. If whatever it is, I'll just keep moving the goalpost. Like if all the devs start saying Happy X Day and Happy X Day at the beginning at the end with capitalization, I'll just move the goalpost in some way. The entire point is being fake outraged at the devs for not doing XYZ. I was requesting from you like a year to play Hungary as it released country or any other mod, but sometimes you're just looking over it, but it's fine. Or you were paused and you started to resume. I feel like that might be true. The time to play is probably going to be with the Austria patch, to be honest. Roman capital moves to Eastern Thrace. Hell yeah, brother. Let's go. Did we build our universities here? We did. Pog. Are the Ottomans? How strong are they? We have some return state CBs, right? Yeah, we do. So we can beat them up. We even have a bigger military. Yikes. We maybe try and do it in 2 wars. Why are they confident? Alright, we'll see after the sway what happens. I think assimilation should be a thing when you're killing discriminated pops and primary culture just to overpopulate more. I think you get more pop growth the more accepted they are, but I don't know exactly how the culture stuff works. I think that if you're not accepted, it slows down your pop growth in EU5. Did you play in the New World? No, we didn't. Or I didn't. You do not like the true name of the Roman Empire? I do not. The true name of the dominator of the Mediterranean is from the proper and just and real legitimate timeline, and that is Carthage. I don't say that it is in Wiz's bad dev, but more like Wiz has a vision for the game that brings the game in a direction I personally despise, and the game would be better without that. I actually really like the front system from the perspective of not its implementation, but its design. Ideal, which is that I want warfare to be hands-off. I don't want the player to have skill expression or a very dominant skill expression over the AI in the realm of warfare, because it makes other aspects of the game trivial. So that's actually, for me, was a huge thing that drew me to Vicky initially. Wow, we can sway everyone. Do we just win this by ourselves? I wish I knew if we just win this by ourselves, because if so, we would want to keep the. We would be able to return a lot more states. Enjoyment being subjective. Some people just want a good naval system. I would love a good naval system. I think Navy should really matter. I'm frustrated with the way Navy works right now. It's literally you just crush the AI always, because the number of admirals you have matters, and the AI just has the wrong number of admirals. And you can't, like, blockade straits and a bunch of other things. The game isn't going to go in the direction I like in the Wiz. I don't think it will get, if it gets a different dev at this point. It needed a different lead 2 years before release. I mean, that certainly would have changed the game. But yeah. I think we just win this without assistance, so we'd rather them be uncertain. And be able to put in a bunch more return states. How detailed is the EU5 map? It's insane. I feel like there's... So, relative to Victoria 3, there's probably like 20 times the amount of provinces or more. It feels absolutely massive. So in the same way I'm like playing here with like all of this kind of like Europe region, I was playing like that in Korea. Like that was Korea for me. And then you zoom out and you're like, oh, there's the rest of a world going on. Like the degree to which I feel zoomed in and like connected to all these territories and this type of thing, like that would be like this if you were playing Greece. Like you'd be like in here. It's insanely like it's hard to like convey how huge the map is, because you spend like 30 minutes in here, right? And then you're like, oh, and then you're like, oh, and then Victoria 3 doesn't zoom out enough to like convey it. What do you think would be a fun multiplayer campaign? I don't know. I don't know exactly what premise would be ideal for multiplayer. Yeah, I think we're just gonna try and fight them ourselves and try and return state as much as possible, and then be cheeky if stuff doesn't work out the way we want. By cheeky, I mean reload. Tell me it's not so. It's so. We're going to be one shy. I think the war reparations is better than the clay, maybe. Probably close. The Happy X meme is so funny to me. Yeah, I'm mainly trying to amuse myself. I have to imagine for some people it's actually just critically annoying to have the first minute of every news video just to be me saying nonsense. But Jonas, are you gonna do a multiplayer tournament for EU5? It would have to go over a much longer time frame. I don't know if I want to organize competitive EU5 that stretches over multiple time frames and like have to corral the players. If there was someone in my community that was like interested in corralling players and organizing it, I would probably be super down. But the like I also don't like, I hate being the guy who like has to like get upset at people for like not showing up on time and this type of thing, and also being upset at people like within the community because they're not on time, and I'm like trying to start at a specific time and like I'm someone who's like always on time for stuff, or generally on time for stuff. We started the stream late, but I didn't schedule it. If I had scheduled the stream, I would have been here when the stream started, right? And so, yeah. I disagree, but that part is opinion. I think the foundations, the concept is just wrong. No, yeah, that's fair enough. I know you hate the game, like, a lot. I'm actually shocked you're watching me play it. You and Lemon both strongly dislike the game. Actually, well, Lemon's like nowhere near in the ballpark you are. Lemon doesn't like the game, but he doesn't like dislike it like that. Public health insurance, so good. Let's go. Yeah, we should just break through here pretty easy. Get the guys over here. And then be able to push, and then this is just going to get in for freezies, good dealsies. Where exactly is their capital here? It's in Ankara, that makes sense. Still salty from losing the Punic Wars? Absolutely. I guess too much Roman salt does that to you. Someone knows how to get timed out in chat. Mods, please. EU5 pops die when a region's occupied. I'm not sure. I mean, they die if they die in battle. I'm not sure if occupation really goes after them, or to what extent. I'm trying to think. Not with a mechanic I'm aware of, but I wouldn't be surprised, I guess, is kind of my answer. Which is maybe not satisfactory. But that is my answer. Probably want a stronger intelligentsia, so we're just going to promote this guy all the way. When this guy finishes a battle, we're going to use him for landing. Actually, we have to move him to a front. This is what we mean by, like, micro. I would love to set this guy up to do a landing. I can't until this battle's finished, so I either have to watch this battle, or I have to both watch this battle and seesaw between these fronts in the middle of the water so that he doesn't attach to a front, so he doesn't get in another battle. I think we're gonna land down here too. So now he's not involved in a battle, so we can do a landing. Roman Empire is more RP correcting. Yeah, that's fair. I agree with you in the military. I like the idea of it too. Yeah, I just find that I actually spend an enormous amount of my attention microing military, which is not that's not the design philosophy of the game. That's not what the game is actually trying to do. So, that's an implementation issue. How difficult is it to protect yourself from the plague? Pretty hard. People are gonna die. I don't think people. I think it's just something you accept, and that's just like a play pattern of the game. You're just gonna get kicked in the nuts super hard, and you're not going to get to avoid it because it was unavoidable. Barring some edge cases of people who can completely isolate themselves on an island and not trade with anyone. Yeah. Man, I want Vicky to be good, and then I play and I get annoyed by some Diplo plays. Yeah, I think the Diplo play is actually, like, the thing that needs the most improvement. That 2 extra conscripts will make a difference, eh? It actually will, but... Really hope next time we can get access, we can organize a big MP. That'd be pretty sweet. I think everyone would... I mean, I just wanted to... Some people, like, talked about MP, and I just wanted to figure out what was going on with the game. And really just, like, log as many hours. I actually would be, like, super excited to do a big MP. Super excited to get waxed in the wars by the people who actually know how to move around units in Europa Universalis. I hope they give auto expand. That's probably the feature I'm most hoping that gets added. That wasn't in the current implementation. Because with it, it's gonna eventually get super tedious to do the economy. Like Victoria 3, you kind of one thing that's done very well is you can set up the economy, and then hey, we got front spaghetti, guys. Mom spaghetti, little teleport action over here. You're gonna go on that front, and there's vomit on your sweater already. You're gonna go there, and you're not gonna forgetty where you are and teleport to some other location, except you might. Best multiplayer campaign is everyone plays a tribe around Lake Victoria. Oh, we have to do a Lake Victoria Thunderdome. Only 7 players, though. That's perfect. There's a lot of EU5 people doing competitive multiplayer. Yeah. Are you California? Yes. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm also not good at clicking the buttons. Like, understanding something and, like, executing are, like, actually just 2 completely different activities. In EU5, you change your capital that is far away from the original capital. Do you lose a lot of control? Yeah, temporarily, but the equilibrium control follows your capital. So the equilibrium will, like, you don't, like, lose control. It's not destroyed or created. It's an equilibrium towards which you trend. That is a function of, like, all the various modifiers you have that affect it. So, like, you don't create it or destroy it. It's an equilibrium. I've zoomed in the screen so much that I just see you. There's no game. This is a podcast. Oh my god. This is pod racing. It's just me looking to one side the entire time. Incredibly excited for so many different campaigns in EU5. I imagine first one after launch will be Luxembourg Boho. What's your first campaign you'll start when you get access again? I should probably run a poll before I get access, what people want to see. I will actually do that today. That way I don't have to run a poll to try and figure it out without spilling the beans. And then everyone posts my poll on Reddit. Yeah. That's the plan. I just want to be a loan shark in MP EU5 game. That's also, like, that would be a fun one as well. Just play as a bank. Bruh, maybe I'll do that if we play multiplayer. That way I want with the other creators, that way I can hide behind the fact that my troop movement's probably going to be the absolute bunghole. Amazing. This is the plan. This is the way. Why do you think they haven't had the ability to add war goals mid-war in Vic 3? I think that this is all born from the front system. Like, everything people dislike about wars, I think, is front system, but that is an obnoxious thing in regards to the war. Can't mod a mod. The truth hurts. I don't know why we're going to war with ourselves with this mod. Oh my god. What's that name? I clicked refresh right as it appeared. And Eggs Benedict Crumple Snatch. Oh man. That sounds a little bit provocative. Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Any idea how sieging a fort or anything similar works? Hated that in EU4. I think it's still similar to EU4, but assaulting is just very, very strong. Probably too strong. I'm not really sure. I think it's gonna get nerfed a little bit. Right now you can also replace what you assaulted with levies. Which is pretty nice. So in theory, you should actually just have a levy army following behind your regulars, just so you can refill forts with the levies in the current, like, iteration. Technology tied to religion in EU5 does make sense, but it feels a bit bad for people making cheesy strats, like people rushed Orthodox for Prussia for max discipline. I really like the system. I think you have to see it. You only unlock... It's locked in at the start of each age, so, like, if you're Orthodox and you're not Orthodox in the right age, you're not going to have the ability to, like, mix and match from multiple religions for the thing. The tech ID is also really cool because any unique tech you get isn't just like strict free. You still have the opportunity cost of researching that tech, which means you forego another tech. We of course are going to run an ammo shortage. Import from the people we're adjacent to here. Hoping they rework Diploplayers in the patch coming with the Balkan DLC. I am too, but I'm also hoping they rework Diploplayers every patch. Yeah. I know it's a Vicky 3 stream, but can you can explain how EU5 buildings work? I absolutely can. Like, the thumbnail shows EU5, so this is what we're talking about. Building slots are my main concern. So there's like there's like 2 building caps for buildings you're going to have to deal with. There is the like absolute building cap, which is really high. I think with development and being a city, it scales up to 100, and then there is cap per building type. And so when you first make a city, and it's a smaller city, you'll only be able to build up to 2 or 3 levels of a specific building, but you'll be able to build many different buildings. But I think that the overall cap is like 25 total, and that like when you start to get a bit of a bigger city, like 60, 70 dev, it starts getting to the point where you can build like 15 to 20 levels. And I think it might be 25 levels is the absolute cap for a particular thing. And maybe I'm misunderstanding the absolute cap for the total buildings because I never hit it, and it might just be at 100 development you have 25 building cap per thing. And you can build a lot of different types of building in a location. Building slots aren't what throttles you, which is like, that's what throttles you in EU4. You're not throttled really by building slots, it doesn't feel like. Or not very throttled. Eventually you have to expand outward. But you're more throttled by like your construction speed initially. Because you can't build 15 things in one location simultaneously. What's the play pattern in building ports versus roads? You build both. Coastal always port. Every now and then build one port and roads coming out from it. It's probably because you get sailors from the ports and this type of stuff. Anyways, 2 a.m. off to bed. Good night, Gigi. Good night, Lord Lambert. Godspeed. Have a good sleep. I think, well, I have to look at the PMs on the ports. I didn't like sweat examining every PM and thinking about it and being like, I get 15 sailors per input cost on this building and like this type of thing. I was just trying to get like as much reference experience as possible. So for the port, I guess it depends on what the upkeep cost is and if you think that's worth having it and what the price to build it is, and if that's worth it. They will generate sailors and they will give you control, and they also will give maritime presence. So if I have a dock, the dock will give maritime, so I won't need as many trade ships. I think in general you're probably going to want to like cover the coast in docks or whatever. Make Yuan in the poll. Mali. We probably won't do Mali. You already know that the first campaign will be Byzantium. I think other people will do Byzantium. I'm like less interested in trying to rumble with the big creators in terms of doing the same thing that they're doing. I love role-playing as a bank with Mercenary State and EU4 with friends. A little Switzerland action. I feel like Russia would be pretty interesting considering how massive it is and how many markets you have in Russia. Russia would be interesting. Russia is like the actual reverse of Korea. Korea is small, one market, turbo good resources. Russia, huge, like multiple markets, absolute doo-doo resources just overall. Like you have a bunch of lumber, so I guess the resources stay collapsed in price basically forever via price collapsing, and maybe that's like enough for that to be good. But you have like furs and wild game, and like that's it. You don't have like you have like 0 resources that are like over 3 base price or something like this. So with Russia, actually you go trade heavy as Korea. With Russia, you actually might just go production heavy, like way earlier as a consequence of not having very good resources and not being like close to places that have like way better resources. Like if you were like up north here in Manchuria, and you could abuse Korea for their trade resources, even if you didn't take all the Korean states, going trade would still be a good way to extract value. But Russia, like, I think it's better we just show people what we're talking about here. Well, first of all, this is also a problem. Arctic, I was surprised how much is Arctic of Russia. It is mostly in the north, but Arctic is, like, catastrophically bad for you. Like, it is real bad. Or you can play Hanseatic League. Yes, I think you can. I don't know how it works. I didn't try. Gotta go. Good night, Kiwi. Have a good one. Let's find the resources thing and then answer questions just to kind of show what the resources look like. I think this is the dev map mode. Yeah, so not very high development. There is a little bit of Moscow. Kiev, a little bit off screen here, so can't show that. Natural harbors. We got a little bit up there, which is a little interesting. Modius Lord? Thank you for the follow, big nice. Hopefully I pronounced that right. See Russian, Ruthenian, Ruthenians, Belarusian, and Ukrainian. Where are the resources? Here's the resource map. Okay, it's just bigger like this. And if you take a look here, no spices, very little gold or silver. You have iron and copper, I guess, and some decent amounts. But it's like fur, lumber, and food, like, for the most part, and that's, like, kind of what you have here. I've always wanted more and better RTS-style controls in a grand strategy game, more warfare scale expression, not less. Yeah, I'm just the complete opposite. I think that wherever you can express skill over the AI is, like, what you're supposed to focus on, and it just, like, shivs. RTS AI can be made competent enough. Victory worried ruin wars for me. I mean, like, I kind of can. How far into the game wise were you able to play? Mid to late 1500s with 3 different runs. What did you mean that front system doesn't allow it? There are mods that give the ability to add war goals. I anticipate that that's part of the reason why they don't want to do it, because they don't like the introduction and exclusion. The fronts have to recalculate if new people join or exit wars. And I think that they want all of the war goals to be apparent when the people can still leave or enter the war, which is the current state of affairs. There's a 5-second pause on the escalation. And right now, as long as war goals are still being put in, people can enter or exit wars. When war goals get locked is the same time people get locked in or out of the war. If people enter wars after they've already begun, I think you have to recalculate fronts. And I think that this causing a mess might be why they don't do that. How fleshed out are the building-based nations at this point? I don't know. I think less than the location-based nations. Well, definitely less. The daimyo thing wasn't working. Not spreadsheet maxing right away. What have you done to generalists? I actually have a spreadsheet. We got a spreadsheet for EU5. How do you feel about winter stopping construction? I'm fine with this. Would you prefer it's just slower, more expensive? It's actually, I think it's doing a weird thing right now where it's still creating buy orders, which technically stimulates the economy. Like, you pay and you have more overall buy orders because the winter stops it. It actually might be a stimulation on the economy, which is kind of funny. Would your first campaign be an Aztec run, colonizing Old World? No, that seems way too complicated. What nations will you put in the poll? I think I will do a post where I ask what nations people want to see in the poll, and the, like, 4 most outvoted will put in the poll. Is there a way to minimize Black Death or prevent it? Not really. It's just how many people are going to die. It's going to be a lot, but how many? A lot. Novgorod has some trade things going on historically. Yeah, so they have some advantages in tech, I think. I don't think furs are really worth a lot. We could check though. The trade goods. Tinto Tog. I think that furs are really not worth too much. In terms of the base price of them. Yeah, base price is 2. So, like, the most valuable thing that's going to appear in Russia is going to be, I think, ivory in the far north. In some spots. Actually, ivory is, like, underexperienced here in the far north. There's a ton of ivory in the Arctic for us. So salt is base price 3. I think iron and copper are also base price 3, but you can't, they have more weight, iron and copper, so you can't trade them. You have to, like, create domestic demand. Furs are the thing you could trade, but furs aren't light. There's no discount weight on furs, if I recall correctly. I mean, I could be misremembering, but furs, yeah, they don't have decreased weight or decreased shipping cost. So you don't have anything to really trade that effectively. Iron, transport cost of 2. So you can't just build iron to transport it. You have to... It's like a good resource. Default price is 3, but you have to locally consume it. How do hordes work in EU5? One of them is when you occupy the land, you just take it. Is there a link to the spreadsheet you made with the various buffs and debuffs for vegetation and topography? Yeah, I mean, I kind of don't like sharing it right now because it's not complete. The other parts of it are not finished and like this type of thing, but this is the spreadsheet. I don't know, people have been asking for it more and more. Always nice seeing your content, thank you. Are there still culture groups? Yeah, there are. Is fur any good? No. Like, if we look through for anything base price 3+, right? Prices did get adjusted somewhat, so these aren't, like, finalized prices. But gold and silver, we don't even need to examine. Silk, dyes, but dyes is for the purposes of trading, dyes is effectively worth 8, right? Because the transport cost is 1/2. And incense is effectively 5. Tea is 3, cocoa is 3, coffee is 3. None of these are in Russia. Ivory is 4. Ivory is like the only one that's maybe up there. Salt is 3. So all we saw was salt. Gems is effectively 8. Pearls are 4. Amber is 4. We didn't even see like a lot of amber. Alum is 3. I assume that it costs more to move, but maybe it doesn't. Spices is effectively 24. Elephants, I'm pretty sure, are going to have a bigger transport cost. Marble is 5, so marble's a lot. Mercury is 3. So we could have mercury, cotton, sugar. There's tobacco. There's wool. There's wild game, which isn't very good. So wool might be kind of the best thing if we have access to any wool. But like if you look at these like things, and then you look at what Russia's got going on, what do we have? We have like salt, and that's like almost entirely it. The Enclave, thank you for the follow, big nice. Wild game, mean on the map. It's the wild game resource. So, clay is no good. I mean, there's some marble. There's marble here. So marble's 5. I assume marble maybe got an increased price. If marble is 2 transportation costs, it's effectively 2.5. So, like, salt is the only thing we can push. So pushing trade in Russia is only going to be useful insofar as we get value from importing stuff from other countries. But if we are importing gold from, like, let's say down here, or amber from, let's say down here, they have the trade advantage. If they want to export to us, they get to trade first. And so, you know, it's going to be rough. Check Russia formation map. I don't know if we could check formation. It's telling us to look for differences. But look at this. This is all lumber, grain, wheat. I guess wool. Wool's just the thing we have a decent chunk of that's reasonable. Oh wait, is this the old map? This is the new map? Is this the old map? This map looks better. Down here, we have more fruit. Fruit is good. I don't know which one's old map and which one's new. Are these are the maps of the same region? This one's a lot better. Also, since Muscovy will start growing from the corpse of the Golden Horde, it could expand pretty hard, yeah. In EU4, there are 2 fur events that bring it up to 4 or 5 ducats, and the base prices aren't going to increase like that. I don't think. I didn't notice anything about increase in base prices. Did you notice any events that ever changes the base price? No, we didn't. We didn't. Spreadsheets. Let's go. Russia has amazing trade good bullets that it freely trades with the world. Not like this. Don't you mean chaos? I believe chaos is the current export. So Russia has quite a lot of market connections to Eastern Europe, Nordics, and the Ottomans. I mean, geographically it can be quite nice, but you need to get trade advantage in the locations that are sending out the good. And if you're not sending out the good, you have to get locations in them and import it. And so, yeah. Maybe fur, because the extra demand of fur in winter gets expensive, so you could... Yeah, I mean, maybe you could kind of export fur, but the base price is 2. The base price is 2. If you get fur to plus... incense is effectively, like, 5, right? Or dyes is effectively 4. If you get wood... Or, sorry, if you get furs to 400% price... base price, they'll be just as good as base price dyes from the perspective of trading it. So it's like, it's salt. It's kind of just salt. But this map looks better, I think. Than the other one. Because we see a ton of wool. I guess we see wool here. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be wool and salt. Wool's nice because it does give you food and have 2.5 base price. Feeds into basic... So, I mean, if you're trying to construct an economy out of this, what's the finished good you want to trade? It might be wool is one of your better base price goods in your market, so maybe you're supposed to go wool into textiles into fine cloth, with fine cloth having the highest base price out of any finished good, but not the highest effective when you consider transport costs, which goes to jewelry. And so, maybe that's how you play this as Russia. And you can also export salt. You can, yeah, I don't know. Would you do an Iranian run trying to stop Timur from genociding everyone? Maybe. I think that would be low on my, like, list of ones I would be that interested in doing next time I get access. And I would just kind of, if I would override any sort of, like, if something would want to pull, but for whatever reason I thought it would make a bad video, I would kind of override that. Russia could be a giant food exporter and use that advantage to cause food riots. I mean, maybe. The problem with food all has, like, a base price of 1 all over the place. Isn't that just the second map just further south? Is that it? I mean, it looks like this is the same region. Same region. It looks like this is the sea there. Is the sea there. It's a similar map, but... I mean, having a lot of lumber is actually really nice. I do like that. Because that means everything else is always going to be perma-cheap. And you have a lot of sand, too, so you're going to be able to do roads pretty well. I guess you could... Glass is also a decent finished good, if I recall correctly. And you have a lot of sand. You could also do stuff that uses iron. But yeah, kind of interesting to think through. But nobody did an area that had, like... People were talking about trade being super OP, but nobody, like, played Russia, where trade was actually be, like, really bad. And so I think that it's a little bit rough. What do you think of France's starting position in goods? You can take a close look at that when we catch up here. What are your personal interests? If you wasn't with the channel, what would you play? I'd probably play Netherlands. I think Netherlands would have been what I would have played if I wasn't trying to make a video that was economics focused. The reason why I didn't do Netherlands is because it would be too war focused, or like just glossing over what we're doing in terms of like quadrupling our borders would have been just a distraction. So I wanted to do someone who's already medium sized, where it wouldn't have been that big a deal. So first of all, France, a lot of flatlands. We haven't taken a close look at France whatsoever. But now that I've done like the economic focused one, like I don't have to do that. I really wanted to do that, and I think that Mali and Korea were perfect because they start out relatively isolated, they're relatively chill, they're not going to expand a super huge amount relative to their starting size, so I can kind of just focus on the starting size territories, and they also have really goods that export really well, so I was expecting to be able to trade a lot. I will ask about Iran because of your Persia love and victory. I love the region from the perspective of the resources. It's absolutely fantastic. And it's also on this like interesting bridge where if you get the Ottoman Empire, you kind of like have a makeshift canal in terms of convoys. But okay, hills are bad, but it's just the hills down here. Marsh is not very good, but you have a ton of flatland, so that's great. Wawawiza, that's really dense farmland. And how many locations is that in one? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7? So encouraged development gets proportionally or disproportionately more useful the bigger the province is. Right? And if you have 4 farmlands on one province, you encourage development, I think. Or you want to go out of your way to do that. Which is, like, another reason why, like, going for expansion can be, like, a little bit tricky. So here's the provinces. Maybe we won't sweat this super hard. Where we're trying to really look... Oh, this looks like it's several farmland provinces in one... Or locations in one province. So that's like, already that strikes me as you can encourage development, go super production, build super tall in that little pocket, and have it be really strong. I love a Netherlands run. Netherlands was like all I played in EU4. Do you feel weird to build a line of towns to build canals? I feel like the order of that is wrong, but I don't think that the phenomena of having towns and canals in the same place is... I think you... you would... Well, encouraging people to migrate there to build it. The thing is if you had a canal system, towns would pop up around it. I don't have a problem with it from the other order. In the current state of things, it's a little weird. Wine is a good resource. Wine is, I think, base price 3 or 4. This is not an updated price thing as well, so these can be incorrect. Wine base... Oh, wine base price 2. Womp womp. I thought it was base price 3. Okay, so what choice resources do we maybe have here? Looking around. We have tin and stone. Mercury, I think, is always expensive, so Mercury is really good. You're wrong with no one playing Russia. Russian YouTuber played Muscovy. No one in English, sorry, that I'm aware of. Papa Quasi. You talked about Netherlands, who example... Holland has the most unique advances, so probably Holland. Hey, Avilo. How do you get trade power and trade advantage in markets in EU5? You can do it by building buildings in the area, even if you don't own the land. You could also do it navally, but the naval seems like worse. How does this differ between inland and coastal provinces? Coastal, you can't use the navy. I really appreciate the look at France, by the way. I always enjoy playing France and other Prior X titles. Enjoy the videos. Thank you, thank you. Silk, you see silk? Okay, yeah, silk down here. You're right. Silk, 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 silk. Exports really well. Dyes, also dyes. Dyes effectively have a price of 8. I think silk was 4. It's not cheaper. It's not light. Silk should probably be light to export, but dyes are light. Well, silk maybe takes a large volume, and maybe that's more what it's about. But look at this. We have 1, 2, 3. At least 3 dyes provinces, but I'm known to be blind, so that's a lot. We have a little bit of wool. We're also, like, more balanced, right? Like, us having... Like, Russia had an absolute ton of some resources, like wild game, and like, which has... It's useful for some buildings to be able to build stuff. We also have a ton of salt. Look at all this salt. We also have silver here. I think we don't have that much gold and silver, though, overall. But the higher density... We also have a ton of fruit. Fruit's base price 3. I'm looking for... I mean, we could maybe talk through livestock. There's marble. Marble's base price 5. You see salt and wine. Wool's base price 2.5. Just generally much, much higher. You don't have super turbo standouts in gold, silver, and spices, although dyes is probably the next on the kind of that list. Oh, okay, fur. We have fur here. Our fur price, our RGO for fur in France is going to be way more valuable than in Russia, because Russia, the price is going to get tanked. In France, it won't. And so it's going to be way more valuable. So having a more diversity is also valuable. Russia, there's also not as much goods diversity, so it's not going to be as good, you know, from that perspective. All right, thanks for the stream. Fun. Have a good night. See you, Dennis. Godspeed. Yeah, it's like super late for you, right? Yeah. If you conquer the whole of the British Isles as England before Black Death came, could you isolate yourself? I think you would have to deny... Make sure that no one overhears in your market. I think you could... there's an interaction where you deny people access to your market. So I think maybe. I also don't know if you can jump a C-zone. Like, this is... the C-zone, one C-zone away. I don't know if you can jump C-zones or not. If it can, then you can't. The only person we saw isolated was, like, on Iceland. Wouldn't it make more sense for you to be able to conquer entire regions now? Europe has too many damn provinces. I think you could take provinces way faster as ages get deeper. Excited for 1.9? I'm super excited for it. What determines your research speed in EU5? You get 1 flat, and then you get up to 1 flat from your liturgical language, with Latin getting 1 flat, and it scales proportionally to the language power. And then you also get, like with Korea, we got a plus 0.1 in terms of a flat modifier, and then there's a lot of sources of percentage modifiers. But that's going to be, that's the axis upon which there's an advantage to be had for Europe, is going to be the fact that they have a higher base value on that. I only saw 1 silver. I think that's it for us in that regard. You know, there's really good resources is Hungary. Hungary is probably who I'd recommend for a run, like, for a beginner, other than it's just a ton of provinces, so maybe the Serbia, like, recommendation is better. But what would you say is the best trade good? Unambiguously, it's spices. Spices, in terms of base price to per, spices also has really high demand in a lot of places, but in terms of base price relative to trade capacity usage, it's 24, and the next closest thing is like 10 with gold, I think. Yeah, it's like, it's not even remotely close. Like, spices as a good is probably just way too good. Were Chinese provinces over the pop cap? They might have been. They might have had enough dev for it to be going up. Mercy's very excited for 1.9. I'm so excited. I'm excited for trade to be good, because for a long time, there are emergent effects from economies because you're autarkic that might not hold true if trade gets better. Like, intentionally pushing up the price of everything. If trade's actually a factor, intentionally pushing up the price of everything might not be good. The fact is just trade doesn't matter. Trade's irrelevant. So, like, the fact that it's relevant means that we have to rethink, or I have to rethink, or we have to rethink a lot of assumptions about a variety of things. Do we have... We don't have an updated version. We have the low counties. We could take a quick look at them. It's kind of some people were expressing an interest. oceanic climate. Marsh is rough. It's like minus 30%. But the Dutch / Holland get a unique building that you can build on marsh that can help with the development. But they get minus 30%. This is nice though. Farmlands down here. Really, really nice. And they have like provinces here that are almost entirely farmland. That's a lot of locations, you know? And this region down here specifically. As far as goods go, we got fish and wool and this type of thing. Overall, not very good on the goods. On the trade goods. So this is going to be, from a trade perspective, it's not going to be very good early on because you don't have all those RGOs. Oh yeah, pearls. Pearls are good. But controlling trade in your own trade hub location is not that valuable in that instance there. Do we have... where would Hungary be in? Germany, maybe? We kind of wanted to show off Hungary. No. Carpathia, the Balkans? Yes. Cool. You gotta check out the dev diary. It's got some good info. It does. For a second, I thought you were saying that the next dev diary was out. I was like, what? Spices below the silver? Oh, I missed it. I missed the French spices. Yeah, spices are insane. Like, Korea has like 7 spices. Korea just straight up probably has the best resources in the entire game. Which wasn't like my initial intent behind picking them, but it's like kind of nice. With 1.9, how strong do you think getting a treaty port investment rights in China will be? Get an opium charter company. I don't know. To buy all their opium stuff? I want to buy all their rice stuff and just like turbo push rice in China. But it's so hard to evaluate. I don't know how expensive trade is also a thing. Trade, it's unclear how expensive it is. They haven't shown PMs, and they haven't shown like route sizes and stuff like this. Have very interesting looking from the terrain map mode. So here we have some interesting stuff going on. Mediterranean's notably very strong as far as this stuff goes, but it's also climate's one of the less important ones. Mountains are catastrophically bad. You see a ton of mountains in here, so like Greece is probably a poor region to play in. Yeah, I'm not sure I would want to play in all these mountains here, and it's you get really low dev count. I guess it doesn't matter if you're like playing early on, but you get some farmlands here. Where are the trade goods? Where is the... Okay, so this kind of upper area is Hungary here. But you would use their IP to build your opium out you own. Yes. Oh, you're right. They have a huge investment pool. The fact that you can use China's investment pool. Yeah, using China's investment pool is going to be just like the hyper meta super insane thing. Yeah. Go Venice, East Coast. I think we have to look at Italy for Venice. I wish we could zoom in more. We can't. Or I don't have the technology. There's saltpeter, which is kind of a standing out one. Gold, 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 gems, silver, dyes, amber, silver, salt, incidentally, is pretty good. Gold. I feel like gold should be a more obnoxious color, because it looks like wheat from the colors. Silver looks like wool. Wool is pretty good anyways, but yeah, we have a ton of gold. We also have a decent amount of lumber. Not a huge amount, but that'll help us to keep the prices kind of where we want them. And there's like lumber over here. There's lumber on this. But the thing that's nice about Hungary is Hungary's like kind of their own market, and all of you is like within their own market. So it's a lot more, it feels a lot more straightforward to play, which is like why I would recommend Hungary. Yeah, so like you look at Pest, and you look at like the Hungary, and it's like 1-to-1 in terms of your market in that. Alright, Mercy wanted Italy. Italy, I don't think, had absolutely insane resources. Do you know what the unique advances for Sweden are? I do, but I can't show them on stream. Or I think I recorded them. I took videos recording me hovering over all of the unique advances, or like an enormous sum of them, but it's not 100% of them. So farmlands in the north, farmlands around here, very strong for Venice in that area. There's also farmlands down here. I think this is around where Rome is. Very strong area. I think Naples is here. I think, was it Florence is around here. Not too much mountain, woods, forest, and mountains, just generally speaking, but we do get a little bit of mountains in here. So in my Milan game, we built rural buildings on here, and rural buildings up here. The hills are a little bit rough, though. There's hills in a lot of places here. So the spread out flatland, like for France, was particularly nice, but here we have silk in Venice. Our market size is much larger in the late game. I think more people will make markets and they'll shrink. I think market access generally gets a little bit better. I don't know exactly how much better it gets, though. Or it gets better with roads. Roads are getting upgraded. I think the idea is you want to get close to 100% market access by the late game with as big of markets as possible. But when you add a new market, you get closer to 100% market access. So I don't know exactly what it's going to be. Can you change the liturgical language? Some countries, not if you're Catholic. You can't change it if you're Catholic or Muslim. But for a lot of other countries, you can. Have to sub for your OnlyFans for this unique advances video? Yeah, basically. Except we're not going to leak. So far, Russia looks a bit miserable to play in EU5 due to how much to manage and due to lack of good resources. Yeah, you have Arctic territory. It is going to be miserable. I mean, I think that's probably reasonable. Why do places in Europe have so much more farmland than India or China? China has a ton of farmland. What do you mean? How do historicals after 1337 spawn? Usually by event. I don't know how much we get. Yeah, Martin Luther spawns from a situation. We get him spawn in Milan. But we have here silk, marble, silk. Silk in Genoa and in Venetia. We have silk. We have salt, marble. So quite a lot of marble here in Italy, which is pretty nice considering marble is one of the things you need to upgrade to a city. And often it's hard to collapse the price of marble. A bit easier for Italy to do so. Cities are really expensive. Several spices. Quite good. Silk in the south. Carthage, my love. Some dyes. A little bit of silver in here, which of course is tradition. Yeah, pretty solid, but not insane. Can you turn the entire world into one market? In theory, if you take apart every other market. I think the AI would keep creating markets, so you'd have to world conquest probably. Some textile with cotton, silk, and tools. Yeah, you have wool and silk. The big thing for me is, look at central Italy. There's actually like stone zero food in central Italy. You have wool and a couple of wheat, and that's all for food. So when we made Florence into a trade center and we moved the other one to Milan, and we had Venetia, Milan, Florence, Florence basically started starving immediately. China only had like 6 farmland locations. Situation, I am pregnant. That is a situation. Ooh, girl, you pregnant. Talking about China, hasn't been Tinto mapped, updated. By the way, China's freaking enormous. Let's take a look. So, we got a flatland, we got a lot of mountains. Subtropical is the second best climate, so we got good climate. We got a bunch of grasslands. By the way, the combination of subtropical and grasslands is going to give you a pretty solid amount of pop capacity. Not quite as much as if you had this, but you're talking about... Oh, there's more farmland now. There's more farmland now than there is... This has been updated. There's a lot more farmland. Like, this is farmland in here. There's a lot of farmland. Yeah, there's more farmland now. This is incorrect. We were playing in Korea and we conquered, like, up into this area. Like, I think these 2 coastal provinces are farmland. I think there's, like, 1 or 2 farmlands in here. There's, like, a huge pocket of farmland over here, I think. I think there's a little bit more over here. I think there's a little bit more here. I know there's a couple more down here, but yeah, there's way more farms. What's a loom used for in the south? I forget what all it gets used for. I wasn't checking the PMs super close. So I actually can't tell you. Oh, this is a map. Yeah, when you said farmlands, for a second I thought you were talking about grain. How much grain do you have? You have a lot of grain. Overall, the resources in China aren't that spectacular. You do have silk in a lot of places, but you have, like, look at the livestock and wheat density is really high, which is fine enough because you have a lot of pops and you don't want them to starve. We got silk in some places, we got gold. You do have good resources, just not high density of good resources. You cannot really import enough food to trade center in Florence to boost populous effect. The auto trade likes really trading for profit. The auto expansion, or the way the AI plays in terms of what it likes to build, I think really likes to build for profit as well. Rice only has a base price of 1. And my experience was, it was really hard to import from other people because you cannot import someone into a deficit. So if they have 100 sell orders for rice, if they have 50 local buy orders for rice, the most rice you can buy from them is 50. Because you cannot make the buy orders exceed the sell orders in a market via trade. Which is something that is not intuitive, and it doesn't happen with Vic3, right? But that's the way it works. But this is offset by the fact that you, if they have 100 sell orders and they have 50, a total of 100 buy orders, but 50 of them are for trade, the price of rice will be like minus 20 or 30%. So it gets juiced. Trade is just uber juiced, proportionate to the differential between the 2 prices. Yeah, you will BRB. Not like this. Mercy's leaving us forever. You cannot really import enough food. Yeah, but our experience was, I think the AI doesn't like building a lot of grain. And then when they don't build a lot of grain, if their buy and sell orders are equivalent, you can't import from them. Our experience was that it was pretty rough to try and import to feed. We could, in theory, import from our Genoa and Venetia markets, but that one was a little bit rough. Let's maybe take a look at one more and then call it. We're gonna get feedback. We're gonna get an update on this. What location of the ones that already has feedback do you guys want to see? Scandinavia doesn't belong there. We're not going to look at West Africa. Can you go over how roads are made? You connect... I think that's going to be in the control. We will go over one map, but we'll talk about roads first. So roads get built between two locations, and it only connects those two locations and draws a pathway between the two of them. They are really good for affecting control. They are not in this control thing. I don't know where they are in terms of explaining them, but you build roads between two areas, and it decreases the amount of travel expense that there is between those two provinces, and this increases your control by a lot, and it also increases market access. So the roads are really valuable. I don't have a Tinto talk here that I know includes roads in a screenshot. Iberia. All right, Iberia has been requested. Cool. So remember, we were looking at Portugal in Vic 3. Yeah? Portugal was three states in Vic 3. In EU5, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I think we counted that one. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69. Nice. 69 locations. 23 times the locations than we have in Vic 3. Can you increase the power of your liturgical language? Yeah, by increasing the language power of it. I think that's a function of how many clergy... I don't remember where I read this, and I wish I could look it up, because I want to confirm that it's correct or incorrect. But I think it's a function of how many clergy are in all provinces that are using that as the liturgical language. Shout out to the guy who needs an ambulance. Hope he makes it. But yeah, this is why the game feels absolutely massive. So, like, I guess we could provide context, but, like, there's less than 63 states in Iberia plus France, or 69 states in Iberia plus France in Vic 3, I think. So, Portugal feels just as big as Iberia plus France. Cosmic, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Let's actually get into game real quick and show that. 69, right? So we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't think we counted, I think 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. So just playing Portugal, it's even more than that. It feels like the equivalent size, Portugal, when you're playing it, in EU5 feels the equivalent size of Iberia, France, and the British Isles all combined. In terms of the number of locations, like units of information you're processing. And so, like, the magnitude is so hard to express or, like, show in that video. But it seems just absolutely enormous. But let's take a look at the resources. I think I got my point across. You guys seem less impressed by the point, but terrain, topography, not very good. Plateau, I think, has negative dev, but in particular in Iberia, we played a little bit as Castile. This region's kind of insane. This pocket here, because we have a bunch of farmlands, and a lot of them are in the same province, so this can be dev'd up pretty well. Do we have a provincial map mode? But a lot of flatland farmland in that region, specifically. That's locations. Oh, provinces. So Sevilla, I think, is the one we're thinking of. Sevilla's huge. Look at this. Sevilla is... One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sevilla is 10 locations. So this might be the best province in the entire game to encourage development on. I don't know if there's a place that has like more farmland, flatland, and is 10 provinces. I don't know if there's, or 10 locations. I don't even know if there's another 10 locations like province. So then would classical Chinese be super powerful then, or is there like no clerics working there? Chinese was weak, so this is why I was confused. Chinese isn't overall that strong. I think it's stronger than the other ones in the region, but I don't know what to make of it. It might be clergy times literacy. That maybe is it. Clergy times literacy for the entire religion. Easier count states on the Diplo tab. Oh, that's true. Hey, Kozimic. Just watch your EU5 vids. Love your precise languages. Thank you. What's your experience with forts? They stop movement. Forts, zone of control is sometimes a little bit wonky, though. I think that's to prevent exploits. I think it's a little hostile to a new player. I got really confused with the zone of control thing. Because I was, like, effectively stuck on a fort and couldn't leave it. And couldn't go back to my own territory. I figured out what it was, though. Once you go onto a fort, the only way you can go out is onto a location that you came in from, or a location that is occupied by you. And so if you advance onto a fort and start sieging it, and they take away the provinces that you advanced through, you can kind of get locked out. If that makes sense. But we have some silk. I know there's some gold in here somewhere. Gold or silver. We see a decent chunk of lumber, so collapsing the price is going to be relatively easy. I know we got some lumber, or sorry, gold or silver. I feel like a couple spice provinces here in Andalusia. I don't see it, but I'm notoriously not having eyes. We see marble and silk, but that's in a different trade thing. If we're thinking of it from a perspective of Castile, which we aren't necessarily, looking at it here, we have a ton of silk, a ton of trade potential for Aragon. I actually think Aragon's probably a pretty good country to learn on, because they have their own like market for the most part too. It's not quite as obvious as Hungary. Livestock galore, a lot of livestock. How come a lot of Paradox fans don't seem to show Stellaris the same love? Stellaris isn't like Stellaris is a game that's much harder to be a tourist in. It's a lot harder to dabble in Stellaris, I feel like. Like CK is really easy to dabble in. It's really easy to just play a little bit of CK. And so The people who tourist from game to game just don't really play Stellaris. The content creators that play all the different games, they don't play Stellaris. It's just like the Stellaris regs only. I'm not noticing too crazy resources. So maybe Iberia not so good overall. How much control does a nation like Castile have over all its territories at game start? Like 40 to 50 or something. Not very good. Start with the capital over here. When we played Castile, we moved it down. We moved it down to Sevilla. Which I think long term is much better, because we're all plateau, flatland, hills. Sorry, plateau, hills, mountain up in the north. So long term, not the best for getting a lot of dev. But Castile has some... Castile gets the ball rolling faster than like everyone else from the dev, because they start with a really good prosperity bonus. So they start deving faster. Was there that much silk in Southern Europe? The secrets of silk were stolen. I don't know if that much is maybe correct or not. I don't really know. The Silk Road, which was a huge import for the European market. Yeah, there was a silkworm that got smuggled out in a cane, which significantly decreased the value of the good. Does Castile still have their gold mine? I feel like when I played Castile there was gold, but I didn't see it. So this is maybe not updated. That's the only thing I could think of. I remembered building gold. I was looking for it on the map really hard, and I was like, man, I really don't have eyes, because I wanted to point it out. There's some silver. I knew there was something near Sevilla. Could have sworn there was like some gold up here. Or something good. I remember there being something juicy, like around here. I don't see anything, so maybe this one's not even correct. Forts in Vicky 3 when? I don't know. Forts were much less important during that time period, though. I'm not entirely sure I am committed to... Like, the era of the fort really is, like, the era of EU4 time. When they got up to having the star forts, and then forts kind of become irrelevant. But they should probably have some degree of forts in Vicky. They don't, though. Stellaris is arguably a 4X game, which some grand strategy folks aren't looking for, and vice versa. Also this. But, like, or I guess looking at it from the creators, like, the creator side, like, it's just way different, and, like, you look at people like, that, people who play, like, every single game, like, I think Lathe plays, like, all the games, right? I don't recall ever seeing a Stellaris video from him. Maybe he makes them and they just never show up for me, but... Are there some events spawning goods in provinces? Yeah, there are some means by which goods flip. I didn't encounter any of them, but I know that they exist. IR could unironically be the closest thing to EU5. Yeah, it probably is. A similar goods system. Yeah, just your trade capacity is not... the trade capacity is just one unit at a time in Rome, and here it's much more granular. But yeah, I mean, the game that Johan made before this was Imperator. So, if you wanted to scratch the EU5 itch, Imperator is the closest thing. Top left corner for gold. Marble. Do I really not have eyes? I mean, copper, fish, iron, lumber, livestock, salt, clay, wine, stone, fur. Oh! It looks like mountains. That? Gold. It looks like mountains. This is probably what I was thinking of when I was thinking like around here. They've made a vid for the new DLC. Oh, okay. I stand corrected. For Solaris. I think I was supposed to get a key, but I never got a key. Or I was just too consumed by EU5, I didn't even notice when I was sent a key. But I think I was supposed to get a key for that, and I never did. It's not a big deal, because I'm kind of plugged in a little bit on EU5. I mean, if people are going to care about me making EU5 stuff, I'm probably going to do that a little bit. Is there another... Unbelievable, though, that it's, like, right there. There you have it. You owe me Hungary, man. Force and Vic 3 don't really make that much sense with artillery, tanks, and airplanes. No, I agree. To some extent. I mean, like, you could prep area to make it harder to take. Yes. But also, with the hands-off military system combined with forts actually not being that much of an effect, I think, like, it's part of the simulation of, like, what's going on is that earthworks are being dug. Like, there's tech for it, and it increases defense. So I think the idea is it's a part of defense. Stellaris also non-historical. This is true as well. So, I think we're gonna wrap up though. We could maybe do another Q&A session, considering a lot of you guys came out for this. If people are interested in it, I guess let's take a look at the Vic 3 stuff too, because we are doing both of this. We're also streaming under the EU5 category, which I don't know is inappropriate, but we do have the Roman Empire now formed, which is going to be nice, taking most of it from, or a big chunk of land from the Ottomans. We have a tiny amount of infamy. We have a bunch of claims, so we could go for all this stuff later on. Although we might try some more mods. We have ModCon coming up, and we are going to be one of the hosts. And so I think I want to try some Vic 3 mods before that comes up. You're really hyped for EU5? Yeah, same. I mean, I want to be playing it right now. If they give it to me early, we're gonna play it more. But right now I don't have access to it. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. Feel free to like, comment, subscribe. You know, YouTube algorithm thing, and also the Twitch stuff. I guess we should see if anyone's streaming that we could raid. It's playing that much EU5 just like fried my brain, honestly. Alright, no one we're following and really kind of have locked in with what we're doing. Is anyone streaming in this category? If anyone's streaming in the European Universalis 5 category, we'll raid them. No, we're the only one. Okay. Hope you guys enjoyed. Etc., etc. Algorithm stuff. It was fun to listen to. We'll catch you if you do another one. Alright, merci. Godspeed. We get to leave this time. Instead of Mercy leaving us. Hyped for more EU5, but hyped for 1.9. 1.9 is going to be huge, I think. I think it's going to be the biggest patch ever. As long as, like, nothing gets flubbed really hard. Which is always possible to do. But that's, like, in terms of me being able to predict it, I can't predict that type of thing. But, yeah. Anyways. Bye-bye, YouTubers. See you later. And now bye-bye, Twitchers.